Hello everyone. Hello. Welcome in. I am Almantas, former professor of sociology, current VTuber old man who loves old things. I do calligraphy, which is what I am planning on doing tonight. And yeah, that's what I guess what I do. I do calligraphy. That's what I do. And yeah, that's what I'm gonna do tonight. I was on Mabel's stream earlier today. I was planning on only being there for a few minutes, but then I was there for like 4 hours. Oh no, I'm so behind on birthdays. Okay, I've got to write this down now. I'm now behind enough that I have to write down what my to-do list for tonight's stream is, the stream that you're currently watching right now. Okay. John Ken. Tsukimi. And Nap. All have birthdays. I gotta keep track of that. That's what I'm doing tonight. I am behind. I need to try to pull my head out of my ass and get more done. Oh, it's not my birthday. No, these are friends' birthdays. These are fellow streamer birthdays. Yeah, other people's birthday. Yeah, I don't do calligraphy for my own birthday. I don't do anything for my own birthday. Like it's yeah. Yeah. Go eat somewhere. You go eat somewhere nice. That's fair. That's a reasonable thing to do with a birthday, right? That's a reasonable thing to do with a birthday. That's a reasonable thing. That I think that's extremely fair. That is extremely fair. I mostly try to like log off. I find my relationship with I find my relationship with my birthday, I find my relationship with technology, I should say. That's what I was looking for. My relationship with technology to be that I kind of find it overwhelming, and I appreciate getting to take breaks from it. So yeah, that's kind of how I think about it, I suppose. That's kind of how I think about it. It's like it would be nice. It's just kind of nice to get a little bit of an intellectual break. It's nice to get a little bit of an intellectual break. Yeah. Hello, Theo. Yeah, let me say hello. Did I say hello to people? Hello, Emmerich. Hello, McAllistrian. Always good to see you. Hello, Kit Creates PNG. Hello, Theo. Hello, VOD Watchers. Hello, me. Hello, Seribot. Hello, Weabiscuit. Hello, Almont OS. And, of course, hello to, I think I said hello already to the Lurkers and the VOD Watchers. Yeah, I'm kind of letting my brain kind of catch up with where I'm at, because it was a pretty intellectual discussion. I'm still a little, even though it ended a couple hours ago, I'm still a little bit in the brain space of it's a little bit in the brain space of like collab tubing. I was on Mabel's stream for a couple of hours this afternoon, and it was a very yappy collab. So it did kind of use up a little bit of my brain energy, a little bit of the mind, a little bit of me went into that. That's all. That's all. That's all. Hello, Sybil. Hello, Sybil. And hello, Kit. Hello, Kit. Hello, Mix. I just don't tell anyone it's my birthday until I have to explain that social obligation that particular day. And then they get annoyed with me for not telling them. Nice. Mix more than once. I have... Hello, Miss Mochivis. Hello, Bug. It is no longer 6/7. That is true. My schedule is titled 2026-06-07. Because it's Sunday, right? It's a Sunday one. Sybil. Alright. Birthday moth. So true. So true. Oh, thank you, Anonymous, for the gifts up to 6/8. 6/8. Thank you very much. Hello, Warthrone. Thank you very much. Oh, Mix as well. Thank you very much, Mix. Thank you very much, Anonymous. Thank you very much, Miss Mochivis. Thank you very much, Miss Mochivis, for the 5 months, and also for the fan art you make of me, because it's always very lovely. Thank you. I am really grateful for any financial support I receive on this stream. It really does make a huge difference. A huge difference to me. It is a lot of what allows me to continue to stream. I am extremely grateful for it. The shine wore off by the time you were 11. Okay, hold on. I threw a number on a make offer page. Yeah. My stream, it should be okay right now. I might be stuttering. I don't think I am. I think it should be okay right now. There was, it did go down to 0 kilobytes per second for a few minutes earlier, but it looks like it's okay right now. I do. Hello, Skyrish. Good. Have a good night, Skyrish. Thank you for coming in, but it is super late for you. It is incredibly late for you. Are you okay? Yeah, the bear detected. Shout out the bear. Shout out to Skyrish, for being a good lad. But yeah. You're at work, lol. Oh my god, that sucks. That sucks, Skyrish. I'm sorry. I am sorry. Oh, you're now on night shift. Okay, that makes more sense. Hello, Vex, and thank you for the 100 bits. How was your stream earlier today, Vex? Let's see, does the shout-out bot work today? Yes, it does. So you work 7 to 6? 7 to 5? Oh, rate limited. It was very good. Excellent. I liked night shift. I've worked night shift not generally, but pretty frequently, and I am looking forward to doing more. If I could. Oh, there's the hype train alert. Okay. You've never worked it, but it's kind of chill. It's kind of interesting, right? Like my family has had a couple of people who've worked night shift. I find it just kind of like more focused, and I've generally found the night shift workers in my life to be easier to deal with. I might be being oversensitive, right? I might be oversensitive to the ways in which my office coworkers have frequently have often been very catty. And spent a lot of energy on trying to make their own lives and everyone else's lives harder. And so I really appreciated the office workers I had who... I appreciate the night shift workers tended to be a little bit better at minding their own dang business. I have generally not had troubles with my coworkers. I've generally not had trouble with my coworkers, but that's mostly because I have pretended to not understand what they are doing when they try to start shit with other coworkers. I've had a lot of offices where people were very like, oh, you know, did you... Oh, okay, the queue's just running very late. The queue's just running very late. But I've had quite a few coworkers who've been very, you know, oh, did you hear what this person did? Did you hear what this person said? Don't you think so-and-so is just, like, not a very good worker and very lazy? I'm like, oh, I've got no idea. Wow, that's incredible. Wow, first time hearing of it. And the night shift workers I found to be a little bit more chill about that, which was nice. So I tended to find them a little bit easier. Lazy is fine. I'm fine with lazy. Hello, cats. The cat. Hello, hello, hello. I don't genuinely know Emmerich draws. My own... Yeah, I don't genuinely know. Yeah, I would, I am... If somebody just doesn't want to do the work, like... Yeah, like, whatever, like... That's annoying, but, like, I can deal with it. Like, people can... Yeah, it's one thing to just not respect the workplace, but it's another thing to make it my problem that you don't respect the workplace. That's kind of where I wound up on a lot of that stuff. Yeah. Respect your fellow workers, not the place at which you work. And it's yeah. I'm sorry. My point with this is just I found the night shift workers to be a little bit more relaxed and easy to get along with. Jet Fuel Drinker _ thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Oh my goodness. Okay. Cracking my back a little bit. You've collected all of the level 1 emotes. Sure, thank you. Thank you, Twitch. Thank you, Twitch. But thank you. Thank you all for the hype train. 3 subs and 100 bits. Very helpful. Very genuinely helpful. Genuinely does make my life a lot more livable, right? And that's really all I'm kind of aiming for. I don't think my ambitions are so wild. My ambition is mostly just to, like, I would like to be able to not be homeless while doing work that I feel is making the world a better place. That is really about, like, it, right? That is really about where I am on this kind of thing. And you're wondering what jet fuel tastes like right now? I'm assuming it tastes like benzene, which you should also not drink and should not know the flavor of. I would recommend against finding out the flavor of benzene. It's, pretty poisonous. It's pretty poisonous. I'm gonna check something. What is the exposure limit on benzene? Whew. Whoa, that can't be right. I had heard, so the reason why I'm asking this is because I had heard earlier today that Perrier, the French water company that was advertising itself as being healthier than water that was, stored in plastic bottles, got caught with 5 parts per million benzene, which is really high. And apparently the danger threshold is 200 parts per billion, so that's spicy. That is spicy. Also, hello, Rat Daniel. Hello. Hello. Yeah, so generally you don't want to find this stuff out. Yeah, you generally don't want to find this stuff out. Yeah. The same Perrier who sells plastic bottles here. Maybe. That's what I thought. This is just what I've heard. I don't really have opinions on bottled water. In general. Here's my full list of opinions on bottled water. Fiji water does actually taste better, but the company is exceptionally evil. Most bottled water is worse than local tap water, and doubly so if you're in New York. If you should still buy bottled water, not for daily use, but because there is a chance that a extreme weather event will knock out your local water system, and it's good to have at least a couple of days of stored water on hand so that you don't have to go thirsty. Just stockpile glass containers. True, Theo. You can do that. Emmerich draws. Yeah, no. Black mold is much easier on your body than benzene. Benzene's really rough. Benzene is an exceptionally rough chemical. That's not a good one. That is not a good one. It does bother me slightly in a very dumb way. It does bother me in a very stupid way that and nitrate's an annoying one. Nitrate's a super annoying one. Nitrate, for people who aren't familiar with why it's so annoying, is that nitrate's basically impossible to get out of the water system. Not completely impossible, but much more challenging than you would expect. Hold on a second here. Yeah, do not the benzene. Yeah, do not the benzene. Yeah, but nitrates are very, very good at hanging in water. Yep, industrial pork farming. Yep. Industrial pork farming, it does in fact cause a crisis. Like, that's not really a question. That's not like that's a that's just like not a question. That's just how it is. That is what pork does to you. Yes, please, Skyrish, have a good time at work. Don't get fired on account of watching an old man ramble while not actually doing the thing he said he was going to do, which is calligraphy. I'll get to it. Don't worry, folks. I have plans for tonight's stream for calligraphy that I plan on doing tonight. But I just haven't gotten to it yet. Feats of green algae rotting on the beach and releasing dangerous gas. Yeah, it's crazy. It's honestly just kind of like a little bit interesting and funny how much how many things there are that if you don't do them in industrial scale, it's just not a big deal. And then if you do them in industrial scale, it's a huge deal. Hello, Flea Flicker. Hello. Yeah, there was a John Green video I watched. No, Hank Green video I watched recently about the I mean, I will get to it, Emmerich Draws. I don't have any doubt in my mind about that. There was a Hank Green video I watched recently about the numbers behind recycling. In context where people were complaining that the SpaceX explosion was so environmentally devastating that like individuals recycling doesn't have any impact on the environment, and it's like no, the numbers don't work that way. Like it's just not that way. It's nowhere near that. It's nothing like that. Even worse when you was a kid. Industrial farming is really forced on farms here. Yeah, and it's you know, I don't know. It sounds like you were describing North Carolina, which is you know, I have a great antipathy towards that state. Hello, Itsy Bitsy Bones. Also, hello, Flea Flicker, if I didn't say so. Hello, Bones. Itsy Bitsy Bones. But yes. They want to capture the feeling of all that, yeah, fueled. There's a bunch of places where like the numbers are like so massive it like hurts your brain, and like you just like don't do your calculations correctly. Like that's what's really kind of happening here. Is that like people are very, very bad with very, very large numbers. That is the actual core of it. People are... The numbers involved in a lot of this stuff are just so massive that people's minds break. And I would say that... Also, hold on a second here. Sybil, are you still here? Also, hello, Sharkray. Good to see you again today. Good to see you again today. Just doing some quick things. Okay. Oh. But yes, I will also... What I'm wondering is would people say that SybilTheMoth is more green or more teal? That's really what I'm asking at the moment. Is he more of a green or more of a teal? And just I'm gonna get set up for the calligraphy while we're thinking here. Interesting problem to have here. Okay, figured it out. Okay. Great, even my camera is giving me AI ads. That's wonderful. I love that. Do you think that birds have any concept that people are saving them? Like, I wonder how birds think about that. Probably just very anxiety-inducing, would be my assumption. Yeah, I think they're just confused. Like... I mean, humans are often just confused by people trying to do nice things for them, so... I don't see why birds would be different. Fair enough, fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. It's hard to know what an animal might be thinking, right? Yeah, there is the whole thing about corvid intelligence, which, you know, it's... I was in fact very disappointed to learn that it is probably not possible to train pigeons to do the kind of things you can train crows to do. Because I was really kind of like looking forward to like training a bunch of like to training some crows to help me like find like money. At least all of our observations. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair, that's fair. Gotta move to Edmonton for the magpies. And hello, Sakura Rose 1008. Hello, hello, hello. At least understood some animals' level of intelligence. Yeah, yeah. My understanding is that our understanding of this is often a little sketchy. That makes me sad. I actually kind of like pigeons. I actually kind of like pigeons. I kind of admire pigeons, to be honest. You know, they've adapted quite well to living in cities with us, right? Like, you know, they're cute and make good pets. Exactly, exactly. We can learn much from the pigeon. This was, in fact, this was a character in 1000 X Resist, was the pigeon girl. Enjoy your daily flashbang. I do have that understanding about cockatoos, right? And about budgies. I'm still remembering back when I had a work-from-home job that I got trained by a woman who had like 50 budgies. And that was really brutal. They're so loud. The budgies are so loud. Yeah, all parrots are smart. Yes, this is true. I don't actually have a ton of contact with birds. I've spent, like... There's some animals that I have, like, a lot of contact with, and... I don't even have a ton of contact with chickens in my history. You're an extremely gregarious parrot. You're a moth. You're a moth. Also, Sybil. Sybil. Question. Teal or green? Yes. I have dark mode on, so I can't tell if your name is in teal or green. Teal, okay. Okay, teal. Alright, alright. Yeah. There was a documentary I did not watch several years ago, called My Octopus Teacher, that was about, you know, a guy who went scuba diving and followed around a specific octopus a whole bunch. And it was kind of interesting to see the reactions to this, because I saw a bunch of people have the reaction that it was like one of the most beautiful movies that they'd ever seen. And then a bunch of other people being like, this is just a guy stressing out and annoying a poor animal for like weeks on end, for like a significant percentage of the animal's life. I was like, dang. This is a big division here. Excellent. I recommend eating less meat. The big trick, right, from my perspective, is learning how to cook vegetables, and particularly tofu. Admittedly, not everybody particularly likes tofu. I do. And I feel like tofu, it's a skill. Cooking tofu is a skill, and getting better at it is highly rewarding. I still feel like I'm learning quite a bit of it after, over a decade of cooking it quite regularly. Baking is a good skill in general, yes. Well, and I mean, tofu is worth... I think it's also kind of worth, like, working tofu into your diet a little bit, just because it's cheap. It is cheap and rewarding as a skill. Hello, Deoturn. Hello, Deoturn. There are places, like I said, it's got its own technique and its own strategy. There's things that you cannot do with tofu that you can do with meat products, and vice versa, right? There are some things that you can do with tofu that you can't really do with pork or chicken. There's pretty much no way to use tofu as an actual beef substitute. There's a lot of recipes that are based around pork and chicken will work reasonably well with tofu. You just have to cook it differently. And there's different people have different... So it's worth saying, right, in terms of how I think about my dietary issues, my biggest dietary issue, right, is too many calories. That is the actual problem that dictates my dietary considerations. And so there are some cooking techniques I just like don't use. Or I never deep fry. I never deep fry, even though I know deep frying tofu can produce some excellent textures. Why is my camera being weird? Sorry, my camera mount is being weird. Okay, hold on a second here. There's my water glass. Okay. This stuff you gotta work with fast. Oh, hold on a second, Raiders. Hold on a second, Raiders. Welcome in, Eternal Storyteller. Welcome in, Eternal Storyteller. I almost pronounced eternal wrong there. How are you doing tonight, my dear? How are you doing tonight? What were you up to? What were you up to? Well, special events? What was the special events? What was the cause for celebration? What was the cause for celebration? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy, like I am doing right now. You've caught me while I am doing my warm-ups. I do calligraphy, and I paint models, and I play mostly city builders, some other games on occasion, but I like city builders a lot. And right now, I have a bunch of birthday wishes. 4-year stream debut anniversary. Congratulations on 4 years. Congratulations on 4 years. How do you feel? How do you feel at 4 years? How do you feel at 4 years? How do you feel at this point? Because I am at 3 years. I had my 3rd year last month. Feeling good. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Excellent. Do you have, growing a ton in 3 years? Ah, that's very great. That's, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sybil. Thank you, Sybil. Thank you, Sybil. I mean, it's interesting, right? Different people have different reactions to this kind of, information, to how, you know, thinking about aging and commitment and stuff like that. It's been my favorite job. I love doing this. You know, but yes, I hope you had a lovely time. If you would like to raid and run, that is perfectly fine. If you'd like to stay here, that is also well. Let me say hello to the other raiders, Sokoteki and Yuki Goomba. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome in. I'm still doing warm-up, so it's going to be a minute before I start the sheet for thanking raiders. But I'll get started on that at some point soon. I definitely just have to get through this first pangram. I hate not... I like to get through the first pangram before I do anything else, at the very least. Did I not change the category? Let's do art today. Let's call it reading and writing. Or maybe not, maybe not. It looks like the edit stream info is, I'm not allowed to edit my own stream info. Yep, edit stream info is broken, as it so often is. As it so often is. It's too much ink. Oh yeah, that's bad. That's bad. That's quite bad. Oh. Ah. Okay, hold on. Let's I'm gonna mess around with my desk layout a little bit here. Put my blotter paper up there. Currently, I'm moving it way too much. No. Hello, CC. Hello, CC. It was Eternal Storyteller's 4-year. It was Eternal Storyteller's 4-year. My third year stream was May 20th. That's when I do my streamer anniversary. So it's been a minute. I tend to keep it pretty low key. Hello, Deoturn. Hello, Deoturn. Thank you for the watch streak. Yeah. I tend to, like I said, I tend to keep mine quite low key. I take the affiliate anniversary more seriously. That's in October. Hitting go live the first time felt less daunting to me than getting to the point where I could get emotes. All right. And let's try this out a little bit more. So you're the C0. So let's use... I don't currently have a C1 active. My C1 was busted and I need to replace it. I have spare C1s. I don't need to buy a new one. It's just... that's the C2. Really, the C2 feels so small. The C1... when you're doing these kinds of things, you need to strip the machine oil off of them. You need to strip the machine oil off of them. So, let's get another one of these out. And where are the guidelines? There's the guidelines. And there's different techniques for stripping off the oil. And it takes some time, right? It's something you can't just do, like, instantaneously. I guess I could try. That's something I should do. That feels like an off-stream task. Oh, we're coming up on ads soon. We are coming up on ads soon. I can't tell how soon we're coming up on ads, because, once again, Twitch is being annoying. I don't know. I don't know. I don't actually have any Chinese ink. I have some Japanese ink. I don't know how different Chinese and Japanese ink are. It writes differently with fountain ink and, like oil ink, which is what I'm using right now. And the, this is, you know, this is Speedball, like, formal ink, formal calligraphy ink, which will ruin a fountain pen, but I mostly have written with fountain pen ink because I come from fountain pen world. Before I was I'd learned fountain pens before I got, actually around the same time, but I always learned on fountain pens. Wow, I'm like way better with this size. Jeez. Compared to working with the Zero, this is much better. Fountain pen is usually less daunting to write. The thing about fountain pen ink is that it deposits a lot more aggressively. Which with these broad nibs means that, like, they bleed on feather a lot more. No. Feathering is an effect. Feathering is an effect. It's not like actual feathers. Feathering is an effect where the ink spreads out. It's called feathering because the way that paper fibers are structured, it doesn't look like a spreading wet pile. You can actually see some right here. It'll follow a kind of like sharp, feathery looking texture. I'm getting some feathering right now. The paper I'm writing on right now is quite light. Which is a good preview. In terms of weight. But no, I obviously don't write with feathers or on feathers. That would be extremely uncharacteristic of me. Yeah, like veins, The answer, CC, is that there isn't a paper to prevent that. Whether or not your paper does that depends on the ink you're using. And it depends on how thick the nib you're using is, and on several qualities of paper. So there's not a paper that does that. It is a constant experimentation process between the inks, pens, and paper that you are using. It's not something that can be prevented by like a singular treatment. Hello, Blue. Hello, Blue. Good evening, Blue. How are you doing? Yeah, no, I have like 10 different types of paper, CC. I am experimenting with a specific type of paper right now that has a lot of properties I like. It plays very poorly with fountain pens. But it does play pretty well with this type of ink, even though I screwed up here. And the big advantage of this type of paper is it's really cheap. It's going all right, Blue. It's going all right. We're still pretty early in the night. Did the ad break run already? I'm not getting any alerts about ads in any form or context. Oh my god. I'm very annoyed about that. I cannot see my own ad manager, and it's not telling me when my ads are running at all, in any way, shape, or form. Or when they're coming. The only thing I have to count on is, like, the timer. When did they end, Cece? When did the ads end? Okay, let's start. Hello, Ryan. Hello, Ryan. Good to see you, Ryan. And let's get Eternal Storyteller down here on the page. Maybe 1 minute ago. I mean, it should be 3 minutes of ads. Should be 3 minutes of ads. I am mostly irritated because that's when I take my bathroom break. And hello, Blue Rose. Hello, Blue Rose. I mean, the issue is more that I can't see it. Like, it's literally a blank screen. My ad screen is literally... My ad manager is literally just black. With no information on it. Oh no, you're too easily influenced, CC. Weird. That's interesting. That's interesting, Ryan. That's interesting. I hope what they said was nice about me. Or if what they said was mean about me, I hope it was at least funny. Oh, now I'm curious. Now you make me curious. Now you make me curious. Now you make me curious. So, Eternal Storyteller does not have a... They do not have a... They go by no underscore name. I've never heard of this one before. Okay, you were correct. You're correct. I do not know them. Thank you for snitching on them. Oh, Nanomancer, you are not live. What the hell? What the hell? You good, buddy? Did the knowledge about He-Man kill you so badly that you ended stream early? You should have blamed it. You should have blamed that information. You should have blamed the intel. Nanomancer learned who is playing Skeletor in the new He-Man movie and it killed him. At least Fetterman didn't. True. Ryan the Space God also died. Ryan the Space God also killed. This is what I get for estimating how long a name is based on the number of syllables, rather than actually counting the letters. Got new dice that glow in the dark. Excellent, young Lee. Excellent. I think I don't know if he was great in Blade Runner 2049, but I do think it was a pretty good casting. I think that was he was kind of the right guy for that. He leaned into his strengths. Yeah, yeah. He leaned into his strengths. Got a new ebook reader and immediately figured out how to put AO3 on it. Oh no. Oh no. I say as if I'm actually... I don't read AO3 often, but I'm not, actually above reading AO3. Yeah, I don't think it's actually that weird. I don't think it's that weird to think he did a pretty good job in, hello, Vetelina. Hello, Vetelina. I'm a poser. I don't actually speak Latin. Let's get this out of the way for the second. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I just looked at the right side of my desk. Kit, have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. And also that reminds me that I have a task. Kit has reminded me that I have a task here. He's a poster. Am I a poster? I do post. Oh, it's supposed to sound like English when read aloud. Caesar et erat forte, Brutus ad sum iam, Caesar sic in omnibus, Brutus sic in tram. No, hold up, time. Owned. Owned. Okay. Yeah. Un petit set I can't do that. Seton au hals. Oh my god. Sorry, Twitch is just crashing on my end constantly. I do post. It has been known to happen. Against my better judgments, I have been known to do it. That's French for kid of a kid gets surprised in hall. Or I guess Le Hall, which is a place in Paris. I see. I see. I see. I see. I see. Well, probably not, because I've never been to Paris and I don't have any plans that would put me in Paris. On any sort of human timescale. I'm gonna try out something new here. I like these capital H's. I just don't actually have any plans. My travel plans are feeling overwhelming and overburdened right now. And Europe never enters the conversation for me. I don't know, just doesn't enter the conversation for me. I have plans for Asia. And oh my god, I'm overwhelmed with American travel plans. I cannot keep up with my America travel plans. Oh, Vetalina, thank you for the follow. I am surprised you weren't already following me. Also, yeah. I've got to do push-ups. I gotta do push-ups, per Nyanomancer. Nyanomancer has demanded push-ups, and I've been balking because I got distracted. So I'm going to push-ups. It's push-ups time. Push-ups times. Thank the cat for the push-ups. Okay, posture assumed. Elbows tucked in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ha! Feels good. Oh, feels good. I mean, at this point in my life, it's less like getting buff than just like getting the slack out of my body, right? I can like feel my joints recover so well. Yeah, knock the dust off. Clear them out a little bit. Ugh. Oh, yes, please, please, CC, please, CC, get some good rest, get some good rest. Thank you for stopping by. Always a pleasure to see you. Always a pleasure to see you. Fake alternate universe katakana. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I must admit that I've always preferred hiragana to katakana. I prefer the more flowing shapes. But I'm also a sicko who actually enjoys writing kanji, so... So I can understand why somebody would not want to listen to me. When you have time. Yeah, and I suppose... That's kind of my whole thing, right? Is using my time inefficiently. Right, like if I wanted to be efficient, right, I wouldn't do calligraphy at all. Just like you can write Comic Sans perfectly. Well, I don't know what tool you would use for that. It wouldn't be a broad nib, right? You wouldn't use a broad nib. I don't know what you would use to write Comic Sans. A crayon? I think you'd use a brush. I would assume a brush. You'd use a brush at a high angle, is what I would assume. You'd want like a really, really vertical one. Can only write with the blood of those who displeased him. Oh. Speaking of displeased. Pyromancer, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the prime. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for the prime. As you all know, this is a viewer-supported stream. It is supported by viewers like you. You keep this pen flowing. And keep the lights on. And that is and food in my stomach. How are we doing on time here? Did not refute the allegations. I would not use somebody's blood without their consent. Though I suppose that would mean if I used only my blood, that would be the blood of those who have displeased me. So. Ho ho ho. It's a statement I can misconstrue. Good. Ridiculous. I'm actually kind of confused as to how you could misconstrue it. The only way I can really the only way I can construe it is that I am a person who has both displeased me and am able to consent to using my blood. I don't really know like how many other construes there are available. Feels like kind of the only construing that there is to do. Let's try to move a little bit faster here, right? Okay, reload it. Like this is strange. I feel like my writing is better with this C2 than with the C0, and usually it's harder to write with smaller nibs. I found that with fountain pens that with my Pilot Parallels is that the fountain, the 6mm. Well, 6mm are challenging in their own way, so I guess that might be what's going on here. 6mm have their own kind of challenge where hairline mistakes show up really obviously. Alright, let's clear that out. And let's clear this up a little bit. As in, by clear this up, I mean just make sure I don't spill anything. Some water. Okay, so that's Jonken. Next up is Schemy, which this might be a little bit of a challenge here. Because my blue has been the least cooperative. Blue has been the... Oh, it's being quite nice right now. Okay. Hello, Gringotts. Hello, Gringotts. How are you doing, Gringotts? How are you doing, Gringotts? I heard you were feeling unwell. Doing better? That's good to hear. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. It was strep throat? Okay, that's dreadful. That's dreadful. I haven't had strep in a very long time, and I'm grateful for it. And I do like the TH ligature, yeah. I don't like how this R looks. It looks way worse on the camera than it does in real life. It's bothering me a lot. Should make up biscuits. The undignified kind? Ridiculous. What do I get out of calligraphy emotionally? Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. A part of it that is kind of an interesting one that you didn't mention, is that I feel connected. I feel connected to the past. It's definitely not hyper-focus, because if I was hyper-focused, I wouldn't be streaming it, right? I can hyper-focus on it, but I can't hyper-focus on something and stream at the same time. That's outside of what I am capable of doing. Or rather, like, people have seen me do it on stream, and it produces much worse streams, right? But it does make me feel connected with the past, with history. I enjoy the process of, like, very quick feedback. Yeah, that's one of those things I end up talking about. I was talking about Mabel with this earlier, right? That the real weakness for me as a streamer is streams where I get too focused on what I'm doing and ignore chat. And so I'm obviously not doing that while I'm doing calligraphy. I don't tend to hyper-focus when I'm not on stream doing calligraphy. If I'm not on stream doing calligraphy, I'm doing it off stream. I tend to actually, like, listen to music or a podcast while I'm doing it. Hello, Mix. Hello, Mix.
Hi. I was not speaking because I wanted you to finish your statement. So I didn't want to interrupt by... even though I wanted to come in, right? So
Yeah, I'm grateful. I'm grateful. I'm grateful. I was hoping you'd come by.
I figured you were trying to attract me specifically, so
I actually kind of
well,
figured
maybe
after
not
you didn't come in like
specifically, but
once you didn't
yeah.
come on like 20 minutes ago, I kind of figured that you weren't feeling up for it.
It's all right. It's all right. I'm good. I'm good.
But yeah, I do enjoy. So a thing that kind of dominates my psychology is I feel like I have too much energy, and I don't quite know how to describe it. I feel like there's a kind of bubbling underneath my brain, underneath the surface of my brain.
Racing thoughts, manic energy. That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's it's not even manic energy. It's like it's like undirected energy. And
like the RLS of for your brain, right?
yeah. Like,
yeah,
that's
I
a
know
good way
what
to put
you're
it.
talking about, right?
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and running is actually the best for it, but calligraphy does help a little bit with, like, I think of it less as, venting is not a bad way to think of that. I think about it as burning, right? That it burns
It's a fuel
off the
source,
excess.
right?
Yeah.
It's a fuel source, so you're burning it rather than venting it out, right?
Yeah,
You're not just dumping the fuel, you're using it for something.
Yeah, well, not even necessarily using it, right? It's like an uncapped oil well, right? It needs to be
Maybe
yeah.
Maybe it's a little bit like boiling down, like simmering something down, right?
Yeah. That's not too bad. Yeah.
Like when you're cooking and you're making a soup and you need to simmer it down to so it's less viscous, right?
my least favorite, more viscous, but my viscosity is funny. Viscosity is funny. More viscous means thicker. It feels like it shouldn't.
Okay.
But
Okay.
But
this I did not know, actually. So
I just realized I think I spelled Dorney wrong. I think I spelled her name wrong. Yeah. Hold on, let me check something here. But yes, it's kind of like that. Like running is, like I said, running is by far the most important and valuable way of me engaging with that problem. Where I think I am. Yep, I spelled Dorney wrong. That's fine. I did the R really bad, so I don't mind getting a do-over. Yeah, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna do another take. Ryan. But yeah, that's kind of like that's like a big dominating issue in my life, is that I feel like and it's not like useful energy, right? It's not like useful energy.
it's
like
cortisol, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
To use the internet's new favorite thing to refer to stuff as. Give it another couple months and they'll swap over to something else, because you notice everybody stopped talking about dopamine.
Yeah.
Now they're talking about cortisol instead. Right?
So the serotonin's already kind of cashed out. That's a little bit more of a millennial thing.
It's been cashed out since Girl in Red wrote that one song. Right?
Yeah. So it's not going to be serotonin. It's not going to be dopamine. Oxytocin feels like that was about 4 years ago. That's still pretty recent.
Yeah.
That's still too recent to come back into vogue. Cortisols.
Yeah, but no, it was dopamine the last couple years, honestly. People were talking about dopamine constantly. Dopamine this, dopamine that. Right?
Adrenaline is like the Gen X one. That's the one the Gen Xers never showed up
Adrenaline
about.
is Gen X, and it's also just
it's part of
into the public mythology so much. Right?
Yeah, it's just so common.
That it's too common. It's not a cool thing to say because you've just learned about it in your high school chemistry class.
Similar thing with testosterone, right? Where it's so baked into
low test over and over and over again, and now you're just not
testosterone poisoning. I recently heard the phrasing testosterone autism.
Oh God.
It was somebody was describing how men, as they get older, will sometimes develop testosterone autism, where they get really interested in military history and learning about machines.
Learning about machines is just autism. That's just autism. It's one of the kinds of autistic hyperfixation. There's machines, there's math, there's languages, there's like your favorite media.
Oh, and don't
Like
forget
Sonic
about
the
dinosaurs.
Hedgehog, basically.
Dinosaurs.
And dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are very important. Sometimes there's rocks.
Mm-hmm. Well, those
Rocks-
guys are special. The rocks guys are special.
The geology autism guys are like special and precious, and we must protect them because they are driving science forward like day by day by day.
Yeah.
Like actually, unironically.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like there's military machines and then there's non-military machines.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Those two are different.
Yeah, no, the train guys and the military hardware guys are very different.
Yeah. Yes.
I tell this story a few times because I think it's very funny to me that like the real science, because like I am interested in military equipment because it is a part of like how militaries work, and I find conflict interesting. And
you find specifically military organization and how it is in many ways
social
weaponized sociality, right?
Yeah. I find that interesting, and it's military affairs are deeply important to pretty much every culture that we have any sort of knowledge of so far. And so to me, it's a topic that I have learned about because it makes learning about other topics I care about more comprehensible, right? It's if I am studying a topic and there's a part of the topic that confuses me, I want to learn more about that subtopic. So I learned a fair amount about military machines.
Also, yeah, there is actually the music autism.
Oh,
Also,
yeah.
metalheads.
Oh my God, metalheads.
Sorry, I'm just being mean. I'm just being mean to the metalheads now, but
I mean, it's fair. I'm mean to the metalheads, and I'm one of them.
I'm convinced that the audiophiles have just like made it impossible for people who have like a lot of fixation on music to get diagnosed with autism at this point.
Ooh, that's possible.
I think that like it is such a socially accepted thing to be really, really fixated on like sound quality that it doesn't get recognized, even though this actually is an autistic trait, which by the way, guys, we all have. Everybody has them. Right?
Yep.
It's just what it's called, right? These fixative traits, these neurotypicalities that we all have like 1 or 2% of in our brain, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's like, it's in fact possibly one of the things that makes us different people and not all carbon copies of the same brain shape, right? It's always been pretty interesting to me, but yeah,
the story,
military history is very important, right?
Yeah, the story that I always like about this is Rooftop Nuna is a total gunfucker.
Absolute gunfucker.
Yeah, and I remember talking with him at a party, and I tried to be like talk about like tanks or something like that, and he was just like, "Yeah, no, I only like small arms." No, he like knows like everything about small arms. It's like madness. It's crazy how much this guy knows.
Yeah, it's not the holistic understanding of the military complex, basically.
No,
right?
Yeah, it's not. He is there to catalog different small firearms. That is what he is here to do. He is here to collect facts and talk about facts about rifles. Really just rifles. I don't even know if he talks about pistols. It's really just assault rifles. I don't know if he cares about anything else.
It's weird how specialized some people get in their interests, you know, like regardless of whether this is a neuroatypicality or just like a really strong interest or whatever, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting how into things people get and how, like, the thing that drives me nuts, right? This is something I've been stuck on for a little while now, is how hard it is to get people to care about things that they don't already care about.
That's very tricky. I will say it is kind of an interesting one to highlight. So go ahead.
Oh no. I was just gonna follow up, but you can go ahead.
Continue your follow up. I'll get my own.
It's like, so from my perspective, right? Me as a human being, right? I can only obviously speak from my own processes because I can only be explained other people's processes. I cannot experience them myself, right?
Yeah.
But for me, when I know that I don't know something, that worms at the back of my brain, right? It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter whether I care about what the subject is. It doesn't matter if there's a pre-established interest. I develop an established interest because I don't know it, and that's unacceptable. Right? That's how I work. That's how my curiosity works. My curiosity works inversely to how much I know. I become less curious the more of an expert I am.
Okay. Yeah.
It isn't because my curiosity is being satiated per se. It's because I know at any point I could go to that thing that I know a lot about and use my knowledge to learn more. But this other thing that people are talking about for some reason that is apparently important that I know nothing about and have never thought is important, well, there must be something to it, right? There must be something. There must be a reason for this. And I'm going to be completely honest with you right now. Most of the time it feels like there is no discernible reason for this.
Yeah.
I run into this a lot, where it's just like somebody said something on some live stream or some television show, and now everybody's suddenly interested in this thing that I have been ignoring for 20 years because I just don't think it's important.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This happens with things I'm interested in, too. I will tell you, right? The one most of my consultation is the language and process of therapy.
Oh my god, yeah, I'm sorry.
If I go one day without hearing somebody use therapy speak at a level that is like they have taken one class in university and only attended two of the actual sessions, I will die happy. Like, holy shit. Please, everybody stop using therapy speak if you're not, like, trained. Please, please.
It's bad, man. It's bad.
I'm actually very happy that people talk about boundaries now, actually. Just, like, this is something you were talking about with Mabel before.
Yes,
right? Because I was there for that whole conversation. And boundaries are a great thing for people to talk about. But people need to understand that boundaries are a kind of a concept. I got the shout out for you, man.
Thank you. Welcome in, Babinka Bear. Welcome in, Babinka Bear. How are you doing, my friend? How are you doing? My name is Almantas VT, and I am currently doing calligraphy, which is what I do very frequently. I'm a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber, and I love a lot of old things. Somebody asked me why I do calligraphy, what I'm getting out of it, and frankly a lot of it is that connection to the past, is that connection to presumably I have some non-direct ancestors on account of how this works, some non-direct ancestors who were, you know, little Irish scribes in Ireland doing calligraphy of the Bible and passages and stuff like that for a while. Again, probably not directly descend from them because of how monks work, but probably some of those in my lineage. It is not my birthday. It is not my birthday. No. Other people are, I'm writing birthday messages for other people.
It's your birthday, man? Holy shit, happy birthday.
It is for John Ken Palm, Schemy B. Dorney, Not a Professor, and SybilTheMoth all need birthday messages. Sybil. And let me get in the, so, red, orange, but yes. Yes. How was your stream, Babinka? How was your stream? What were you chatting about? What were you chatting about? I mean, the thing about my birthday is you can always go, well, I wouldn't say I've been missing it.
You can just wish him a happy birthday at any point, and it's entirely possible that you will be right. Entirely possible, yeah.
Nobody would know. Not even me.
Especially not you.
Especially not me. But thank you for rating. This is my thank you for rating sheet. What is that? The happy birthday will continue until morale improves.
I know somebody whose only raid message is happy birthday. That's the only raid message they ever use.
I think I've been in that raid. Who was that?
It's Aki.
Yeah, yep.
Or at least she used to do this. I don't know if she's
I was like, I think I've been in that raid. I think I have been in that raid. Like, so the recent games that were announced, and then reminisced about Advice Animals and Rage Comics.
Advice Animals.
Is vegan egg salad a known thing? It is. I didn't ever particularly love egg salad, even when I wasn't vegan, so I didn't really think very hard about it. But
like
yeah,
eggs
I've seen
in my salad, but that's not really the same thing.
No, it's not. Egg salad is a little bit more like a tuna salad.
Yeah. I also like tuna in my salad.
But
but yeah, so what I think it's actually really good for people to talk about concepts like having boundaries, right? Having limitations. I do, however, think that people often act as though boundaries are something that was like naturally occurring within them, that magically formed by magic.
Oh, and that's very silly, yeah.
That's troubling, right? It's like, I don't think that concept is being often communicated very well. It's being used as shorthand without understanding what it's shorthand for, right?
Yes.
Hello, Fox.
Hello.
Damn, you gave away the game so fucking quick.
I'm looking at the stream, Nor.
Oh,
as soon as you join, I notice it. It's like a 10-second delay.
Hi.
I would. If it makes you feel better, Nor, I wouldn't have noticed for a few minutes.
All right. Well, you know what? I'll take solace in that at least.
I'm writing Babinka Bear's name in gold ink. So.
Badinga, happy birthday.
This is not a happy birthday message, but it is a thank you for rating message.
Okay.
Girl has joined in. Yes. Two handsome men wasted completely on this lesbian.
Well, all the women that I like fucking hate me, so, you know.
That is not true.
They seem to very much enjoy teasing you, so...
Yeah, they hate me so much and they want me to fucking die, except for, like, Mothy. No.
Moth, you hear that? That is your invitation to start teasing her harder.
It only works when it's women. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. But so... I think, like, so one thing I actually like about Mabel a lot to, like, hype up one of your good friends and somebody who I watch a lot. I watch her a lot. I think that she does a really good job of communicating what things actually mean when she uses words. Right? She elaborates just enough to not lose people. And that's actually a really important skill.
Oh, it's really difficult.
That I personally lack. Right.
Legitimately, this is like a problem I'm having at my other job, is that we've got a writer who is failing to nail that, who is using the wrong pace on explaining a complicated topic and in fact losing the audience. And it's been that's a real thing that, like, even professional authors
it's quite difficult with. In fact. It's quite difficult, and you never know when you're going to cross into some sort of concept that people just don't have a grounding in, right? And Mabel is very, very talented at communicating lived experience.
Yes.
And that's like hard to do. It's one of the things I admire about her a lot, is how comfortable she is utilizing her own lived experience as a teaching moment, basically, right?
She said that she would probably have been a therapist if she had a different life path.
Yeah, that makes sense. That tracks.
And I think she also would have been a pretty good teacher if she'd had a different life path.
Yeah. I believe she mentioned today that she is like a professionally trained
fitness instructor.
Trainer, right?
Yeah,
fitness instructor. And that's, I will tell you, right? I have some other friends who are fitness instructors, right? They basically are therapists. It's like basically the same damn thing, right? It's just therapists for people who are physically insecure rather than emotionally insecure, right? In a lot of ways, it has the same sort of skill set, the same sort of mindset required in order to engage with it in a way that's, like, effective.
Babinka, I hope you're still here to see the name in gold.
It is very gold, in fact.
Yeah, I actually like this. I like this. I like this ink a lot. Of the speedball inks I've got, pretty. This one and the black are pretty cooperative. The blue has been a pain in my ass. Oh, Sister Anemone, welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Also, Dove Beetle, thank you for the follow. I also need to catch up on hellos, because Noir is here now. Hello, Matthew. Hello, Fulco Zalbera. Hello, Pex Cool. And, of course, hello to Noir and Sister Anemone. But yes. Is Tabasco generally trustworthy past the sprint today? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. It's fine.
Yes.
I am using
Tabasco is it might taste a little flat. That's the main thing.
Yeah. Matthew, I have not broken out the brushes I got from Blick. I have broken out the Flow Aid. And it was interesting. It was actually genuinely interesting to use FlowAid. But this is a new Lightbox from that box set, from that box I got from Blick.
Nice.
Yeah. I don't generally mean to be blue being deliberately obtuse here. But yeah. Let me take a. We should be.
On, by the way,
ads are on now. Okay, then you two are in charge of the stream.
Okay. Have a nice little break.
Yeah, I need to use the bathroom. I'll be a couple minutes because I need to use the bathroom and get some.
Okay,
eat a little bit.
I will blather about things that nobody cares about to your chat in the meantime.
But before you do that, though, how are you doing, man? You feeling any better?
No, but it's fine. I would rather not talk about this in public.
Oh,
so.
I'm sorry. Okay. My apologies.
No, it's fine. No, I recite facts about your family that the government has collected. Emmerich. That's my, that's my action figure sound effect. I may also spill national secrets, but, that depends. So, let me think. So, like, I was kind of talking for a minute there about how people really, like, what was it that, it was like dopamine before cortisol. What was the one before that, Nor? Do you remember?
I wasn't here.
No, I mean, like, historically, right? Like, it feels like every year or so we get a new thing that everybody talks about constantly. No, serotonin was earlier. Serotonin was way earlier.
So
serotonin
right
was
before,
like fucking
right before dopamine. God, it had to have been like. Also, hi, Nyano.
It might not have even been like a brain chemical, right?
Yeah,
it may not have been neurochemical. It may have been something else that everybody was talking about. Like, I don't know. It feels like this is one of these cycles, just like how the fucking chuds have their cycle of like what are they calling diversity initiatives these days, right? What are they calling wokeness these days? What words are they using to refer to the same concept that they do not basically understand? It feels like in like especially streaming spaces right now it's cortisol, right?
The cortisol shit is so funny, dude. Like
it's so annoying. It's so annoying.
It's annoying if it's like people that are like being like even remotely genuine about it. I think like satirically it's pretty funny.
I don't think anybody's actually being truly satirical because I don't think any of them know enough to be satirical. I think they're just using a word that they heard somebody else say. Like that, this is the thing that I'm like really sick of, to be completely honest with you. I'm like losing my fucking mind over people just repeating things. And these are not kids, right? If we're talking about like 15, 16-year-olds, even like 20-year-olds, I can be like, okay, whatever, right? They're just using the slang that they've heard. They don't really think about what it means. But these are like 35-year-olds using this fucking language without actually thinking about it at all. Like, does nobody other than me think about the words that come out of their mouth? It feels like they don't. And it's crazy to me how, like, they don't end up in internet fistfights about the words that they use not making any sense or meaning the same thing to each other.
I think it's because we're kind of broadly, especially, in the internet age, we're very prone to creating colloquialisms. Like,
yes, but they aren't real colloquialisms. They're not even shibboleths, right? They don't mean anything. They are just filler words that sound fun to say. And I really don't care for this.
I understand why you don't like it, but I think the reality of the situation is that, for better or worse, due to the propagation of these sort of things, due to the propagation of such things, it seems as though it's going to be here to stay. Like it's like the word literally,
but see, here's the thing. It's a thing that humans are doing. Therefore, it's a thing that humans can stop doing. Right? This is not naturally occurring. That's not how this works. This isn't just like magic where people start using a word because they use a word. Like it's not like it's being beamed to their brain by God. Right? That's not what's going on here. What's happening
the way that we've structured language isn't like anything other than human made to begin with. You know, there's no.
But some ways of structuring language are better than others.
I'm not. Yeah,
in terms of not actually being able to communicate using words that mean things.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that it doesn't make things more like obtuse and make things generally harder to understand. But I'm saying I don't believe it's without precedent that this is occurring.
No, of course it's not without precedent. That's why I know it's bad. Like, not very little is without precedent when it comes to human behaviors, right?
Yeah.
Because they're behaviors exhibited by humans. Nobody is like some sort of weird creature that behaves in a completely unfounded, untowards, unthought of way. Almost
I can
every
actually
behavior...
name at least one of those.
Sure, but almost every behavior that humans actually exhibit has been exhibited by humans since time immemorial, right?
Yeah.
Like, and this is not a, like, this isn't a situation where what we're trying to do is stop people from exhibiting behaviors. All I'm asking is that people do not just, like, use words without actually ever considering what those words mean. And it feels like people are so adverse to this because it stops them from meaning whatever emotion they want them to, like, communicate at the moment. And I think that this is makes it very difficult to really engage in, like, serious conversation, because there is no degree of tone that you can try and establish that does not lead to everybody fucking making jokes and, like, about every single fucking word that you say. Yeah. Instead of actually engaging with the substance of the, like, dialogue, right?
So here's my follow-up question, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you feel about slang broadly? I'm not saying that this is slang. I'm not saying it's an exact one-to-one, but I'm curious as to
slang is fine. There's nothing wrong with slang, and there's nothing wrong with slang, even if it is. There is a communication problem inherent in technical terminology becoming slang. There is an inherent communication issue with that, but that is manageable, right? This is something that can be managed by, like, context, right?
Yeah.
The problem is, haha, funny word. I said funny word. This is the equivalent of just saying 6'7".
Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying.
Or bazinga. Right? Like, this is the equivalent of bazinga is what's going on a lot of the times here. This is not language evolving. This is people picking up a word that everybody's using and saying it because it's funny to say. It's stimming rather than any actual communication. And then sometimes it turns into communication, much to my consternation, right?
Are you saying that this is the fault of the broadly what's the word? Over too many neurodivergent people on the internet in this space doing this shit?
No,
no. Okay, I'm
saying that. Yeah. I'm saying that it's actually the fault of mainstream normies hearing words and then thinking that they're funny.
Okay, gotcha.
That's actually who I blame here. Like, I'm not going to blame people for using words to express things that they can't articulate otherwise, right? Okay. I think that is a perfectly okay thing to do. They just have to be, prepared to either explain themselves or not be understood. Right? That's the thing about language in general. If you use words unusually or out of the context in which they are normally used, you have to be prepared to either explain yourself using other words, right? It can't be shaped like itself here. Or you have to be okay with not being understood by other people.
Yeah, I mean, that's an issue that, like, especially I get when I'm talking to, like, Europeans. Like anybody that's ESL, like, especially when it comes to, like, very specific,
it can be extremely cross-threading for people, like, who are ESL to express themselves.
Yeah, like either regional, either regional or time specific slang. Sometimes they get really like some of the more wide, like, if someone says, "Oh, that's pretty sick," like, most of the time they'll get it right, even though that's like a 90s thing. But, like, if you were to say like jive or
cool.
something, they would not get it.
Yeah. Well, I think if you said jive in the same way you say sick, I think you actually could. I jive with that, right?
Yeah, maybe. I think
tone. So the thing about slang is that slang is often ruled by tone.
Yeah.
Right. Slang becomes slang because of the tone and context in which it is used. It is a form of encoding speech, right? Slang is a form of encoding speech. It is a form of shibboleth. It is a form of signaling, right? In a lot of ways. It's not conscious usually. Usually it's just mimetic, right?
Yeah.
The thing about these manufactured slang terms, which is what I view this as, right, is that all they really achieve, I feel, in terms of human communication, is to obscure the use of these languages, these words, as in serious contexts. The phrase that I often use, which is not the best phrase to use, so I apologize for using it right now, is devaluing the word. If you refer to everything as evil, then it's going to be harder to get people to take you seriously when you talk about evil, and it's going to be harder for me to get people to take me seriously when I talk about evil. Right? And oversaturation of word use makes people numb to hearing those words. This is why the word fuck doesn't fucking mean anything anymore.
Fuck.
This is why nobody thinks like any literal excrement when somebody says shit, unless they qualify it with another word, because it's so oversaturated that everybody has become desensitized to it, right? And obviously, I do not have the ability, capacity, or desire to control the language that people utilize.
Oh, I think Al's
to
back.
Express themselves, right? He's
of course.
Back. Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned literally earlier.
Literally is a good example of something that has never actually bothered me.
Somewhat the case with Nazi, I don't know. I think it's
that's a different problem.
Different, yeah, that's a different issue altogether.
The issue with that is
Hyvex.
When you portray something as historically so evil, even if it was really, really evil, so evil that there's nothing that possibly could have been accepted about it, even in the time, and it's like some sort of like work of Satan stuff, it becomes very difficult for people to take it seriously as a real thing that existed, right?
Yeah,
that undermines the dangers of this thing. You have to talk about the other problem here is like when it comes to like the big ones are like Nazis and slavery, right?
Yeah.
Those are the two big ones in like history teaching that get blown not so much out of proportion because they were really, really bad, but the way they're talked about is not detailed enough with too much moralizing. Right?
It feels today...
there's too much of a moral judgment being passed without going into detail on why that judgment is being passed, and it makes people think that it's just not real. And that's like really problematic, obviously, right? Obviously, right? Sorry. Hi, Vex. It's good to see you.
I was gonna say, I think it's like, at least in the modern day, like especially with the word Nazi, it's I'm trying, Vex, thank you. It's sort of become like a modern cry wolf scenario where some people who will use it rather flippantly have given people who, you know, certain people like ammo to say like, oh, well, it doesn't mean anything anymore because you people just call everyone a Nazi. When
that's
like we,
true.
you know, like
so
when we have a literal Nazi problem going on
Yeah.
right now.
There is a convergence of things happening here as well, which is that for a little while, the Nazis were such a fucking laughingstock that was actually the appropriate way. Like, if you identified as a white supremacist, everyone on the internet thought you were the biggest loser on the planet.
Absolutely.
Right? Everyone thought you were a big dumb loser. If you acted like an actual racist rather than just using racist language as a joke, basically, which not something I was ever okay with, but it's a thing that people did, right? Everybody like turned on you immediately. You immediately got dogpiled if you actually acted racist, right? If you actually said some racist shit, if you actually said some anti-Semitic shit, if you actually said some Nazi shit, you got dogpiled and buried. Like, something awful went after you. Everyone on the goddamn internet went after your ass. Like, instantly.
Yeah.
Right? And because of that, we have phrases like grammar Nazi. Because of that, we had, like, even in the 90s, we had Seinfeld making fun of, you know,
the
Nazis
soup Nazi.
with the soup Nazi,
Yeah.
right? That's the and that's where I would say the term of calling somebody a Nazi when they're just really strict or fixated on something came from, actually, that particular episode of Seinfeld. That was a really, really popular episode of Seinfeld, right?
Yes, extremely
hugely influential.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, her name is Stormfront, by the way. Theo was talking about a character from The Boys, right? I think it was very clever to gender flip that character. The comic version is a male character who's, like, obviously a Nazi. I think it was actually very clever to make her a bit of a pick-me, basically.
Hold on, I forgot to grab my water.
Given that a lot of what The Boys is doing is kind of modernizing a lot of the political messaging of the comic, which, by the way, not a good comic. Don't waste your time reading it.
Damn, we just came out with it.
Yeah. No, it's the Boys is not subtle, guys. Like, it is not a subtle comic.
I haven't read any or seen any of it, but from what I know of it, yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
It's really not subtle, and I'm kind of glad it isn't, because I'd be very worried that people would miss the point if it was
of The Boys.
Of The Boys, yes.
People still did.
People still miss the point of The Boys. Now,
yeah.
To be fair, I have not watched the entire show, so I don't know whether the point of The Boys is different in the show. I think it deals more with toxic masculinity than the comic does. The comic is, Garth Ennis thinks your superhero stuff is stupid and also really gay. Fuck you, right? That's the point of the comic, right? Also, that this is a capitalistic horror show that has no meaning. That's his actual point, right? That's the deeper Garth Ennis point. This is me giving Garth Ennis a lot of credit, because I know Garth Ennis loves Superman, right? Which is very interesting. He thinks Superman is a very genuine sort of character, and he hates every single character who is based on Superman. Very weird. But yeah, no, we were talking about slang and the evolution of language.
Okay.
While you were gone, because of the cortisol thing specifically, right?
Yes, of course.
And I have a lot of, like, I personally have some issues with the way, I'll repeat myself for your benefit. I have some issues with the way people talk about talking, basically, right? Talk about word choice and word use, where it feels like everybody just wants to use, they don't want to choose their words carefully. They want to just use whatever word feels right to them at the moment. And well, there's nothing really wrong with that. And it's wrong of me to judge this. I still judge it. It's really hard for me not to, because I spend so much time trying to figure out exactly how to say what I want to say. I choose my words very carefully. I know what every word that I use means, like down to euphemism. And I don't engage with communication in the sense of, like, I am trying to tell you how I feel using whatever words and projecting as much emotion as possible into them. That's not how I communicate, because I'm not interested in doing that. I'm interested in communicating to somebody what I mean. I want them to understand what I am saying, not how I feel, what I am saying. And so I run into this problem where it really feels to me like everybody else is more interested in making their feelings understood than their thoughts. And that's where I run into this difficulty of, like, you're saying words, but they don't mean anything. They're just there to convey the tone that you want to convey. Right? And, like, you probably have a lot of thoughts about this because of signaling and shibboleths, right?
Yeah,
which is what a lot of this ends up being.
Yeah, I do think about this. I think I am hesitating from tooting my horn here too much, because oftentimes when I'm speaking, right, I'm not thinking very consciously. I was actually having a very interesting conversation. Welcome back, Kit. And hello, Prigar, and hello, Galaxy Wolfstar, if I didn't say so, and Robert Brown, if I didn't say so. I think I did, but I apologize if I forgot. I oftentimes, I've been having this conversation with a couple of friends over the last couple of days that, probably over 2 weeks now, where I feel like I am a more honest and complete communicator over text than I am out loud. And the way that one friend of mine, a very good friend of mine, put this was, saying what comes first rather than what is best.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Prigar, it's extremely not morning here. It's extremely the middle of the night for the three of us. And
it is nearly. I mean, it's not so much the middle of the night, so much as the very, very, very early morning. But yeah, 12:30 p.m. a.m. Right. So
yeah,
we are all East Coasters.
Yes, we are U.S. East Coasters. I mean, we are half an hour off of literal midnight. So
imagine the East Coast.
You were on our time zone even when you weren't here.
I know, which is still don't make no sense to me, but. Like, was it because of Detroit? Like, what was up with that?
It's because of Detroit.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, maybe it's because they considered Detroit and Lansing to be more culturally East Coast than Midwestern.
Nah. I think it has to do with the auto industry. Not gonna lie.
I think it's actually probably just. I think it's actually even dumber than that. I think or more scientific than that. Which is just, they considered how far off noon was from that. That's it. It's just
that's so fucking like literally because I lived pretty close to the Indiana border.
Yeah.
Not even an hour drive.
Mm-hmm.
Literally crossed the border, going directly south.
Mm-hmm.
Clock goes back an hour.
In fairness, the Indianans, when it comes to timekeeping, are complete savages.
That's whoa. Okay, all right. Okay, all right.
You didn't know about this?
Hold
you didn't
on.
know about this?
Whoa. I just didn't expect you to use such a word. Like, I thought you were above that. What the fuck, dude?
I am not above making fun of Indiana.
I want to hear that from a fucking Illinoisan. What is it? Illinoisan? Is that the word?
Illinoisian.
Illinoisian? Nah. Now you're fucking with me.
See, he can't be Illinois because that's actually the First Peoples.
the First People would be Illini. That's
Illini,
what
that's true.
Yeah, that would be the membership in that tribe. I'm not Illini. Yeah, they opted into daylight savings times after. No, what they did was actually much more insane, Emmerich, which was they would move between Eastern and Central time every couple of months.
Yeah, Shark Ray. Let me tell you, as a farmer, we benefited exactly never from daylight savings time. I do not understand why it still exists.
That we should just set the clock back an hour every year and never set it forward again.
without setting forward again. Yeah.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
I do not respect time.
I know
time is a concept. I don't believe it.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm reasonably sure that in the case of like why Michigan is on Eastern time, it's like they chose the time zones based off of like when noon happens.
Yeah.
How far off are you from that? Because it used to be the older version, the pre-time zones version of this is that every single city would have their own clock and they would calibrate noon for their city based on when the sun was overhead.
Funny.
And
which is
yeah, go ahead. Which is reasonable.
Oh, I was just gonna say. Sorry.
Which is reasonable up until you have to do train transfers.
Mm-hmm.
It is reasonable up until that very moment, in which case it becomes incredibly annoying to try to keep track of a train schedule where you have to have a 80 bajillion different time clocks, and your timetable has to account for every single town that you are moving through. And so they invented time zones to reduce it down to functionally like 4.
Well, they didn't used to have atomic clocks. You got to
remember.
They
didn't used to. No, they didn't used to. Hello, Kayokuma. Hello, Kayokuma. How you doing, buddy? How you doing, buddy?
So
the Europeans with driving laws, apparently, it's chaos.
So I went ahead and looked it up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Looked up a little bit of the history of this.
Thank you.
Because I have some okay sources for this. Social lobbying is the actual answer. Social lobbying by people from Detroit who wanted.
Hell yeah, Detroit! I hate that place.
We consider most of the rest of the world considers you to be from suburban Detroit.
Yeah, I know. Every time I tell someone, yeah, I'm from Michigan. Oh, so what part of Detroit? My brother in Christ, do you not realize how big this place is?
I mean, Europeans generally don't realize how big America is in general.
Yeah,
they figure that the average state is around the size of Luxembourg.
When I was in the Netherlands,
mm-hmm.
and I was talking to my in-laws about the size of Michigan, they thought that I was bullshitting them. When I was trying to describe to them like how big the state I live in is
mm-hmm.
compared to the Netherlands, and I'm like, you can fit about 6 of them in there.
I'm surprised it's that few.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, the truth is, in America, we could pretty easily just have another 50 states. It wouldn't be hard.
But it's like, I mean, honestly, you could reasonably separate the Upper and Lower Peninsula.
You're just saying that because you don't want to give them to Wisconsin.
No, I could give a shit less if Wisconsin has it. Frankly, they're all the same anyways. Who cares? They're all Yoopers.
They do like their cheese though.
They do have good cheese and beer. I think that's why they let the Upper Peninsula stay with us, is because they don't want those people tainting it. They only took the accent, not the culture.
My culture is not a costume.
My culture is not a costume. I like to go outside in the snow and go ice fishing.
We love telling you guys that Texas is big enough to have 3 Texas inside is pretty good. It's pretty good.
The funny thing, if you talk about social demographics, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the other one that gets people a lot talking to Europeans is, I'm like, you guys need to understand how big Alaska is, because apparently
I struggle with how big Alaska is. Like,
here's to give you some context, okay? Alaska could fit the entirety of Germany, like the entirety of Austria, like half of France, half of Poland. Like, if you just dropped it right on top of Europe, like the entirety of like Western Europe could, with the exception of like Spain and Italy, could almost all fit in Alaska. Like, it's that big. If you were to cut Alaska in half, Texas would be the 3rd largest state in the union.
You can almost fit 2.5 Texases into Alaska, right?
It's upsetting.
Alaska's really big.
Yeah, it's actually kind of hurts my head. Hello, 104th Clone Squad. We're making fun of the Europeans, as we so often love to do here, and they haven't woken up yet. I haven't seen Michan or Nando, so they haven't woken up yet, so they can't stop us, or make me feel bad. And it's kind of, somebody said like,
I recognize several Germans in chat.
I know.
Right
do not worry. We could subsume your country quickly. How would you like to become the 52nd
Yeah,
state?
America's French.
Yeah.
The Yeah, so the U.S. actually does in fact have a pretty low population density overall. We are about 30 people per square kilometer, if I remember correctly, on average.
We waste a lot of space.
We waste a lot of space. It's one of those things that like we waste an enormous amount of space. I go a little bit insane when people talk about us having like not enough space for like fitting more people or something like that, and it's like,
like
we have the population density of Kazakhstan. Like we are like a central. We're not comparable to a European country in density. We're comparable to a Central Asian steppe country in population density.
We could fit a lot more people if we had a few less parking lots.
If we fit a lot less parking lots, I mean, it's just a matter of like, do we want to build the houses, right?
The big thing that I like to tell people that they don't understand is that. Despite being the smallest state, Rhode Island has double the population of Wyoming.
Yeah, Wyoming is exceptionally empty. Beautiful,
like
beautiful.
It is beautiful place. Like I would love to live in a place like that. Are you kidding me? Like, but no, it's nobody lives out there. Like. They talk about the Midwest being flyover. Fuck no, dude. The Rocky Mountain like area is just dead.
I knew a guy from Wyoming, and
no,
according
that's
to
Oklahoma, Emmerich.
I know a guy who lived in Wyoming, who grew up in Wyoming, and according to him, functionally the entire state was on a first name basis with Dick Cheney.
Yeah, like
that sounds about right.
Like Wyoming,
it's
Wyoming, y'all have to remember is like in the same area as like the Yellowstone National Park, and you guys know how beautiful that place is.
Yeah,
Wyoming is pretty much entirely like that, the entire state, but just nobody fucking lives there. Like I get when you're talking about like New Mexico or Nevada, you know, where it's all fucking desert, you know, I get that. I'll give you why people wouldn't want to live there, but like. Wyoming, Montana, South Dakota, gorgeous.
The average house in Wyoming costs $400,000. So
yeah,
that's part. What are the property taxes like too? They're probably like fucking absurd.
Oh yeah, I imagine, but they shouldn't be. My point is that like we talk about having a population issue, and it's self-imposed.
Actually, it has a really good tax bracket.
Yeah, it's a Republican stronghold.
It's actually really low.
It was really low.
Don't forget the HOA, dude. If you talked about an HOA out in Wyoming, they would probably shoot you.
Yeah,
these are not suburbs. These are fucking hillbillies, dude.
The reason why people don't live in Wyoming, the reason why people don't live in Wyoming is the main reason why people don't live in a given area of the United States, even if it seems really cheap. No jobs.
It's far away from
no jobs.
There's just no jobs.
There's just no jobs. People move to places.
Send the fucking remote worker tech pros there. Like
people live in places for jobs. That's why people move to places for jobs. Like
you give me like really good satellite internet and like a fancy fucking like one of those weird campers and a remote job, I will literally just go chill in the Wyoming mountain ranges like for the rest of my life. I could not give a shit, man.
It is very weird that we do not try to incentivize remote workers to move to places that are low population density.
Yeah, we always try to get them to move to fucking California.
What's happened there, right, is that remote work turned out to be too good, so we had to like nerf it from above.
Yeah,
that seems to be what's happening. Yes, it's very, very, very frustrating.
It's like, oh man, productivity is up, but worker happiness is up.
Yeah.
I don't know about that last one. I do have this lease on this building.
I mean. Like I'm gonna echo our snake friend for a minute here and say that a lot of it is paternalism.
Yeah, I agree.
It feels like America's understanding of work environments is incredibly paternalistic.
Yes.
It's got this sort of idea that your boss is your dad. Right? Your teacher is your dad and your boss is also your dad. And it's always your dad. It's never your mom. It's always your dad. Right? Because patriarchy. But who needs to be able to lay down the law and crack down on you when you aren't doing the right things. And it's like, bro, do you want the work to get done? Is that your goal here? Do you want like the work to be done to a high standard of quality, or do you want to breathe down my neck for not wearing the right color of shoes?
Yeah,
and it really seems like what they'd rather do is the latter. They'd rather have worse work done slower at worse quality,
and they're not kidding.
Wear whatever fucking shoes they want, right?
Dude, the cruelty is the point, man. The cruelty is.
It really does feel like it. It really does.
In most cases, I think it is. Like genuinely, like there's no sense of like even when you consider like the capitalist metric, right? Like the very idea of like we want to make profits as big as possible. They're purposefully going out of the way to make profits worse just so they can increase your misery.
This is my economist of choice. Polanyi remains undefeated. This is Polanyi shit right here. Markets are markets are not an independent thing. They are a part of the culture that makes the market, and success in the marketplace is determined by the cultural values that the market exists inside of. And so success in the marketplace is not actually a mathematical function of producing profits. It is about reproducing the social structures that make the power elite of the culture happy.
Gringotts also makes an interesting point about gerontocracy here.
Yes.
That I think is like actually worth observing.
Well, this is like senior level. He means rank. He's not talking about necessarily like being older. He's talking about rank.
Yes.
Yeah. Like he's talking about
But there's also like this was also a thing that was actually being given out to, like actual seniors as well.
Yeah. I mean, I know people who were remote work pre-pandemic. A fairly rare perk. And actually, the people I know who had that, the one person I know who had that the best, she was at a company that was a truly ruthless cost-cutting measure, was what it was. They were not doing this because of profit. They were not doing this for the workers' benefit. They were not doing this for morale reasons, and they were definitely not doing it for morale reasons. And they were definitely not doing it because of productivity. The productivity was actually only a minor point. It was that building rent was just an annoying expense to them.
I mean, corporate property owners and corporate property firms are actually one of the worst evils facing us right now in America. They're they're actually like really bad, and frankly, we should do away with them. You could even get the truth is you could probably even get rid of the corporate types on board, because they're the ones getting fleeced. Yeah. It's the tech companies getting fleeced by this shit. You could probably even get them on board with getting rid of corporate landlords. Yeah. And it would be better for everybody, because what would probably end up happening is some of these buildings would be bought by corporations who want to use them, and a lot of these buildings would be reclaimed by the government and could then be repurposed into things that are actually useful. You know, if we had a useful government.
If we had a useful government, I mean, the obviously most useful would be like, I mean, housing would obviously be the most useful.
You could easily repurpose a lot of these places into housing units.
Yeah. The funniest answer, of course, would be, and unfortunately the most likely one, even though it's also the funniest one, would be target practice for military stuff.
Oh, God.
Middle of fucking nowhere. No. How about this? Right? We let the current administration do it, and they just put Trump's name on all the buildings, and that's all.
Yeah. Okay, that's very funny. A very funny way to get to revamp the American economy.
That would be extremely funny.
If you do this thing, just murder. Hey, Donald Trump, if you murder corporate landlords, we can reconfigure like thousands of buildings to have your name on it. Not even have your name on it. We'd have so much. We would have so much like waste, right? So much like we'd have so much overhead to go with. It would be like we can reshape the buildings to look like Trump from above.
we can fill all of the buildings with cardboard cutouts of Donald Trump doing a thumbs up or saying you're fired.
Yeah.
Look, all I'm saying is,
the Green Gods.
If we get to round them up and put them to the wall, I think it'd be kind of worth it. It'd be pretty funny.
I genuinely think but this is actually something that I genuinely think needs to be solved soon, or we're kind of like very doomed.
Like, this is one of the hanging swords of Damocles over our heads is corporate landowners, right?
Yeah.
This is like it's really, really, really bad for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
This
like
is
literally everybody. It's bad for everybody except the corporate landlords.
Yeah,
Yeah.
literally a part of Smith in The Wealth of Nations is that, like, these are like the most evil people on the planet. There's actually a really good meme that goes around of a quote from Adam Smith about landlords, and then people will just include a picture of Mao and then say we'll point out that it's Adam Smith and the picture of Mao unrelated, because Mao was not as harsh about the landlords. Mao was nicer to the landlords than Smith was.
Yeah. And I want to note that, well, I think landlords are bad and it's popular to rag on landlords and all that sort of shit. Right, sure. I'm not even talking about the normal fucking landlords who are like renting to humans.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the landlords who own hundreds of massive office buildings that take up a shitload of space and can only be used for corporate purposes, who rent to corporations. This is the only time you will ever hear me being sympathetic to a corporation.
Well, it's slowly but surely. Yeah, I mean, the worst part is that actually the worst part, Emmerich draws, is that the way that you can get a preview of what's going to happen to America is to look at Australia.
Look at Korea.
No, Australia. Australia's
just
Australia's a rough one because their big trend over the last decade or so has been increasing sports gambling.
Gambling? I mean, you know, Kalshi. Which I still can't believe. I mean, I can believe considering it's the United States of America, but man, how that one hasn't been regulated to the absolute dumps yet is like really a show of the deep decline that we are suffering.
I think that the reason why Kalshi has not been regulated out of existence is that it allows insider trading.
Yeah, I know.
That's what's going on.
I know.
It is exactly the sort of thing that we like design financial laws to prevent. It's like the reason, like the thing that our economy and our legal system is designed to prevent is exactly that, because it's so toxic to even like actual corporate business interests.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty rough.
Housing is really, I know a number of people who, like, the thing about us, like, I know a lot of Australians who have gone to live in Japan because they're young enough that they just want them for the JET program, because the ideal person in the JET program is a young, attractive Australian, right?
Yeah.
And like, I can't even blame them, because like, holy shit, dude, get out of there where you can.
Australia's a weird one, because I think there is a non-trivial chance that Australia winds up being just like an incredible place to live in the near future. I think there's actually a couple paths for Australia. The path that is the most disturbing, but not necessarily bad if you are Australian, is that it goes actually down further down its current trajectory into being a Gulf state, but for iron ore.
Yeah.
Which is confusing and weird. The confusing and weird economy to have, but it does appear to be where they are trending. And
never recovered from Lord of the Rings, man, even though that was New Zealand. But, you know.
I mean, their economy's been growing pretty consistently. It's just also paired with like a whole bunch of other weird things happening simultaneously. It's weird, right? It's weird to do like macroeconomic analyses of like what a person's lifestyle is going to look like based on the country they live in. I've never tired of saying that Japanese people I was talking to for the last couple of years have often complained about inflation in Japan, because it got up to like 2.5%. Japan doesn't have an inflation problem. Japan doesn't have a cost of living problem. Japan has a jobs problem. That is a problem facing Japan, is that their jobs fucking suck. But Australia is a weird one. Australia's a weird one, and it does depend on how it handles immigration. And the big question mark, right, is do they figure out a way to turn that immigration into parlaying into a more advanced economy? Because again, they have been acting like they've been a primary industries exporter. They've been a primary industries exporter, which is normally a terrible type of economy to have. And it's kind of remarkable they've gotten as far as they can off of that. And can they parlay that into a more advanced industrial economic base, and into a tertiary industrial base, which is where they've been trending, right? Is more of a service and tertiary industry economy. And that's a possibility that if they harness their solid immigration and integrate the immigration into their general social network in a way that functions well, I think they've got a decent economy. If they do what some people seem to want them to do, the conservative Australian project seems to want to be real dicks to immigrants and then basically turn it into the UAE but iron ore. That's gonna be weird, and I don't know if that was ever a good plan for, Saudi Arabia or the UAE, and it seems like an even worse plan for Australia, to have, like, a native overclass and then have most of your work done by a, like, semi-enslaved guest worker class.
Yeah, I think that's probably broadly not a good idea, Al.
I don't endorse this plan. And then there's, of course, like, the entire economy just completely fucking implodes because, like, people stop needing iron ore, I guess.
I don't. Okay. Look, I'm gonna be like such a prissy, but sometimes the way you say words just fucking spins me out of control. Like, okay, we're gonna glance past iron ore. Okay, we're not gonna.
What did I say that blew your mind? What did?
I need to know. Have I been wrong my entire life when being told that the word is pronounced tertiary?
I've heard both. I don't know.
I
usually say tertiary, but sometimes I say tertiary because it's funny.
You said tertiary. I'm like, what the fuck did this?
Tertiary and tertiary are both valid pronunciations of the word.
Are they?
Just like iron and iron are both valid pronunciations of the word, unless you're British, in which case only iron is the valid pronunciation of the word. And if you ever say iron, you are an American and thus not worth taking seriously.
Like, all I'm gonna say is if I ever hear him enunciate tertiary another way ever again, I'm gonna put another mark in my book.
Wait, what book? What book?
Don't worry about that.
Hello, Mina. Hello,
Bingo.
Mina. It's pronounced Twa.
Hi.
Twa-yeri.
He just, I feel like you do it on purpose. Like
that one was on purpose.
No. I mean, like, in general, I feel sometimes like you try to do like a Super Troopers. You know what I mean? Where you just try to fuck up saying words until people ask you about, like, why are you saying it like that?
I mean, okay, so there are quite a few words where I've said them in pretty goofy ways on account of seeing them written a lot more often than hearing them out loud. Thank you very much for the gifts sub to that_book. Thank you very much, Anonymous. Noir has a death note writing Al's name.
You guys know that there's one that you guys aren't even talking about, right? British English pronounces that word tertiary. Tertiary, right? Tertiary.
Oh yeah, tertiary.
Yeah, but English simplified doesn't count in this house, okay?
Yeah, it's true.
We don't listen to what the people who lost 3 wars in a row are saying.
They won't want to be gross, though.
Yeah. But listen, that goes against the
I feel like how many wars has the United States won recently?
None.
Actually, I mean that it depends on accounting because it's annoying. Accounting is annoying on this front. Hot take: hot take, the U.S. did achieve its objectives in Iraq.
No, I don't think anyone ever thought that the U.S. won Vietnam and was a serious human being, Emmerich.
Okay, no, there is actually there's an interesting argument about the U.S. in Vietnam, which is that the U.S. did win the Vietnam War, but not with guns, but with the shipping container.
Oh my god,
that's pretty funny.
The U.S. did not win the U.S. was losing the war in 1976, but won that war again by 1995.
I will say though, like even though we did accomplish our objectives in Iraq, I think that the broad continued destabilization of the region has proven to
we are not doing ourselves any favors with the current Iran war.
Failure.
It's not helping. It's not helping.
A deep and immensely regrettable failure. How I feel about it.
I like how we've just seemed to have decided that what we should do is we should just undo everything that we've done in the last 10 years every 10 years.
It's
one of the very few good things Obama did. One of the very few good things was his relations with the Middle East.
It's
outside of bombing.
I was about to say, like, I would say most of what he did there was bad, but like, in terms of like, again, being the doing NatSec psycho stuff here.
Yeah.
It's very hard to have produced a better deal for the United States, a better state for the United States than the 2015 Iran deal. Like
yes.
It's very, very difficult to write a better scenario. I can write a better scenario, but doing so, the better scenario that I can imagine would, I think, if a president managed to pull it off, they would get assassinated.
I mean, with the way that the political climate existed then and now, it was one of the best possible outcomes, frankly. And
yeah,
like that's why I said, you know, when I talked about like relations with the Middle East, I was saying like specifically like diplomatic relations, because obviously he did a lot of other immensely terrible things in terms of non-sanctioned actions, but you know, what's a little war crime between presidents? You know what I mean? They've been doing this since what, Truman? Probably before.
I think like in general, I was like, oh, like Washington.
Like, no. I mean, like, you know, like obviously every president's a war criminal. I don't think that's like disputable. It's just I think that the war criminaling really ramped up after FDR.
Well, it's. I mean, Truman did nuke a country. That's
after while they were attempting to surrender, he's like, look, we already made them. Now we got to use them.
That is something that is a point that historians raise pretty frequently. Is that like the decision to nuke Japan was really made in like 1942.
Yeah,
like the reason why Germany didn't get nuked is mostly that they surrendered before the bombs were ready. And like they were practically speaking launched in like 1942, 1943.
Yeah. No, the Japanese were like they saw the writing on the wall. They realized that like the game was up and they were ready to they were in talks. They were literally in communications attempting to surrender. And we're like, but we already made them. We gotta drop them on something.
There is no humanitarian or military strategy excuse for the utilization of the atomic bombs on Japan.
Yeah, like it was the most disgusting war crime, in my opinion, ever committed by anyone, much less just a U.S. president. I don't think anything has ever been as devastating for humanity in general as what Truman basically forced through.
I'm going to contest you on a couple of grounds here.
Okay, feel free.
I don't even think it was the worst one that the U.S. did to Japan in that year.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The firebombing of Tokyo was worse.
Oh, yeah, that was pretty bad. I won't fight you.
The siege of Leningrad a couple of years earlier was absolutely worse.
Well, yeah, when you're talking, right, when you're talking about, like, obviously, like, lives lost, et cetera, right? Yeah, no, not disagreeing with you on that front. But I'm saying the consequences of using nuclear armaments in a war scenario, it's a Pandora's box. It was a seminal moment in human history.
I could argue.
You know what I mean?
I could argue with you on this one.
Yeah.
And say, well, nobody's used them since.
It is
thank God, but the fact is we've been close, and that fucking terrifies me.
It is also worth saying that at the time, they were not considered unique. They were just considered large. The ways in which nuclear armaments have scaled up since then is
astronomical.
Is outside of what the decision making was at the time, and you know, from Truman's perspective, he didn't really force it through. He approved a plan that FDR had already approved.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, it's the blood is still.
Yeah, I mean, he still made a decision. He still made a decision. It's on a lot of people's hands. It's and depending on how we trace responsibility, right? There's a lot of people.
Mr. Oppenheimer, what have you done?
I mean, I was going to get spicy and say us. I was gonna get spicy and say us and say, you know, like Admiral Yamada and so on.
That would have been a little out there, but I get where you're going with
yeah,
that.
I said spicy. But it's it would have been better. It would have been better for World War II just in general to have not happened.
I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah. World War not happening. I
cannot think of a war that I would say it would be better if it didn't happen. Like, you know, like
there's very few.
It would be better if it didn't happen.
Yeah. And
the only ones that are even remotely justifiable are the ones that are the result of a massive uprising of oppressed people against their oppressors.
And in which case, there's still there's still a way that those wars couldn't have happened, which is the oppressors just not being such assholes in the first fucking place, right?
Yes. But if we're talking about like circumstances that lead to a war, as opposed to, I find it hard to imagine a world in which I feel like I have to pay lip service here to the fact that the non-aggressive principle is just like not viable, right?
I
kind of already like broke. Yeah, I was about to say Gringotts has a good one right there. The kind of issue here, right, is that the real thing. I already kind of opened that Pandora's box by saying it would be better if World War II had never happened the United States was not the aggressor. Like they did not start that war. You know, it's the things that happened that led to World War II. Like, I can point to domestic policies that if they had been different, we probably would not have had World War II. Mostly for the better. And they were in Germany and Japan. Yeah, like it was decisions made in Germany and Japan.
I know more about what was happening in Italy also.
Yeah, Italy also. I feel like I always have to make sure that everybody remembers that they were definitely not an equal partner in this situation because they just kind of sucked ass. But
I do want to ask to Gringotts specifically. So I do agree, obviously, that especially what's happened in recent years, not barring the entirety of the existence of the Israeli occupying state and all the awful shit that's happened in the last 100 years or so. Just in recent years, yeah, it's been fucking awful. But I think kind of broadly that this is just an unfortunate unfortunate is carrying a lot of weight when I say this. Please understand that. Result of the continuation of like settler colonialism. And so how do you feel about other instances where like do you feel that they carry the same severity, like you know, the native peoples of the Americas,
I would personally say generally
Africa, etc., you know?
I mean, I will say my take on this, which is that we've included some amount of metrics here that are non-numerical, that are not just quantity of bodies laid into the ground. A major part of what happens with the Gaza conflict that I think is a likely spin out of the consequences of Israel's actions is going to be more genocides like it repeatedly going forward. It is comparable not to the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It is comparable, I think, more to something that didn't happen, which is MacArthur's plan for the Korean War.
Yes.
Which he was wisely fired for. If MacArthur had gotten his way, it is difficult to overstate how different the world would be.
Yeah,
I think that the firing of MacArthur was probably, as bad as other things Truman did, firing MacArthur was probably one of the most intelligent and correct acts a president has ever done.
Putting it very lightly, very lightly.
Yeah. Because, in case people aren't familiar with this, MacArthur's plan for the Korean War was to nuke most of North Korea and a lot of mainland China.
Yeah.
It's the use of nukes in the consensus that we have arrived at in the decades that most of us have been alive for, is that World War II was very exceptional, and the use of nuclear weapons there is a sort of thing that happened then and should not ever happen again. It is not just a weapon of war that you can just use whenever. It was post. Emmerich draws, so MacArthur was a U.S. general. He was actually the general that was in charge of the Philippines when the war started, and he had to retreat from the Philippines, and he was a very good publicist. He served during all of World War II. There's a very famous photo of him waiting off of a troop carrier onto the beach in the Philippines as a way of, because it's him returning to the Philippines, as he said he would earlier in the war. He was a very good publicist. He wound up being the functional, like, military police guy of Japan during the U.S. occupation of Japan and dictating a lot of the terms of Japanese governance. And he wound up being one of the major generals, one of the more important generals during the Korean War. And he proposed a plan to nuke North Korea and China. Like a lot. Like a lot.
Like
and
2 bits.
a lot. And he
like terraform Mars level of nuke.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like he was going crazy. And he what happened was that the consensus from Truman and most of the other generals was, this is a stupid fucking plan. That was the consensus, was this is fucking stupid. We're not going to do this. And then he went to the press over it. He tried to leak the plan to the press to try to pressure the president with public opinion, which is a violation of something that's very, very important that most people don't talk about as extremely important, which is civilian control of the military. That's very important for a republic to have. And he tried to undermine that in order to commit a scale...
Almost unfathomable war crime.
Oh, he got fired. He got court-martialed and fired. Emmerich. He got
kicked the fuck out.
Yeah, he got kicked the fuck out. Like, he got kicked the fuck out.
As Al said, this is one of the best decisions that Truman made.
Yeah. Operation Unthink, there was a plan to I don't know how serious of a plan it was, but Churchill was in favor of just arming the surrendered German units and sending them against the USSR immediately. Yeah, he got fired the fuck for. And what's interesting to me, this is actually an interesting thing to me about MacArthur, is that during the Cuban Missile Crisis, MacArthur was on the don't nuke the USSR side. So sometime in those 10 plus years, he appears to have changed his mind a little bit on some things.
Either that, or they weren't Asian enough for him.
Well, or he didn't feel like they were equivalent circumstances, right? He felt like there was a difference between like a situation that's kind of annoying with Cuba, which is kind of
Kari.
Oh, hello, Kari. Versus like a war that we are currently actively fighting and dying in.
Yeah,
that was probably
that's very possible. From what I've only read like one biography of the guy, but that does actually seem more in character than him just being racist. He was, but
he was.
Yeah,
he was. But
I don't think he was that kind of racist exactly.
He was racist, but that didn't stop him from also being a person who thought, who had like actual thoughts.
I do want to follow up what I'm going to say. Like I, when I made that statement before, I was never attempting to put it like in a sense of saying that one thing is any particularly worse than another. What I was trying to ask, like what I was trying to posit, is that do we consider all these things like war crimes as well specifically, or do we consider it like an issue with the concept of settler colonialism, right? Like even if a war is not occurring, right, quote unquote, do we think of it this way, like especially if it's a long drawn out set of conflicts, you know what I mean?
May I posit something?
Very, very semantic argument here, but
may I posit something that is actually quite semantic in its own way, right? I take issue with the concept of war crime, not because I think that there can be no crime in war, but because I think that it frames the idea that there is a just war to be fought. In a way that is, now I'm not gonna get up on my pacifist high horse here. I'm really not. But I think that we would be better served by talking about crimes against humans, like crimes against humanity, instead of specific, like war crime is fast to say, and it does frame the thing in terms of military conflict. So I think it's a useful term, but I do not think that there is a specific or particular difference between, for example, the kind of crime that is done during war, the kind of horror, human atrocity that is committed during a war, and the kind of human atrocity that was committed during chattel slavery.
Yeah.
I think that they are different, but I do not think categorically they should be considered quite as differently as sometimes they are. I think it would make more sense.
What we've gotten here is actually kind of an interesting thing with war crime. War crimes kind of winds up in an interesting phrasing, because war crime, what we usually mean in common English language is an exceptionally evil act.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was on it, as I was saying, like specific actions, right? That we would classify as like disgusting, like acts of inhumane acts.
And it runs into, and where I'm going with this, I'm generally okay with us doing that, but it's if we're going to start getting semantic, then we have to like eventually address the issue that war crimes are an actual spelled out specific set of crimes, and their degree of severity actually varies really significantly. There's a war crime that gets committed all the fucking time in video games. And I shouldn't say in video games, I mean by video games, which is misuse of the Red Cross.
Yeah. I know there are a lot of them that have changed it. Like Left 4 Dead was one of the bigger ones. They changed it because of it.
I know a person who.
This one is a little ridiculous. I think this one is a little silly.
It is mid and
I understand the purpose, but I think it's a little silly.
Well, I mean, So the thing about war crimes as a concept is that war crimes are not really about protecting humans from depredation in general. They're about establishing limits on how much a war can spiral out of control. That's the purpose of
a intervention by another power, basically.
Well, it's honestly part of the feature of war crimes. This is one of those things that like it's sometimes kind of hard to wrap your head around, because this is true of a lot of types of law. Part of the feature of it is to protect the most powerful from their own excesses. Importantly, a really important one is that one of the really, really big war crimes is oh my god, I forgot the name of it right off the top of my head. As I was going to say, I was hoping I'd remember it by the time I got to the end of the sentence. Perfidy.
Yeah, I was
perfidy.
Going to say perfidy.
Perfidy's a big deal. Perfidy's a really, really big deal war crime. It doesn't actually involve that many people dying. The purpose of perfidy isn't to protect people in the moment. Perfidy is the crime of pretending to be a civilian and then doing military actions. That's what perfidy is. And the reason why perfidy is considered so... The reason why that is done, why that is treated as a war crime, is because once you start committing perfidy, then civilians just in general become a valid target.
Yes.
And that's really a problem for getting a war to slow down.
It's also one of these things that's like we can't trust people to not be fucking assholes, sort of.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, obviously I agree. That has not stopped the U.S. nor the 51st state from.
I mean, the thing about crimes, if nobody brings them up, you don't get persecuted for them. Right?
Yeah. Well, no, even if they do get brought up, they still don't get fucking persecuted. So.
I mean, that is actually a kind of. I mean, it isn't. That's actually one of those things like. The people I know who are in the military have been commenting on pretty frequently is that the difference between the way the U.S. has acted in the last 50 years and the way that Israel is acting today is actually really massive. It's actually really they're quite shocked. Guys that they know guys who like. Wound up at least in prison for stuff that is like standard behavior now from Israel. Perfect. That's actually the biggest thing, Robert Brown, is that there's a couple of things that nuke off ramps. That's the biggest problem. It's like that's like the biggest thing that war crimes are mostly about is done for the purposes of that's really kind of what they're there for, is to make it so that they want the Red Cross to be able to operate in conflict zones, and they want there to be off-ramps for conflicts. It's not about it was about saving people's lives. It would be done differently. And arguably, this does save lives because I have read enough modern history to know what the kind of warfare that was happening before we had a system for talking about war crimes was like. If you really want to have nightmares, read accounts of 17th century warfare.
I'm already familiar with this. It's
pretty the scale at which the extent of those kinds of wars makes. We are talking about a period where World War II on the Eastern Front was just like Tuesday. That's what the 17th century was like in Europe. So the thing is that, perfidy can be done with quasi-credible deniability. I am talking about the 30 Years' War, Robert Brown. It can be done with quasi-credible deniability. It depends on the type of operator you are, whether or not you will do perfidy. Oh, we lost. There he is. There he is back. It depends a bit on like what your.
Well, hi.
Okay.
There you are. There you are. It depends a bit on your like what type of operation you are. I'm talking about like at a political level. If you are a political operation that doesn't hold territory, doing perfidy might be more manageable if you're like ISIS, right? If you're like an ISIS type operation. And you like deny the Westphalian peace treaty and stuff like that, and you're doing like some real crazy shit. For most states, they tend to comply with that one pretty readily because, again, the consequence for it is you can't negotiate peace treaties is the real consequence for it.
Remember, even Russia does this.
Yeah, it's everybody actually, if you are a state level actor, the purpose of going to war is to get to the negotiating table. If you conduct a war in such a way that you can't find yourself at the negotiating table, that's really fucking bad. That's really stupid.
This is why.
Hence Israel.
Yeah.
This is why so many different nations have like their own like patterns, right, for like camouflage and their own different like individual outfitting. Yeah, and they all report it centrally, so that way everybody knows what everybody looks like.
Yeah,
it's like
it's also like there's also a very obvious form of self-preservation going on here, which is that you don't want this to happen to your civilians, because if this starts happening to your civilians, you as a powerful leader will probably no longer be a powerful leader for very long.
Yeah, you're gonna lose your head pretty quick.
Yeah, it's you know, this is the sort of thing that motivates a lot of it's honestly a little bit funny to me that of all of the people who I follow on social media and like occasionally talk to in my other line of work, the NatSet psychopaths are actually some of the most frustrated. They're actually really tearing their hair out right now. They are really frustrated, and yeah, somebody mentioned that like before World War I they had Hague Convention on Land War. There have been various types of war crimes established over time. Like these are a social contract that people have come to, and it's actually kind of an interesting thing that like the medieval Catholic Church established several, and they appear to have been, if not followed strictly, then still had a damping effect on the worst excesses of warfare.
I'm so ready for the holy war against AI.
Oh my god! It is.
I will be God's greatest soldier.
Apparently, some people have already gotten religious exemptions from having to use AI, which is pretty nice.
That's fucking hilarious.
I'm gonna have to look into that one actually. I'm pretty sure I could actually get one of those.
Yeah, throw me at the data center. Deus Volt.
Vetus Volt.
Yeah, whatever. I'm doing the bit.
Spelled VOLT.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to bed in a minute, but
okay.
Ultimately, my point was that this whole conversation spiraled into is that I do not believe any one act of war has ever been more seminal and more world-changing than the dropping of the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I think that obviously there have been plenty of disgusting, horrific, evil things that have happened since then, but I don't think any of them has changed the world quite in the way that unleashing those nuclear bombs did.
It's I mean, I'm just thinking, right? Because like, yes, no. Because the problem is that you've given me now like the whole of world history to think about, and
I mean that you know, like that's why I said like since specifically, right?
Yeah, because like my first thought was
to
like
give you a better range of like in the modern context. Because you know it irrevocably changed literally everything. Like we talk about, and obviously like 9/11 would be like the other one I think that people would like kind of think of, right? Like that's the other elephant in the room here, I feel like. And that also irrevocably changed the way the world works, right? Like TSA, and
like
it's the surveillance state, TSA, all of this shit is literally because of 9/11.
In fact, It's why I had a job for about 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, kids, you people who are younger here might have trouble believing this, but back in the day, if you were sending your children on a plane flight, a thing that you used to be able to do was handhold them to the moment they board their plane, and then at the other side of the airport, have a family member walk through the gate and walk all the way up to the ramp and meet them at the ramp.
Yep.
That used to be a part of how we did things.
And unfortunately, the security theater that we have now is not effective. But
yeah, it is kind of interesting that like we did implement a couple of security things that are very effective, and the main one is making it so that it's really, really fucking hard to break into the cockpit.
Yeah.
But you walk through the plane and kiss the captain on the lips. It's true, Gringotts. It's true.
Here's my argument against 9/11 specifically, right?
Mm-hmm.
While it did change a lot of the way that like our lives are lived and the way that we have to experience like our experiential issues with the way that the government now observes literally every fucking thing that we do off the back of this. I don't think, and I could be wrong, that we have had to make literally like non-proliferation treaties and like listen to people, to madmen when they say I'm going to literally drop a dirty nuke on Kiev, or et cetera, and it have to be taken quite as seriously as some dumbass at TSA waving a wand in your face. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm being a little obtuse here, obviously, but I feel like the impact is just broadly more substantial. Because the second that someone says nuclear, everybody's hair is raised, right? Like,
I'm not even arguing that it's like not an enormous deal. It is a world-changing event. It's kind of, and this is part of the reason why I brought like the Korean War of it all, right? Is that the part about it that's interesting is that there have been weapons of warfare that have been developed and then not widely used, or were abandoned, right? So, most chemical weapons have not been widely used, and it's not because of the goodness of people's hearts. It's because the people who have the capacity to develop and make chemical weapons don't believe in them as weapons of war.
Yes.
They're just like, if you have an option between loading up a bomb that is 500 kilograms of high explosive or 500 kilograms of mustard gas, just take the high explosive. It's just better. So chemical weapons have not been banned because they're icky, because they're evil, but because they're just not very good. Nuclear,
them being icky is actually slightly relevant.
Yeah.
In the specific way that chemical weapons are icky is what makes them worse as weapons of war. They are both less effective and also icky. And even if the effectivity was closer, I think they would be chosen against just because they're ickier.
Yeah, they're
harder to clean up after. They're
Well,
like,
it takes an exceptional level. Like here's the thing. Like when it comes to this, right? I think that a lot of time that these things are not picked for their efficacy. I believe wholly, and I mean Agent Orange, I think kind of proves this on its own. It is entirely about the cruelty of it, right? Like it's just meant to inflict mindless cruelty.
Well, if it was meant to inflict mindless cruelty, we would use mustard gas more often. My point with the nuclear weapons thing is that what's interesting about nuclear weapons is I have never ever seen anybody argue that they won't do what they say on the tin. It is the argument. I have seen people argue, and I will put myself among them, that sometimes the popular understanding of them are exaggerated considerably.
Yeah.
Because people have sometimes said numbers that are just
not true.
Not true. Just not true.
But Nuke Math, by the way, guys, great website.
Nuke Math is interesting. Nuclear Math is interesting. And the issue with, but like we've still proceeded to not use nuclear weapons for a military purpose, even by states that had access to them and were faced with existential threats. And that's interesting.
Well, I mean, it's because of what's the word I'm trying to think of?
Taboo.
No, I don't think it's just that. I think it's just that like no one wants to open that can of worms again.
Yeah, well, that's causative of what's known as the nuclear taboo. Is the phrase the observation that we have is the nuclear taboo. And like there's arguments about why that has happened. I do think it's kind of interesting that it's possible that if the timing had been different, we wouldn't have that, right?
Yeah.
That if it wasn't like they were specifically they have been used ever, and it was at the very tail end of the Götterdämmerung, right? The war that's
the most mythologized war in human history.
Yeah, the most mythologized war in human history, a war that people at the time knew was different. Knew was really truly different. And that's World War II. The only time that nuclear weapons have been used is in World War II and at the very tail end of World War II. And if they had been used considerably earlier in the war, right? If the war had continued for several years afterwards, or if they had been if they had not been used at all in the war and then had just been a weapon that became available in the intervening period and then were just an option during the Korean War without having the experience and advocacy that happened in the meantime, we might be looking at a world where nuclear weapons are treated as a regular use.
Which is a fucking horrifying prospect.
Yeah. This is, Emmerich draws, so the nuclear taboo, again, is a observation. It's an observation that in practice, world leaders are specifically hesitant to break out nuclear weapons when they are willing to break out other things that get a lot of people killed. The question is why, and that's a different... Whys are always harder. I'm sorry, I get a little bit irritated about this because people ask me whys a lot of the time about things where I definitely don't know what the why is. Like, it's an observation, I don't know why.
Maybe it's better said.
Yeah.
Nobody probably knows what the actual truth.
Nobody probably knows. It might actually be
complicated and infinitesimally complicated.
Yeah,
that
it might
you could spend your entire life studying this and not get an answer.
It might actually be good if we don't actually know the answer, because then it seems quite likely that if we know why, somebody might try to figure out how to undermine the why.
Yeah. Like, the ultimate priority here is definitely that nobody ever answers this question. Because again, nobody wants to be that guy. It's like
nobody wants to be that guy. Nobody wants to bear that again.
30 people and put them in a room, and there was a box in the center of the room, and it said, "In this box lies the ultimate power." But then someone came in and said, "If any single one of you opens that box, everybody's going to fucking suffer for it, right?"
Yeah.
No one's gonna open it.
I'm opening the box.
Nobody.
You did say ultimate power. You'd be able to stop the person who would make you suffer.
Yeah, but you know, you're getting past the point here. You're looking into the forest when I'm trying to tell you to stare at the trees.
Yeah.
People will stare at it and they'll understand that like this is something so powerful and so destructive, and you can obtain so much by doing this, but then they'll just think, man, I'm gonna suffer forever though. It's just not worth it. There are some things that are just not fucking worth it. And then the even worse part is if you are the guy that opens the box, guess whose name is going to be smeared across the dirt for the rest of history if it doesn't work out.
There's a couple things that are worth pointing out here. So I'm just going to make a brief aside. Noru, you're free to go to bed if you would like.
Oh shit, I forgot about that. 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying this.
So the Gringotts brought it up. The most common theory about nuclear weapons is about why we haven't used them is the mutually assured destruction hypothesis, which is, again, it's a hypothesis, and the hypothesis to that is that because of the uniqueness of the unique situation in World War II, we can not do it again, right? We can treat that as a one-off. If you do it again, whoever does it again is now fair game for use of nuclear weapons on. And in particular, it's really worth pointing out that this is in a Cold War context where really it means the United States and the Soviet Union. That's really what it means.
Yeah, that's usually what it means when you talk about this particular philosophy. Yes.
Yeah.
Nowadays it's US, Russia, China, but yeah, kind of broadly.
Well, and it's worth pointing out that the MAD situation does reasonably apply to Pakistan and India tensions. Pakistan and India are not really in a place to threaten true MAD level destruction against most of the rest of the world, but they definitely can threaten each other, and they can probably threaten China because it's a matter of range and response time.
India most assuredly can threaten China, and that's that's part of why we did the
hello, Sybil.
That's why we did the runs with Iran to begin with, because if Iran is able to obtain effective nuclear weaponry,
it causes so many problems. Yeah,
that is a disastrous thing, and it can never be allowed to happen.
But yes, the point of the MAD hypothesis, right, is that the way that nuclear weapons are structured and work. So the way that a war works in general, the really fundamental way that a war works is that you have a diplomatic goal, and that diplomatic goal is impossible to achieve during negotiations. You cannot achieve it during negotiations, and you believe that you can force your opponent to accept a diplomatic treaty that they would not otherwise accept by killing the shit out of them. Okay? That is the principle of wars just at a default level. It's not necessarily how they actually are in practice, but that is our kind of default theory of warfare. Because there's all sorts of other weird stuff that happens. But that's our default theory. And the theory behind MAD is that if you get into a war with another nuclear power, if you get nuked, there is nothing in that treaty that is better than not getting nuked. And the theory behind MAD here is that nobody has good enough anti-missile defenses to actually stop you from getting nuked by any of the major nuclear powers. That's really the theory. That is the core theory, is that the United States and the USSR, and now we've mentioned China and India and Pakistan, none of these states actually have enough anti-missile defenses to protect themselves from getting nuked by any of the others. It is a Mexican standoff is the idea. That's the idea behind MAD, is that you have a gun and there are other people who also have guns, and they are already all pointing at each other. So you don't want to shoot because otherwise it's just the ending of Reservoir Dogs. This is a theory. Well, it's not only one nuke. It's not only one nuke. There's actually a lot of interesting math behind this that's really ghoulish and horrifying, but I'm that kind of guy sometimes. Math. Sybil, I do need to. You've forced my hand. You have forced my hand here. I am going to take off. I'm going to have to take off name tags.
They're too big.
No.
They're too big because we can't see you. I need to figure out how that setting works.
Okay. Well, since we're since we're at this point, I will take my leave.
Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you for having me. I hope you all have a wonderful night.
Bye, Dwyer. Bye, Dwyer.
And bye, Muffy. See you all. Please have fun.
Gotta shout out Noir, because I didn't actually have her name in the stream name because I didn't get around to it. Hello Sybil. Hello Sybil. At SybilTheMoth. Okay, I can't actually find the setting easily. At MikksUAV. Yeah, this was a nice lighthearted topic. Yeah, her Fugi's insane. Where?
What? It's Chef Boy JD. Everybody loves him. By the way, I went through some pretty major dental shit, so I'm gonna sound funny.
I'm surprised that you showed up, because I did hear that you were having some major dental stuff.
Pretty lonely, so you know.
Let me. Where is this? Where is this? Where's the setting in Fugi for show names? Where is that?
Oh,
Oh, is it under the source? It's per source. Oh.
Okay. Oh no.
Yes, it's per source. Okay, we lost him. We lost him. We lost the mix. We lost the mix. Yeah, mutually assured dentistry. Mutually assured dentistry. The strep throat has made Gringotts has made Gringotts silly.
Oh, poor baby.
Yeah. Yes.
You were discussing nukes.
yeah. I was gonna go on to a different topic because that was a little bit much. There was another topic.
Not for your taste.
Yeah, it's just a little bit much, and it's oh yeah, Mr. Beast. That's gonna go on to Mr. Beast. That's a fun pivot.
Mr. Beast. Oh man.
You don't want to talk about Jimmy? About Big J?
The guy who keeps paying people to toe the line between life and death. Like the
thing about Mr. Beast, I don't actually like watching him because I don't think he's actually very entertaining or interesting.
Stupid.
Is that Mr. Beast is really obsessed with trying to create like betrayal situations. He's really obsessed with trying to get people to do Among Us. And he's really bad at it. He's really bad at setting up Among Us.
And like even when he kind of gets close to it, like there's no point whatsoever where you actually feel like you're witnessing something human or dramatic. It's just all very game showy.
Thank you, Anonymous, for the gift sub to Mr. Beast.
Oh, joy! I hope he comes here.
I don't know what I would do if I got Mr. Jim to come here in person. That would be. Oh, Mr. Breast. I did misread that. You're correct, Arfkomos. Mr. Breast. Mr. Breast.
Okay. Actually, Mr. Breast can come here.
Yeah, I do. I have really enjoyed the joke that in the past people used to be subtle, and today the literal Antichrist just goes around calling himself Mr. Beast. I did think that was deeply funny as a gag.
I mean, you know,
it's a very funny joke.
I am back.
Welcome back. Back.
Is Sybil being extremely funny again? Is that what's happening?
No, actually, Al was doing it.
Oh, Al was being very funny. Okay.
Al was being very funny.
By stealing other people's jokes. I was stealing other people's jokes.
We managed to turn nuke.
That's what I do too. Yeah.
I was asked a question. Somebody briefly mentioned Mr. Beast. I'm like, that sounds a little bit more fun to talk about than nukes.
Oh yeah. We've been talking about this for a hot minute now, right? I did have like one thing that I wanted to say on the subject, if that's all right.
Of Mr. Beast?
I mean, we can talk about Mr. Beast afterwards, sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
No, I just mostly wanted to say that because I was the one who got us onto this tangent on what is a war crime, right?
Yes.
I basically wanted to say that my perception of this is that not one of like determining severity or ranking them or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
It was simply that I think that we should generally, as ethical human beings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, we can be ethical?
Stop treating. Yes.
Why are we doing that?
I don't know, because I mean, okay, I have my theories, but this is something that I really shouldn't talk about on stream.
No.
should not
Hold
talk
on. Yeah,
about
I
this
don't
in
want to.
public.
I don't want to get you going. I don't want to get you going.
Hello, Kosher Bacon Jam. I think I've seen you around. I think that's a familiar name. But welcome in.
It's a good
to
name.
see you. Yeah.
I really like that IRL tag. I kind of wish I got to it, though. I do not know why. It is very clearly the healer logo from Final Fantasy 14. I don't know why they chose that specifically.
Maybe because
but-
going outside is healing.
Fair. Yeah, true. But the thing I was getting at when I was talking about this is that I think we, just as people in general, really ought to have, like, we should stop thinking of things as a special kind of evil. I think we really need to, like, kind of like the opposite of, like, saying, like, this is worse than this is worse than this is worse than this, right? Because it's not about what's the worst. It's not about figuring out what the worst thing a person
harm
can do.
reduction when it really isn't harm reduction.
It's
Precisely.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I was about to say, Kosher Bacon Jam. I'm sure I've seen you around in various people's chats because I'm around a bunch of indie VTubers. I don't know. Maybe I'm always inclined to blame Bodega.
Honestly, it makes me really want some bacon jam. I don't know what it is. But
I was honestly reading, like, at first I think I've read Kosher Bacon Jam the usual way that people do, where it's like it's a jam that is a bacon jam that is somehow kosher, right? Like a thing you put on, like a thing you spread. And that's the thing that you spread on, like, toast. But I interpret it very briefly right now as like a games jam, but for making kosher bacon.
I respect that you have your own emote for this. I respect that a lot, actually. That is some next level shit.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
One too.
Yeah, Bodega just tends to recommend me to a lot of people. She just tends to recommend me to a lot. Yeah.
Bodega is a weird, like, melting pot, which is funny because it's Bodega.
I love her. She brings so much energy to fucking every little thing. Like it feels like it's a concept.
I really like Bodega. She's super nice.
I adore Bodega.
And also, she finger guns me every time we see each other in person. So that's the funniest thing.
Oh, you do not know Bodega? Well, I'm going to shout out Bodega Rat.
Yeah.
First name Bodega, last name Rat.
First name Bodega, last name.
She would probably. I'd probably do more collabs with her, and like you'd probably see her around chat more often. Wasn't the fact that I start streaming like around the time she goes to bed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Same thing with Mabel. Same thing with Mabel, where Mabel's like, you start like when I'm like done.
Yep.
Thank you for the tier 1 gifts up to Bodega Cats. But yeah, okay, so it was probably from somebody else. I'm not sure, Kosher Bacon Jam. I've seen you around.
I've seen you.
But
looking at you.
But the and also hello Ogre Daddy. Hello Ogre Daddy VT. Hello Ogre Daddy VT.
Well, moths do have a lot of eyes, so of course you've seen, right?
That's true. I mean, it's mostly the one compound eye, you know.
Well, there's the wings, right?
Yeah. But you're not supposed to know that.
Unfortunately, Bodega has not removed the horrifying child.
I see. Unfortunate.
Why would she? That's amazing.
I think the horrifying child's kind of great. I'm actually kind of. Hello, Kayuku. Hello again, Kayuku. Yeah, it's an insane Fugi. It's a nuts one.
Don't fuck with something that's awesome. That's a great.
But
I need to make more new ones.
But yeah, like, overall, my point was pretty much just, I think it's good to think of things in terms of, like, trying to reduce harm wherever we can, instead of, you know, not to high horse, once again, right? Not to high horse. But I think we get often very caught up in, you know, when you're doing sociology, when you're doing analysis and analytical study, you know, you kind of got to get some distance. You got to get some distance behind it. But I kind of think it's like a good idea not to get so caught up in, it's not so much the semantics, but the definitionality of it. And instead be like, instead of like, well, we're making up what all these things are. So why don't we look at like what harm is actually befalling people, right? That's why I was talking about kind of like crimes against humanity, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to just war crimes. And it's not that I want to have a rousing conversation about all the crimes that have been committed against horrible people.
Are you sure? Because there's so many of them, and we would have so much to talk about.
It would just be endless and incredibly depressing, right?
Yeah. And it's also there's a point of Ratmost. Okay, yep. Ratmost. Ratmost is a good shot there. Ratmost and I have collabed pretty frequently, pretty many times.
You're a rat follower.
Yeah. And I also am a Kyoharu fan. So many rats in my life.
Kyo is so nice.
Kyo is so nice.
She's so nice. It's like
I
crazy.
don't really have any interaction with them, but I have heard great things.
Well, she streams around noon, so easy enough to get a hold of. And
she's one of these people who has like a weird amount of faith in my intelligence. I don't really like
because
it's her and Inari,
smart.
Especially. I'm not that smart, right? I'm not.
Oh
nobody can be as smart as Inari and Kyo think I am. Okay, that's like not humanly possible.
Yeah, that's fair. Rat Cousin's so cool. Rat Cousin's so cool. Also, I say hello to Kirill and Rifter. Hello, Kirill, and hello, Rifter. Welcome in. I think I missed you guys. I thought you guys were here already.
But yeah, I think that like this is one of these things where I really have to like stop myself from getting on my shit about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because like I understand that people just want to have a conversation about a subject, right? I do understand that. But it's like it's really hard for me sometimes to understand how much people can focus in on like this atrocity or that atrocity as like uniquely evil.
Yeah.
This act or that act as uniquely evil. Well, like kind of not grasping the violation of theory of mind that's going on when it comes to like this sort of like most things that I would consider crimes against humanity are due to either bodily physical harm, emotional trauma, or violation of agency. Of another human being or group of human beings, right? Like ultimately, like what is being killed, but the ultimate violation of agency, right? And so like this is just a thing that I worry about a lot because I think it's extremely important to have respect for the validity of another person's life, right? And I get kind of caught up in all of the like it always feels like, you know, obviously I'm not accusing anybody here of this, but sometimes I have these conversations and it feels like they just have a problem with who the target is and not the actual idea of doing incredible harm or enslaving another human being. The issue is that it happened to these people or those people or in this way. Without like
that's pretty common, unfortunately.
And I don't think it's even the result of people believing that and sorry, I'll stop talking about this in just a second. I don't think it's even necessarily the fault of like anybody like actually believes that this should be done to anyone. But the way the logic that they have to apply to make it make sense to them is, well, what if that happened to me or somebody I loved? They have to do this empathy, like, what if it was real to me thing, instead of understanding, like, in the abstract, that it is actually just an evil thing to do to another human being, no matter whether you like them or not.
As somebody who has to scream trans rights constantly, no, I get it. Like, somebody says people just don't understand until somebody that they actually care about comes out as trans. And they refuse to understand. They can't... somehow to them, it's like the most difficult mental exercise in the world.
Abstraction seems to be the most difficult mental exercise. Yeah, happy Pride, by the way. Of the people on screen, 2 of us fit into that category, and 1 of us is an ally. So,
yeah. I mean, Basina, welcome in.
We don't have to talk about this too much, by the way, if you don't want to. I just thought I'd like say my piece.
Yeah. Dude,
Well, it's a pretty intense conversation, and I think I'm a little bit intensified out.
Fair enough.
And
so we can talk about Mr. Beast and how he's a unique kind of evil.
Yeah.
I mean, I do need to use the bathroom shortly, and we're about to go to ads.
Mr. Beast is like, who's the guy who does the Running Man in the original Arnold Schwarzenegger movie?
Oh, I don't remember.
He's like him.
Yeah.
It's really.
He was in Gilligan's Island. I forget what the fuck the name of the guy is though.
So I just had the image of Gilligan from Gilligan's Island as like a torture YouTuber. The part about Mr. Beast that again strikes me is that he's actually quite juiceless.
He really is not a very charismatic sort of guy. No,
he really isn't.
And he's got these ambitions, right? He's got these ambitions for what he is trying to do. And what it feels like, right, is that... So, I mostly know him for, like, other people doing like, analyses of his work, notably Dan Olson.
That's
clearly...
very interesting video.
Clearly from Mr. Beast's own words, from Jimmy Beast's own words, he is not here to make art or to affect the world. He is here to make number go up. He is a world-first World of Warcraft raider, but his World of Warcraft raid happens to be YouTube analytics.
Yeah, he's trying to get in the book of world records over and over again, basically. Right?
It feels like he holds himself with an air that is trying to be art. You know what I mean?
Understands. He has an accurate understanding that a YouTube channel is a art presentation platform. He has an accurate understanding that underneath what you are doing on YouTube requires an artistic soul. He just doesn't have a very clear artistic vision, and like his big breakout hit.
Possibly not a soul either.
I'm going to give him the credit to say that he has some sort of artistic vision. Because I do see some sort of artistic vision in what he's doing, but it is subservient. The actual stronger motivation is getting things number. And the one that he's quoted on that I think is the most like weird moment to me, partially because I empathize. I don't empathize that much, but I kind of get it, that his motivation for his big breakout hit was he manually counted up to, what was it, like 100,000? Like on the air.
Why? Who sat there and fucking watched that?
10-year-old.
Many people. It was a big breakout hit. It was a big breakout hit.
The world is fucked.
I'm assuming that it was a little bit of a Twitch Plays Pokemon thing, where people were like, well, a lot of people weren't actually that interested. They're just like, look at this crazy thing that's happening. The guy's actually fucking doing this. But his motivation, what he said, was that he wanted to produce a YouTube video, because he was already producing YouTube videos at this point. He wanted to do a YouTube video that would take up a lot of time and make a lot of numbers, but wouldn't make him stop watching TV while he was doing it.
Yeah, that tracks.
Specifically Game of Thrones, but I don't think the specifics of Game of Thrones actually matter that much. He wanted to...
I mean, it was Game of Thrones, I can't miss that.
Yeah, it's just a popular TV show, and he wanted to not turn off his popular TV show while he was doing a video.
Which is the fundaments of the populist content creator's mindset. He is such an interesting, not to get psychology pilled on this, but he is such an interesting case study. Him and Jason Lee, right, are interesting case studies of the psychology of a massive content creator with some sort of motive that is atypical for a content creator, right?
Yeah, and
because
it's
the normal content creator motive is like money or art, right?
There are
those are the normal motives.
The from what I can tell, particularly from like the YouTube side of things, there are basically two people who become YouTube content creators. The first type is, I have something I want to say, and this is the platform to say it on, which is fair, right? And then the other one is, I understand that YouTuber is a socially prestigious job. And I want social prestige.
Okay. Yeah.
Which is, on the one hand, is simultaneously something I empathize with, right? Like, we generally want prestige. That is a very typical human motivation. On the other hand, it is also, it has produced the absurdity of people going on to various YouTube subreddits and being like, I have
Mr. Beast.
I have made a channel, I have set up, I have cameras, I have a logo. Now I just need a topic for my videos.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no.
And
I mean, I will say, right?
Confusion as to what the hell you're even doing.
I want you to be able to speak on your own stream.
Okay, I mean, the next thing I was going to say is actually very useless and pointless, which is, I need to use the bathroom again.
I was gonna say, you need to use the bathroom, so I want to get your, like...
Okay.
Go
I want you to get to a stopping point, so you can go.
Yeah, ads are in 5 minutes, so I can just run them 5 minutes early, because it's...
You can also just run to the bathroom and take your time, and we'll just talk.
Well, may as well run the ads while I'm not here. So,
okay.
I will let you guys take over. That was really the question. Okay. Enjoy chef. Enjoy the big chef boy. I will be back.
You have to use his whole name, otherwise he'll come out of the computer and kill you.
He cannot come out of the computer and kill me. He is a sissy boy.
You're right. He's too busy fucking churches anyway.
You know, JD Vance is younger than me.
Is he?
Yes.
How old is he? I mean, he always looks like a baby face.
JD Vance is 41 years old.
Oh my god, he's barely older.
He was born 2 years after me. We are of a generation. We probably have the same musical taste, to be completely honest with you. It's very funny to see him tortured by having to pretend that he likes Kid Rock. This is very, very funny. He obviously doesn't like Kid Rock. He obviously wants to listen to, like...
Nobody likes Kid Rock. Holy shit.
Nobody likes Kid Rock. But he obviously wants to listen to, like, Vampire Weekend, okay? Like, it's so obvious that Vance, like, is like an indie rock guy, right? It's like, there's no fucking way he's not, okay? Like...
Yeah, I'm not going to put him in my age category because I don't want anything to do with him or to be adjacent to him, but no, he did probably My Chemical Romance and shit like that.
MCR, but specifically, like, the region he is from and the era he is from probably means that his musical taste is quite similar to mine. He probably likes, like, MCR era emo rock. He likes, like, indie pop. He likes, like, the kind of thing that you'd see at, like, a hipster dance party. Okay, that's what he likes.
Yeah.
Almost certainly. That is almost certainly his taste. If he's not like a classic rock buff or a metalhead, but I don't think he's a metalhead. He doesn't strike me as somebody who likes metal.
Nah, I swayed too.
He probably fucking loved The Suburbs. I fucking loved The Suburbs. The Suburbs is a really fucking good album. But, like, yeah, like, I actually do respect
right up.
the Vice President of the United States wears eyeliner, right? He does. He actually does.
He does.
And he has actually outright said multiple times, yeah, no, that's a normal fucking thing to do. I'm on camera all the time. Good for him, right? One good thing that JD Vance has ever done in his life. Yay, right? For context, for you guys who may not be experienced with any sort of makeup use, if you're a guy,
when you hit makeup, you're still getting it.
Yeah. Guys, makeup is good for you. Like, if you learn how to do your makeup, you can make yourself look like way.
You'll look pretty. I'll be you.
Fucking hot. Like, you will look fucking hot, and especially if you're on camera ever. It's really, really important. The reason why people like Asmongold look like fucking ghouls all the time is because they don't do any makeup. And they're on camera with poor lighting.
Yeah. Right? Well, no, given. And also because Asmongold is an actual ghoul.
Yes. Yeah, anti-glare is extremely important. Like, the truth is, if you want to look good, use some product, right? This goes for every human being on the planet almost. I think, like, Danny DeVito could get away with not wearing makeup because he's perfect in every single way. But
That's true.
But
he is genetically superior to humans.
If you are not in the illustrious category of being Danny DeVito, I think you can benefit from using some makeup, using better hair product, all these sorts of things, right? Everybody can benefit from them. If you're a guy and you have like self-image issues of any sort, this can really help you. Like
a little powder foundation. You don't have to put on a ton. Yeah. You can just put a sprinkling on.
Eyeliner can make your eyes look great, especially if you are like me, a ghoul who does not sleep.
Really honestly, men can get away with eyeshadow.
Yeah, men can get away with eyeshadow. Nobody will notice. That's the truth.
Eyeshadow is extremely gender neutral.
Yeah, and unironically, nobody will notice, and it will probably just make your eyes look better. And people like pretty eyes. If you're a guy who is looking to date, people like pretty eyes.
God, love pretty eyes.
Moisturizer and SPF are incredibly important and helpful. Like, just generally speaking, people just oughta like this. I really don't like how much like of a people are trying, like there's such a movement to try and make like using makeup, wearing any sort of product like icky and bad and like deceitful, and it's so fucking awful because like, dude, do you want people not to like because how they want? Is that what you?
It's the easiest way to cut at drag queens, honestly.
Yeah, I think they're just after the drag queens. I'm gonna be.
It's literally just gay oppression. It's literally just
in a lot of ways. Yeah, I think that like there's some other like there is an anti-capitalist element to it. I think when we're talking about like women wearing a lot of makeup, right? Because if you want to see the opposite extreme, look at South Korea.
Yeah,
where you know, like so much of this has been like you have to look exactly like this. You must buy our product to look exactly like this. That's bad. Don't do that, right?
That's right.
This is a form of self-expression. It's a form of like curating your experience, just like shaving or dressing nicely, right? And if you want to do it, please try. Like it's good for you. It'll make you happy, probably. Right?
If I could call out one of the chatters real quick, Caillou, if you have an issue with makeup smell, you can use a witch hazel as a toner that has rose water in it, and I guarantee you, as long as you don't go too heavy on whatever you're using, you're not going to smell the makeup.
That would actually make sense. Yeah. It luckily isn't an irritant for my allergies, so foundation is fine, eyeshadow is fine. I don't usually wear a lot because I usually like don't go a lot of places right now because I am confined to suburban hell with no public transit options, so I have yeah, I know it sucks. Nyx is actually pretty good. Nyx is pretty good. Kirill's right. I
like Nyx
because like I want to tell you about something, by the way, Sybil. I have met Caillou. Caillou is hot.
Yeah.
Caillou looks
attractive gender spotted.
Like think like what if a lumberjack was also a runway model? That's how hot.
Oh God, no, fuck yeah. That hits.
I will keep praising you, Caillou. You're really good looking, my guy. Right? And people
he does this with a couple of guys. You have to understand that this is just his way.
Pig and Wise are the other two who I do not love. They look really good, man. Like
I tease Pig about it every time.
Yeah. But honestly, I haven't met a lot of people in this space who are not pretty good looking. Actually, like I think people act like I think there's something about the VTubing space in particular where people are a little bit more conscious of their appearance, so they put in more effort and it shows, right?
I would say so.
Like, I really do think Nate here also hot. Nate is really good looking.
Stop looking better than I do. Stop that right now.
Like these guys are better looking than me too. So it's like they're uncommonly good looking in my opinion. But Like really, I think a lot of people are pretty good looking, just in general. And I think being like putting in even a little effort shows so much. Like,
oh yeah, no, it does.
And the thing I've always been really pleased about going to like VTubing cons and stuff is that everybody knows how to actually fucking dress. Like people wear like actual clothes, they like coordinate their outfits.
See, now that actually surprises me.
It's crazy, right? But like I've been to a lot of cons in my life, and Off-Kai is like the one where people have put the most effort into their appearance. Like actually, crazily enough, right?
How else are you gonna fuck your Oshi? You gotta get hard up. You gotta get hard up.
Yeah.
Chat, like before you go to the con, jerk off for a week, but do not complete. Your Oshi will be able to detect it.
Oh God.
I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry.
The painkillers are still messing with her brain. Don't worry about it, chat.
No, yeah, it gets better.
That's definitely why her streams are definitely not like this. They're definitely not, certainly not.
No, I wish I was this funny. I can only do this on other people's shit.
No, I feel the same way. It's like the anxiety reduction, right? But no, seriously, like I have never been anything other than like pleased by the aesthetic preferences of the people in this space. Everybody kind of like has it like I think a strong part of it is that people in the VTubing space, this is one of my favorite topics, but people in the VTubing space are very interested in chosen identity, right?
That's
like they are
true. I will say that.
attuned to chosen identity. And if you are somebody who is attuned to chosen identity, that probably means you care about showcasing your identity. And generally that means you put more effort into your appearance, right? And how you present.
Yeah.
And that's cool in my opinion. I think also there's a little bit of trickle down from furry spaces where furries actually like give a shitload about their appearance. It's just like, you know, they're furries, so they have their own idea of that. But I have actually used Nick's Blur before. It's pretty good. Like I would not call myself an expert at makeup. I just basically use really basic stuff, and I mostly use it when I'm going to be on camera or like going to a function of some sort, because, you know, it would be very rude to go to a function and not try to look pretty good.
Yeah, you want people to be pleased to be around you. They're all going to be
pretty much
around each other.
It's kind of like respect for the surroundings, right? Like if you're going to a charity function, you kind of don't want to show up in like a band tee and slacks, right? Like you want to actually dress up like decently nice to help raise the profile of the charity, right? Like if people think it's a classy sort of event, then that improves the optics of the charity, and you want the charity
keep the Mary Janes at home.
Yeah. Now I will say, I think there's some people who have like some really fucking awesome punk fashion, and they would be welcome in any charity that I ran. I will tell you that, right? Like we should be like full, like piercings in particular, right? Are like fine in my opinion. I don't see any problem with it. I don't see any problem with piercings. I don't see any problem with tattoos. Long as you're not me getting tattoos anywhere near your face, because then you just look like a fascist. But I am unfortunately very, very, very Scandinavian. And
practically in your blood.
Yeah, I have to be really careful about tattoos.
God forbid
Nazis have ruined it for me. They've ruined it for me with their fucking obsession with the Celts and the fucking Nordics, right? Like
that's very true, actually.
I understand that, Nico Master. I think that's like that makes sense. But at the same time, like it kind of differs from person to person, right? I think for a lot of people, they don't even think that it's like, especially men, right? Because I can mostly talk about men from the perspective of a man who dates men. I think a lot of guys don't seem to understand that like caring about their appearance is an option. And I have met enough guys that have kind of pulled themselves out of depression, right? by actually caring about how they look, not just their physical fitness, but also like how they present, how they dress, right? This has pulled guys out of depression in my life before, right?
Oh, well, that's kind of nice, actually.
Yeah, it is actually kind of nice. It's kind of
I
nice
will say I kind of understand his reflex to wander away from it. Because, like, if my mom, when I was growing up, ever walked in on me, and I was like 15 or something, and trying to put on makeup, I would never hear the end of it, and the words that came out of her mouth would not have been pleasant.
You want to know? Yeah, you want to know the crazy thing that happened with me? The reason why I actually got into doing makeup, it was before I knew I was gay, right? I have a little sister. So when she was learning how to do makeup when she was like 13, I was like, okay, like, I guess I'll learn how to do this too, because I was parent number 3, right? So when she was learning about using like makeup or just like stuff like that, 'cause she was, you know, little girls that get curious about this stuff usually. And she does not use a lot of product. She uses like a basic foundation, basically is all she uses these days. But she's a photographer, so she's very concerned with lighting and stuff like that, and how lighting makes her skin look and stuff like that. Because we're all, you know, my entire family is pallid as fuck. Like, we're all really, really, really white. So.
Oh yeah, no, same.
I glow in the dark.
No in between from white to red.
Yeah.
It's just white or red.
Yep.
Which sucks, because I have a lot of really gorgeous freckles that really come out after a burn, but then you have to get burned first.
Yeah. But because I learned how to do this stuff, like, she would use me as a practice. And I'm like, actually, this is kind of nice, right?
No, word.
Because, yeah, it's also why I know how to work with hair, right? Because I have a little sister. I think this is actually a pretty normal thing for guys.
You're such a good big brother. What the fuck? No, you're just actually a good big brother. That's...
most of the older brothers that I know personally have had similar.
I mean, like, I've talked to you about your family, and your family sounds pretty nice.
I think the mixed family is quite nice.
My entire family is quite nice. My extended family is quite nice as well. They are.
Where I'm coming from, you'd probably get your ass beat for shit like that. So.
I can handle it.
Oh, absolutely.
But I get you. Yeah, I know some people who have been through similar stuff. I'm sorry about
brothers or sisters.
I got brothers. I got brothers.
Yeah,
I got several brothers.
So.
Very, very masculine household.
Well.
I get along with my brothers. Mostly better as we've gotten older. And yeah. Just a very unsurprisingly, when you have a bunch of teenage boys living on top of each other, they get kind of territorial and obnoxious.
Yeah,
honestly, a huge percentage of why I am the way I am is that my brothers in particular, and to a lesser extent other men in my family, tend to have some anger issues. And I made a pretty conscious decision when I was quite young that this seemed like a very frustrating way to live and unpleasant. And so I made a very conscious decision to try and be less angry as an immediate emotional reaction to problems. And I think it turned out pretty well for me. I think I made the right choice.
Yeah. I kind of had to learn how to be angry. A little weird, right? But when I was growing up, it's not that I really saw a lot of anger in my life. It's just that most things didn't make me angry. I've never had the strongest emotional reactions to anything, right? And I kind of had to learn how to give enough of a shit about things to get angry when they were wrong, right? And I would argue that perhaps I have taken it a little bit too far. Though, we are in quite angering, righteously outraging times right now.
True.
But
true.
I had to learn to allow myself to get worked up about things because it was one of the tools that actually worked to get people to act on them. I realized that, so this to either of you, who both of you are people that I'm quite close to, right?
Right.
And
I would say so, yeah.
You probably know that, you've probably heard me tell the stories about how, like, I had some serious fucking problems with authority when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I still have serious problems with authority, right? I would not cast myself as a rebel. I would cast myself as somebody who is inherently distrustful of the idea that anybody else can boss anyone around, right? Like, I had a very strong problem with the idea that there should be a structured hierarchy of any sort, whether that be a parent or a teacher. A lot of this credit I will give to my mother, who raised me in a way that was very democratic, I would say, where I always got a say in everything that I was doing, and if I really didn't want to do something and it wasn't like life-threatening if I didn't, I had to. I would not have to, right? Like, if it was a situation where it's like, well, do you want to do X or Y or Z, right? You curate the choices for a child, but you still let them actually make a decision. And if they have a completely different idea of what they want to do, you indulge them to some extent, right? Like, if their response to, do you want to read a book or do you want to watch TV or do you want to go outside, is I want to play with Legos, you say, okay, let's get the Legos out, right?
Yeah,
That's what you do. And you make sure to encourage that by doing exactly that, by saying, like, oh, you've thought for yourself, that's a good thing, right? And so I think I imitated a lot of this growing up, but I quickly learned that most of my peers, when I was 6, 7, 8 years old, didn't have this same experience.
I definitely didn't.
Yeah, they didn't know how to respond to the specific question, well, what do you guys want to do?
I honestly was mostly told to fuck off and then just go make my own decisions, so...
I mean, at least you learn to make your own decisions, right? The worry that
I think of that.
Looking back on it now, I'd say that the worry that I had, the thing that confused me and upset me quite a lot as a child, was that the people around me, the kids around me, didn't really know how to direct themselves, right? They didn't know how to do anything without somebody else.
Oh yeah, no, I don't.
I had several Mormon neighbors, and it was really bad for them, right?
Oh god. Yeah.
And so when I was growing up, like, it would often fall to me to be the leader, right? Because I was the one who would be able to self-direct and make decisions, and everybody else would follow along, right? What are we doing? Well, we're going to go over there and we're going to play football, right? That's what we're going to do. We're going to kick a ball around, right? And so growing up, a lot of what I learned was just, well, if I want to trust somebody to make a decision, it has to be me. And then as I got into progressively higher levels of education, that turned into this sort of sense that, oh, the people who are making decisions aren't going to make the right decisions for the people. They're going to make the right decisions for themselves, and that can't be trusted. That can't be let to go without. And
to be honest,
like,
not wrong.
That cannot just be like, yeah, it could go wrong, but most importantly, it was like they're just going to make a decision that benefits them at the expense of others. I can't let that stand. So I would also often be in the position of the person advocating for others, right? This is what got me into social activism in the first place, basically, right? Was that I spent a lot of my youth being like, oh, no, they didn't do anything wrong. They didn't do anything wrong. See, I saw it. Nobody's at fault. Nobody got hurt. It's fine. You don't need to punish anybody, guy, right? And what I learned is that, to drive myself back to my initial point about getting upset, right? About learning to be angry. What I learned is that if I explained it in a very simple, like, oh, no, nothing went wrong. It is okay. Everything is fine. I would not be taken seriously as a, third grader. I would not be taken seriously if I explained this in a calm fashion. They'd think I was lying. Whereas if I infused a little bit of like righteousness into that. It's like, no, hey, it would be wrong to punish them. You shouldn't do that. Right? That sort of attitude.
Oh yeah, no, you do
every
have to
single time I got listened
that you were,
and harm was reduced. So I had to learn to do that. And then when I got into social activism, that became even more pronounced. Like, nobody responds to, you know, practically speaking, this is a stupid idea.
Everything's
right?
fine.
They respond to, this is an evil thing to do. How could you possibly think of hurting people in this way? Right?
They do, yeah. Sometimes
And
even
so
when
you
it's completely unnecessary, but you got to.
And then you get into the song and dance that I hate the most about being a leftist, right?
Oh, do
Signaling
tell.
righteous anger without letting people join in just because they want to be righteously angry. They want something to be righteously angry about. Getting them to actually understand what we're trying to accomplish and trying to achieve.
Never gonna happen.
And versus like how signaling how upset we are about this is important to make our point clear, right?
Let's how about you got like that Wall Street sit-in? Do you remember that Wall Street sit-in?
Yes.
Zuccotti Park?
Years and years ago.
Yeah. Occupy Wall Street, yeah.
Yeah, the Occupy Wall Street movement, where it was a bunch of kids who were angry, and not a single one of them actually had like a coherent idea of why
I
the
think
fuck they were
Occupy
angry.
Wall Street started relatively well, and then it grew beyond proportion. While a whole bunch of hipsters really wanted to get on the ground with that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the way it looked here, right, in New York, was...
Yeah, do tell us.
It looks to me like...
Because I might have just gotten like the brainwashed version for TV.
Well, yeah, the way it looked to me was, there were activists who had some pretty clear things that they were upset about. Didn't necessarily have clear policies, which I don't think is actually really the responsibility of activists.
That should
and
be policymakers
they were able to start getting some concessions, and then they just got bulldozed by the NYPD.
Okay, so typical.
Yeah, it just looked like muscle on muscle, and they didn't have as much muscle as they needed.
Well, we got like 10,000 cops.
Well, and it's the NYPD is a breathtakingly strange organization. I really just can never quite get over the fact that my local police department has an international arm.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have like a CIA level of like.
You're kidding. For
No.
protecting protecting New York? I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense.
I mean, it's as far as I can tell. As far as I can tell, for both Necomaster and I have never like spent a ton of time investigating this. It's just been like, yeah, like a NYPD officer who was like investigating like Syria. I'm like, what? What are you talking about?
I guess like from a counter-terrorist perspective.
That is probably the rationale. As far as I can tell, what has actually happened in any sort of practical terms is that they need they want the proportion of the New York City budget to increase without bound.
So they have to make up more bullshit.
Yeah, so they had to figure out things to spend the money on.
Right. What you're talking about is the International Liaison Program, right? Which is a post 9/11 policy that. Sorry, I know a lot about this subject.
Thank you. I don't know a lot. I just know that I've occasionally seen some news headlines. I'm like, what is going on?
If I said them, so I'm not going to tell you exactly why. You both know already, but I'm not going to mention exactly why I know all this.
Yeah.
This is not NSA related. This is something else.
Roger. Yeah.
But it is predominantly something that was born after 9/11 as part of the whole surveillance initiatives to prevent future.
We got some wonderful
future terrorist
from 9/11.
Right. Yeah. And they do not technically have any arrest power outside of New York City still. Right? Outside of
that would be very strange. That would be very difficult to just.
But they do have intelligence gathering capacity, and they often serve as consultants for local offices. particularly in, unfortunately, Israel.
Yep.
And I do sometimes wonder whether that might be part of why Israel's police force is so fucked up.
It's pretty. I mean, yeah. It's. Oh my goodness. The way we do police.
It's not to get back into the super heavy topics, right? But yeah. It's very interesting that NYPD
we're so good at it.
has an international branch, basically, right?
Yeah,
really
and
well.
it's super strange. There's
one thing that's very interesting though.
Mm.
You know who doesn't pay for this?
Who?
Taxpayers.
Oh.
The international liaison.
What are they like? CIA? Go find your money, fucking arm.
No, actually, this is it. They are funded privately.
That's actually arguably more alarming. I was hoping you were going to say they're funded by federal.
Yeah, it's much more worrying. Yes,
that's actually worse. I was really hoping for you to say that it's out of federal money printing, right? Because it's like
I wish it was.
Yeah.
It's all reconciliations now. Haha.
Private donations to the NYC Police Foundation, right? Which is not a great.
Oh no.
Yeah, so pretty.
Hey, isn't Blackwater out there? Yeah.
This is spooky. I don't like that. I don't like that
So
at
we
all.
have New York Palantir. That's cool.
As I said, I know quite a lot about specifically New York City's police department.
Yeah.
Some of which I probably shouldn't know, just for context.
Well,
yes, Nagi, that is Sybil.
Yeah. I know it's incredibly
Who's
advanced
much
Fugi.
funnier than me.
Oh, shush. Dude, what the fuck is this JD Vance? It's Sybil. It's terrifying. No, he's here to make you ravioli.
Yeah.
I promise you, it's Chef Boy
Ravioli
JD.
starring JD Vance.
Yeah, Chef Boy JD. Yeah. You're so hungry, I can handle this. Wait, this guy has no hair.
Gonna slip right off.
Oh my god, I've been under this hat for hours, and I can't even make him do things.
It's strange, right? Because apparently everybody else can.
Right?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, one of the most easily influenced and one of the least mind man to ever live.
Oh my god, he amazes me every day with how much he does not have in anything.
The vice president, Nagi. He is the vice president.
This is the U.S. vice president. Yeah. Hello, Silky Mirunga. Thank you for the follow.
Well, to be more accurate, it's a meme image that looks suspiciously like JD Vance, but that he insists is not him. But if you post it on Twitter, it will get you banned.
I did not know that. I wonder if I can trick Grok into posting.
I don't know if it still does that, but I know that he was like threatening that this is some kind of terrorism.
He was really sensitive about
this. He was really pissed. Holy shit, he was angry.
Further proof that he is of my generation, right? This is the exact sort of thing that people would have gotten like turned into a permanent laughing stock.
Don't post that, bro. Don't post that, bro.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like,
if this was the appropriate year, this would be a YTMND.
I was gonna say this is a very something awful behavior.
Yes, actually, Blue. It's exactly like that.
What is considered terrorism these days? Literally anything that the establishment doesn't like.
Stop saying I look like Chicken Little. He's stupid, and he's a coward, and I am not a coward. Fucking Vine. But yeah, I do think that to wrap back around to Mr. Beast here, right?
Yeah, wrap back around to Jimmy. To
I forgot about that guy.
It's very,
I was in bliss.
Very interesting how, like, so the guy I compared him to is Jason Lee, who is definitely Jason Lee being the Jubilee guy.
Oh, okay. I was like, who is
Jason Lee? definitely
him versus like 30 atheists, dude.
Yes.
Yeah. The stuff that is posed and
he's the founder of
framed
Jubilee.
and like shot like it's hardcore pornography.
Yes.
My God.
Oh
my God, now that you mention it.
Jason Lee is actually a very interesting figure, in my opinion, because the actual problem with Jason Lee is that he is stupid. I think he is genuinely well-meaning. This is a man who like made it big on Wall Street, went, oh man, that was terrible. Why did I do that? And proceeded to spend the next 5 years busking to prove that you couldn't make a living doing that. And like to like raise awareness, he donated all the money he made from that to like causes, gave tons of money to charity, and then YouTube became a thing. And he founded Jubilee specifically for the purposes that Jubilee says it's for, right? He genuinely believes that what he's doing is increasing like the amount of empathy and kindness in the world by showing different sides of an issue. The problem is he is stupid. And he thinks genuinely that the polarized opposites of the issue are normal people and fucking radical xenophobes. And he just isn't able seemingly to grasp the idea that what he's doing is bad.
He is not able to grasp the idea that the polarized issues were not the centrists versus the chuds before. And since he has started this, we have now had 3 different centrists try to assassinate the president.
Yes. Which is crazy, right?
Yeah.
If it was actually, if what he was doing was actually the centrists versus the chuds, that would actually be really funny to me. For the most part, he doesn't do that. What he does is normal person, like there's a video that's like, Jubilee presents 30 serial killers versus 1 ordinary person, right?
Yeah.
That's what Jubilee does.
Yeah, it's
So it did give me one of my favorite moments in recent history, which is Jordan Peterson getting his shit pushed in by just a bunch of random atheists. Random guys. Just like running rhetorical circles around Jordan Peterson to the point where Jordan Peterson actually like had a breakdown. Very obviously started crying.
I think we need Jordan Peterson to retire from public life because not just because I think he's evil, but because I think we may have entered like the elder abuse phase of.
I actually agree with this.
Of his lolcowing.
Also, Jordan Peterson is a guy who has for years and years and years been insisting that he's not a Christian while saying Christian shit. So fuck that guy, basically.
Yeah,
right?
I mean he's incredibly dishonest. Is like.
It's also, this is similar to Jordan Peterson going and arguing with Yale students and getting his shit pushed in because they're Yale students, right? Like, arguing with like the Yale debate club is one of the stupidest possible things that you can do, actually. Like,
and it's really frustrating because like part of that is just like the stupidity of like competitive debate and like what debate is, which is just like. Even if it was a subject that he is a genuine expert on, he would still probably get his shit pushed in, not because, like, he doesn't know what he's talking about, which he often does. That just makes it worse. But because, like, of the way that debate is structured is not to...
Exactly.
Like, debate is a skill with a really high skill ceiling, and very little of that skill contribution comes from being correct.
Yes. No, it's all rhetoric. Debate is the sport of rhetoric. That is what it is. And Jordan Peterson, what he does is debate.
Yeah.
Right? What he does is debate. He's all about rhetoric, very little about substance. The problem is he's going against young people who are the rhetorical equivalent of extremely fit.
Yeah.
Who do this like all day, every day at one of the highest levels in the country.
And he's been playing. He's been on the kid gloves, right? Like he's not even been on like the JV team. He's been in the. I mean, he's
been in the random guy in the crowd yelling at him, right?
Well, he's been very much though. Like what's the like what that Paul brother is to boxing. He's been doing that for a debate, right? Well,
exactly.
Jake or Logan.
Every time he goes and argues with somebody who actually knows their shit, he gets fucking knocked out in round 1.
Yeah,
like
he gets obliterated.
He's an idiot.
Him going up against
is not smart.
Him going up against Zizek, a guy who I don't even particularly respect, was brutal.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm not even a Zizek fan. I don't like the guy very much. I think he's wrong for the most part. But he's just like... I think it was the fastest I've ever seen a debate turn into a non-factor, because the Zizek-Peterson debate was framed as a, like, modern-day equivalent of the Chomsky-Foucault debate. And, like...
Boy, putting Peterson in the same... Oh.
And, like...
Ew.
Zizek shows up and has read all of Peterson's work, and it's supposed to be a debate about Marx, and Peterson admits very quickly on that he didn't read any Marx going in.
Yeah. Because that's what he always does. What he always does is this thing that I have said that I want to argue about. I don't know anything about it. Come at me, atheist.
Hello, Sparkly Anarchy.
Every single time.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of just ended the whole debate, Blue. It was just kind of like over right then. It's just like, so you just like didn't do the homework. And like, I will say Marx, I have an opinion that I do think that Marx is in fact actually pretty challenging to read. And my evidence for this is that I know several people who have spent decades reading Marx and are willing to go to the mat that Marx is fundamental to their identity as dedicated Marxists, and none of them fucking agree on what Marx says. So clearly, this is not just like the easiest thing to, the clearest and most straightforward writer on the planet. On the other hand, I did assign Marx to my college undergraduate students, right?
Yes.
Like, you can reasonably expect 101 students in English, history, etc. to get through the manifesto without a lot of challenge.
Yes. I don't know if Jordan Peterson can read. I'm going to be real. I'm like, I actually think that he might be extremely dyslexic.
See,
I have no real basis for this. It's just his aversion to ever reading anything, and I've seen him try to read stuff out loud, and he can't fucking do it.
That's interesting.
Yeah, he's very bad at it, actually.
I figured that he might be very, very badly brain damaged from the coma.
That is also possible. Wrong. Yeah, that is also possible. I have spoken with Jordan Peterson once at something a long time ago before he really rose to prominence.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, back when he was just a psychologist. Yeah. Yeah,
when he was just a psychologist. And honestly, like, he did not used to be this bad. I think he definitely is a victim of audience capture.
Oh yeah, no, he went off a deep end.
Hello,
at some point, he went off a deep end.
Yeah, he went. I mean, again, like there's a couple of. I think
brain
the audience
damage
capture.
tickets here for that pipeline.
Yeah, I am talking about the benzo withdrawal on coma. Like, I think that probably did a lot of damage to his brain. Audience capture probably.
Jordan Peterson was once fairly well respected. Like, actually. Right?
Was.
And his level of respect was... I mean, this is actually one of the things I find most interesting about Peterson, is that Peterson has relied a lot on the social cachet of being a hard scientist, a vials and beakers and instruments guy.
Yes.
Because of like, he's a psychologist, and that's a science, unlike sociology or history. This is not a belief that you can hold on to about Jordan Peterson if you read anything that he wrote.
Yes.
He is a mythologer.
I will say, I will say that so like I said, I've spoken to the guy before. I don't know him, but I spoke to him at an event, basically, right? That we were both at. I got in on my mother's tailcoats. Long story short, it was an education event. And it was not a terrible discussion. Obviously, this was when I was like 21. So the fact that Peterson could keep up with me, a not even college graduate, not all that impressive, right? But he was not this bad, 20 years ago. He's gotten like so much worse.
Alternative hypothesis, right?
Yeah.
Alternative hypothesis. Turf.
Oh yeah. No, that's definitely
brainworms. Turf brainworms.
Turf brainworms. I could also argue, like, I don't like to get into all the religion stuff on your stream, but I could also argue too much belief in spiritual reality.
I mean, that was, and his spiritualism is crank shit. It's crank shit. It's like,
it's literally just in your room.
Listen, I came in for one purpose and one reason alone. The TERFs have literally brought brainworms back into the United States with the screw worms. Anyway, that is it. Good night.
They imported them.
Good night, Cat.
That was Manomancer. He is sick. Be nice to him. Or don't, because he's very powerful.
He's very powerful, and he doesn't need you to be nice to him, but be nice to him anyways.
Okay, then I'm gonna pull.
It does remind me of my favorite Wizards with Guns skit, which is the one about Blow Gogurt interviewing Jordan Peterson about it's sorry, Blow Gogurt is hold on, what's his name, is Joe Rogan, right? It's Joe Rogan.
Oh god.
And Blow Gogurt interviews Jordan Peterson about what is the specific wizards and skeletons, and the difference between wizards and skeletons and necromancers and skeletons for how long is it? 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Oh no.
And it's literally just a guy doing a Jordan Peterson impression and a guy doing a Joe Rogan impression, trying to converse about whether or not the wizards are skeletons or not, and whether or not this is a metaphor for masculinity.
Ooh.
That sounds brilliant.
And it's really funny. Here, I'll show you, Sybil. Like, this is my favorite skit from these guys. I really like
it. Sounds up my line.
Yeah. Wizards with Guns is a really, really good YouTube channel. They do really good skits. Though I think that once in a while their skits are a little bit too much just like the joke is violence. I think that's a little too often like the joke. Just like a very sort of like robot chicken sort of. And then incredible violence happens. Isn't that funny? You weren't expecting that, huh?
Very,
but this one doesn't end like that, so it's really good. No, I'm pretty sure I've shown you this one before, but I'll send it to you again. Yeah, the title is Jordan Peterson talks about wizards and skeletons for roughly 2 minutes. For anyone who wants to look it up in chat, right? Here, you know what? In fact, I can post links here, so I'll just post the link. It's very good.
Painfully Scottish individual.
But it's a remarkable impression of Peterson's character, right? Like, actually, right? It's just like this is what it feels like with Peterson, right? And especially after like I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I think he's done. Like, actually, I think the Jubilee debate kind of like ended his career, so to speak. He is,
which is pretty funny. That's what did it to him.
Yeah, I mean, he embarrassed himself.
Yeah.
Oh, it was humiliating. I loved watching it. It was so good.
Yeah, he tried to do his thing, which is that the thing that Jordan Peterson
deny everything, don't have a ground, and then suddenly
don't have any ground to stand on. What he does is he agrees to debates on a subject and then refuses to engage on that subject and acts offended that somebody would try to put that subject on him. Right? That's his trick. That's his one.
I'm not a Christian. Who told you that I'm a Christian?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, was this not supposed to be one Christian defeats 30 atheists?
And the title of the video was One Christian versus 30 Atheists, and then they changed the title to Jordan Peterson versus 30 Atheists, which is even fucking funny. He does, but rarely has it been so low rent as it has been. See, Jubilee is not for intellectuals, okay? Let's be completely honest. Okay,
of course.
Jubilee is a web programming equivalent to Jerry Springer. It's Jerry Springer. Okay, that's what's going on. It's like daytime talk show. Okay, it's Jerry Springer. It's Maury, right? That's the sort of shit that we're dealing with here. And getting embarrassed that badly on Jubilee, where
like the entire thing was set up for him to walk in and just casually dunk on everyone and look like a strong man.
To look like a big dog, right?
And he got slaughtered. Oh my god!
He got demolished because every single one of them was just coming up, and he was like, "Well, I'm not a Christian. Who told you?" And they're like, "Well, they told us on the show that you were a Christian, and that's why we were here. So we all prepared to debate Christianity. Are you not a Christian?"
Why are
right?
you here?
Every single one of them would basically say
I'm
that.
the devil's advocate. It's like, no, you're the Christian.
Yeah, and Peterson would not be able to answer that either. He wouldn't be able to deny that he's a Christian either, because he knows it's a fucking
he's
lie.
been very proud of his Christianity. He talks about it all the fucking time.
Yep. And he kept trying to change the subject, and they just wouldn't let him change the subject. They just wouldn't let him do it. So the entire thing became not so much Jordan Peterson's Christian, good Christian man, strong man vibes versus evil atheists. It became a bunch of kids going, "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" over and over again.
And unsurprisingly, they were more well-versed on Bible verses than he was. These were actually intelligent atheists.
Listen,
they came prepared.
I'll tell you outright, any atheist who goes on a show to debate a Christian is gonna have read the Bible back to front and memorized all of it.
Yeah. It's not even that big of a book, right? Like
any of us who do that, right? And half of the atheists that I know are like extremely well-trained theologists, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because generally speaking, when somebody's serious about atheism, it means they learn what's going to be thrown at them so they don't get tripped up, right? They want to make sure that their perspective, like most atheists want to challenge their perspective, but that doesn't make them an agnostic, right? It's not like, oh, there could be a God. It's like maybe there's evidence somewhere that will prove me wrong. I don't believe it.
Maybe there is something in this book worth reading.
Yeah, maybe there is something in the Bible that will convince me that I'm wrong. Okay, maybe if I talk to enough Christians, I will think that I will realize like what the grand appeal of this is, and I will change my mind. And for a lot of them, that just never happens, right? They just get they just get further and further and further into their atheism, which makes perfect sense to me because this is exactly what happened to me. Right? This is the exact path that I took. I kept trying to find something in religion that wasn't just sociological that I could value. And I just couldn't find anything in the spirituality of it at all, right? And like I think historically Christianity, most religions have quite a bit of value as a community building device, right?
Yeah.
And an educational device as well. Literacy probably wouldn't exist without the Bible. Not in the Western world anyways. But like that doesn't mean that I'm up with like ghosts and psychic powers, right? Like
also hello Tohu. Sorry, I didn't say hello to Tohu when he came in. Hello Tohu Bohu.
So Shark Ray, if you have access to like a community college, they often have some pretty decent theology courses at those. It's a really popular subject. Yeah.
Oh, have a good night then, Tohu.
Here's one thing that I do find weird, right? Because for a while we did have an age of very, very critical Christians, or at least ones who were able to like distinct the myth from the good parts of the book.
Like,
because don't get me wrong, we had individuals who went into the sciences explicitly with the like, wow, the wonders of God. Let's figure out how the world works, and it's not going to disprove the existence of God. It just aligns with God's
Newton was deeply religious, right?
Exactly.
So,
but these were people that actually read the fucking Bible and had verses picked out that they liked. And they didn't just listen to a religious leader. They didn't just show up to church and then, like, when the preacher is done preaching, you go home.
So,
it almost feels like the... Oh, sorry. No, go.
No, please. I was cutting you off.
Well, it feels to me like the less that you actually look at the Bible and the less that you're taught to, like, be a little critical... approach it. It is a book. I know that there have been preachers in the past who have always taught, like, the book was written by a man. We believe in God, but the book was written by a man. There are going to be inconsistencies within it. But
by a series of men.
And then it feels like the more that we went into like lazy ass kitchen Catholics and Christians who barely pick it up, the less critical they got, and the more that they just believed absolutely in the smallest portions of the Bible that they've been taught by their religious leaders.
So a lot of this is that religious education is phenomenally bad. I do not necessarily mean the study of religion as a sociological phenomena is bad. That's actually usually quite good, in fact. But religious institutions that offer educational courses on the faith that are not like literally the Vatican tend to be quite bad academically. They do not do a good job of teaching the most important skill of academy, which would be, to be honest with you, critical thinking and media literacy, because that goes quite against the point of a Bible study. The point of a Bible study is to learn that this is the word of law and this is the word of God. It is to indoctrinate more than it is.
Well, I mean, Bible studies are circle jerks of Christians. I've been to them. There's nothing critical or crucial about them. There's no actually discussing what the word means. They think that they understand the word.
So
Bible studies are always a circle jerk.
The Torah is studied very academically. Progressive Jews, in particular, tend to be very critical and tend to frame their faith as an argument with God, which is one, the most Jewish thing imaginable, and two,
I mean, you're wrong.
And two, is a much healthier relationship with the idea of a higher power, in my opinion. Right? I have my opinions on this. I won't get too deep into them, but what I do think is that there's a big difference between somebody who reads the Bible as something that they want to examine and explore for themselves, and somebody who is taught the Bible as the word of God. Because
that's a good point there. Yeah.
When you have a authoritarian structure of learning, that leads to an authoritarian understanding of learning, where there is a central authority that is being created, a nexus of knowledge that cannot be questioned, because questioning it is at your peril. And this becomes especially true with Christianity in specific, because the way it is treated is obey your father, obey the father. Obey, obey, obey. Do not question. It is not for you to question, it is only for you to obey.
Yeah.
Questioning means you get killed, right? Questioning means you deserve the fate of hell. How dare you not be faithful? This is a very evangelical problem in particular.
Well, there was a period for the Catholics and Catholic tutelage and Catholic schools in which it was a result of, like, your nun would outright beat the shit out of you. Like, in no small terms, your nun would just absolutely destroy your shit.
Yes. And I should note to those of you in chat, I am not Jewish. However, one of my good friends who is a rabbi has told me that I am not allowed to get my rabbi certification because I'd put the rest of them out of business. So I am Jewish enough that I get mistaken for Jewish by like Jews on the street. I almost certainly have a considerable amount of Jewish ancestry somewhere in there. I don't know exactly where it comes in because I only know my family tree on like my mom's side. But yeah. I just get figured for Jewish. I just get figured for Jewish. When I was in Toronto during Hanukkah, and I just kept having people come up and wish me a happy Hanukkah. Like,
my God,
repeatedly, right? And some of them would talk to me in Yiddish, and I'm like, okay, I only speak some Yiddish, so I'll try to respond, but I'm like, okay, like I see how it is, right?
I did have a Palestinian kid that I worked with at a pizza place think that I was Jewish, and I think that was exclusively because my nose.
Oof.
He was like, hey, why don't you move to Israel? They would probably have you. They take all Jews. I'm like, dude, I'm not Jewish.
That's one of the
what
nicest things that any kid can actually say to you. Like, what? You should probably go to
I was looking at him. I was like, what are you talking about, dude? I'm not Jewish. What do you
mean? Yeah. That's true. There was one guy who came up to me who was like a really obviously like Orthodox Jew, right? Like the kind that you do not see a lot of, right? I didn't even know they had those in Toronto, to be completely honest. I've never seen them anywhere other than New York City, right?
Yeah. It's kind of like the
and Philadelphia,
center.
But yeah, no. The thing that I'm getting at here is that I think actually the evil that is being committed here isn't just anything to do with Christianity in specific, or Islam in specific, or Judaism in specific, or Shinto in specific, or any specific religion, right? It is more to do with the authoritarian tools of teaching that are quite against the point, in my opinion. It's not the best idea in the world, I think, to have people taught not to question the text.
It's pretty rough, I would say. Even
I think it's a pretty bad idea, and it leads to people
only end
who
up
do not
with two results.
Yeah.
You give that kind of a binary path, and you only end up with two binary results. Like, they either say yes or they say no.
Mm-hmm.
And you can hope that they say yes, but
the truth is, even if they say no, it is possible that you will have done so much damage that you have created somebody who is not capable of fulfilling the responsibilities of a citizen.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This is a real worry that I have about people in general, is that their level of media literacy and critical thinking ability is low enough as a result of their education and the abuses of their education. That
you can ruin human beings. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Make them completely incapable of participating in society.
They're not unsalvageable. I should be clear, right? This is not like me saying that these people are worthless or anything like that. I'm not actually.
But it's also like, where are they going to find the resources to actually get them back up? Like we don't have those. I would love if
they have now. We have taken what is a social, which in my opinion is a societal responsibility, which is the education of the youth, and turned it into a personal responsibility of those youth to be educated in spite of the system that is trying to brainwash them, for lack of a better term, right? Not to use too extreme terminology here, but this is very insidious, and it can just be the result of bad education rather than any actual malice.
Mm-hmm.
Although the education and the malice is very present.
It could just be the result of history being taught as facts rather than an understanding. It can be like something that happened to me when I was in school was that they changed how we did fucking long division every year. I had to learn long division differently every year after 3rd grade. I would have to learn a new way to do long division.
I wish somebody would have taught me long division the right way to begin with, honestly.
I wish I didn't have to learn that.
I never figured it out. I still can't do it.
You know what I do? I pick up my supercomputer that is more powerful than the computers on Star Trek, and I open the calculator app on it, and that everybody has, by the way, and I type in the formula that I need to have solved, and it solves it for
exactly.
me.
Okay, you've come to the wrong place if you're going to be making the argument that you don't. It's not worth knowing how to do this.
No. I'm saying
Al has awakened.
It's not important that I know how to do this.
I feel like when you said that, like a boss bar just popped up beneath you and it's slowly filling with health.
I like math. I think people should. I think math is better than the education system for math. Is what
Absolutely.
I think. I think math is something that people should, in general, know how to do. And if anything, we are not teaching enough math. What I will say about long division specifically, long division is not actually very difficult. You can make it seem very difficult, but what it is a notation system, of which there's clearly many, But long division is just systems of notation for when you want to divide numbers that are too large to just do in your head.
Yes.
That's all that it is for. Is that if you want to figure out how many times you have a group of 3,000 students and a maximum class size of 23. How many teachers do you need at a minimum? Right? That's a long division. You're going to deal with a long division.
Sorry, did you just ask me a math question?
I did.
She is so funny. No, but like my point was less to do with any lack of value.
Welcome back. Yeah,
or anything to do with math being lacking in value, and more that the fact that I got taught this like 7 different ways, and what this has resulted in is me not even engaging with it.
Yeah, no, the
that was
the math education is a goddamn disaster. Math itself is something that I think everyone should have some experience and understanding of. I would actually say it's hard for me to think of a more valuable thing to teach students.
Reading comprehension.
I think math is like the easier version of reading comprehension. I think it's like
I personally think that for most students, reading comprehension is needed to parse math education.
I think that it's...
we can disagree about this.
I mean, what math actually is, is math is a system for creating art using logic. And the fact that people rarely think that that's what math is should really tell you how incredibly bad math education is. It's not about like any of the specific skills. I get a little bit cranky about this. It's not about the specific skills involved.
It's a philosophy.
It's an art form. It's an aesthetic art form.
Okay.
No, it is.
I'll accept it.
So when I was in graduate school, my drinking buddies were the math department. My drinking buddies were the math department, and like this is how they talked about and understood their work, was that it was about creating beauty. And the problems that they had with each other and with other mathematicians was that they had ugly proofs, that they had inelegant proofs, that their ideas were, not that their ideas were factually wrong, but were demonstrated things that were boring or ugly or asinine, or, they talked the same way that the art department did, about, a photographer who takes asinine photos or whatever. Right.
So the biggest issue that I have with this,
mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're comparing it to photography, that actually makes a ton of sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
But photography is an interpretation of the world in a direct way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or an indirect way, as the case may be, which is what math also is. It's an interpretation of reality, right?
Kind of. It's an interpretation of logic. This is the thing that is like Okay,
fair enough.
This is the reason why I think it's so worth engaging with, is that logic is not accountable to the facts. Right? Here's what I will I'm gonna be a big brain here if you'll tolerate me kind of getting a little bit in the weeds on the sociology of this, the sociology of this all.
It's your stream, my friend.
Yeah.
Okay, but then you have to answer me one question.
Okay.
But it'll wait until after.
Okay. So the sociology of it all, the politics actually of it all, I should say, is that the politics of math are, if you want to have engineers in your society, right? If you want to have engineers, which if you are trying to be an industrial society, you want to have engineers, right? You need to bake, if factories are part of your economy, you want to have engineers. If you want to have engineers, you have to have physicists, because they cannot do engineering without physics. If you want to have physicists, you have to have mathematicians, because physicists are frequently at the boundary of what you can learn about math, and they generally cannot learn the level of math they need to do physics from other physicists. They have to learn from dedicated mathematicians in order to understand the types of math they themselves will need to do in order to study physics, which they need in order to produce the materials that your engineers can do in order for them to produce the kinds of machines that allow you to be a competitive economy. That is the reason why our education system at a political level cares about mathematics.
Yes.
However, this is the thing, the important part of this, right, is that all of this is downstream of how academia operates, and how academia operates is academia is the only tool that anybody has yet so far invented that produces these kinds of products. And academia as an actual institution is an organ that creates ideas and knowledge. And that means that you are beholden to the curiosity of the people studying the subjects. And again, for mathematicians, things like numbers, not actually very important. Things like physics, not actually very important. Reality is a triviality to the mathematician's mind. It is logic, and I really do mean like logical propositions. I mean the relationships like A is a proposition. The concept of set notation is a logical proposition. So an important mathematical concept that not all mathematicians really care about, right, is that a set contains all of the elements of itself, and therefore you can create subsets of that set and then know that that subset has all of the properties that are contained in the superset. This is simultaneously really complicated to say out loud, incredibly trivial in actual practice, because all you are demonstrating is that all blue pants are pants. Right? That's all that actually means. But you are working at a level of abstraction where the existence of pants as physical objects is an irrelevance.
I wish I had your understanding of math.
This is what I mean by how incredibly bad our math education is that while this is probably not something you need to teach to a third grader, it is kind of fucking crazy that...
Actually, this is a very useful thing to teach to a third grader.
I mean, the level of abstraction I explained as is probably not good for childhood education, but I didn't... I'm not good at childhood education. I'm not good at it.
I'll be honest with you. Yeah. Understanding, being able... Like, the specific thing that I think would benefit third graders a lot is the fact that all pants are pants is irrelevant. That specific logical conclusion is something that I think specifically that age group actually would benefit immensely from, and does benefit immensely from, in my experience. This is how I've had I was a language learning instructor, and I had to do quite a bit of this sort of like, we do not need to focus on this, we need to focus on this sort of thing. So I think, and I feel like I was kind of teaching the same sort of logical process, right? In simpler terms, less abstraction. But the ability to abstract that level of logic is kind of what almost one of the things that I think education as a whole is for, and I don't really care about the subject, right? The subject doesn't matter. I think all education can be boiled down to, can you question this effectively? And what does that look like? Right? Can you question your conclusions successfully? And what does that process look like? How much can you elaborate upon it? But again, I am mostly an early childhood expert, right? Rather than a adult education expert.
Yeah, I always kind of struggle because I don't feel like I'm an education expert at all. I had the standard academia education approach to education of what became something of a subject matter expert, and then they put me in front of classrooms. admittedly, I had been in front of classrooms before then, and I knew a little bit about teaching before then, but I didn't have a lot of formal education in education, which, as far as I know, is in general permitted more with adults, because you are downstream of the people who had to teach them in early childhood, and hopefully they got those students through the rudiments of how to understand classrooms and how to behave in them. But yeah, the Necromaster, I think that this, and I do think that in general, this is highly valuable. I just kind of think I didn't do that good of a job on that explanation. I think I made it sound more complicated than it actually was. But yeah, this is the reason why I think that math is something that should be taught. I think that the way we teach math, the specifics of the curriculum are not very good. I think the fetishization is not very good, and makes it harder to learn. I do think, though, that it is a fundamental basic skill that all people should be getting at a basic type of education. Like, I do stand by that.
I agree. No, yeah. I do actually agree with this. I think that this is important. I think that there should be, and Sybil had a question, so I want to make sure.
Sorry, Sybil. Let's
I
see
don't
what
want
you've
to
got
cut it
here.
off, but
Miss Moth?
Sybil.
Oh, wait, wait, hold on. Did she say... She said she was going for a smoke break, but I think that was longer ago.
Oh, okay.
I think she's back from that, so I don't know. Moth destroyed.
Sorry. I am certain she will be back.
Yeah.
So what I was going to say then is that I think one thing that really needs to be defined in education is the difference between direct observations of reality and imagination.
Yeah.
I think that this is actually very important to explore, right? And I'm not talking about in a really big philosophical level. I'm talking about the difference between creative writing and nonfiction writing.
Oh, yeah.
Journalism and creative writing, right? Specifically. Journalism can be an art form. It can be extremely creative, but you are at some level reflecting on truth that you have uncovered. It is important that people understand that products of imagination are not truth that is being uncovered.
Yes.
It's some bullshit you made up, and it probably is more meant to entertain or communicate or express emotion than it is to express truth. And I think understanding the difference between those two things and processes that achieve those two things is very important. And something can synthesize both. A lot of satire does, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I am at some level somewhat bitter of the idea. Well, bitter might not be the right word. I am very cautious about the idea that we start treating everything everybody creates as though it's just a reflection of reality. And I mean that in that specific framing. Because like, obviously you can't create something that has no basis on anything, right? You just can't do it, right? We're a product of our experiences in a lot of ways. Humans can't think like not humans. We're not able to do it, right? It's just like, it is a physical impossibility for us to achieve. But that doesn't mean that what you write necessarily conveys your morality, your ethics, what you think is correct. Maybe you just think it's interesting. That's the most important part, right? The most important part is that there is room in the arts specifically to express things that you do not believe are true or believe in, while not like being... Sorry, I got jumbled up there. Sorry.
Alia, collect yourself.
Basically, it's important that fiction be able to lie.
Okay.
It's really important that fiction be able to lie and to be fictional. and not be held up for its closeness to reality as its strongest value. The point is, the idea needs to be able to be, well, wouldn't it be interesting? Wouldn't this be interesting? Not, isn't this how it should be? Or isn't this how it really is? It's really important to like distinguish these two thoughts as equally valid creative processes. But that one is not a lesser version of the other. That's the really important part. And that one is not a deceptive, evil, bad version of the other. Because people act often like either, depending on who you're talking to, either somebody will behave as though fiction that isn't like metaphorical primarily, it's not primarily didactic in its nature, is somehow lesser because it's not able to be weaponized. Often it feels like it's because they want something that they can weaponize against their political opponents.
It is interesting, right? Because like that type of construction of like didactic fiction is often held by fiction people as lesser, right? That's like a mark in against.
And that's the next point.
Okay, yes, I've predicted, I've anticipated you.
Yes, that there is no truly wild creativity not based on anything, right? That it's not superior or lesser, because this is how a lot of nonfiction journalistic, I read serious adult fiction for adults sort of people, my ilk. Think about it, which is, this has a fight scene in it. How gross. How fucking uncouth and low class, right? This is just entertainment meant to amuse the masses. It's not truly deep, like my story about a professor contemplating adultery, right? That's usually how it feels, right? Like closeness to reality is treated as a inherent good, when actually I would argue that in truth, most of the most realistic fiction that exists is far away from reality. A lot of the deepest observations that are made about the philosophy of reality are made from the perspective of complete absurdism, which is pretty interesting, I feel.
As someone who does pretty much only absurd humor, thank you.
Like Kafka.
Miss Moth, you had a question for me, Miss Moth.
Yes. Okay. So my conundrum. Yes.
Yes. Let's hear
my conundrum for you. Why is 3 half of an 8, but it isn't 4?
That's a great question. That sounds like one of the mysteries of the universe. I think you might have a PhD thesis on your hand here. This is a real good one. I don't have a good answer for you. That's a real good one. It's a real good one. Yeah, I don't know.
Sybil, you are wonderful.
This all has reminded me that I need to actually read Konbini Ningen.
Oh yeah.
I was hoping to read it in Japanese, which might be that is beyond my current Japanese capabilities. But I might be able to get there someday. Because this is I
think this is my favorite Murata novel, actually. Right.
Well, what's interesting to me is
like Earthlings. I really like Earthlings, but sorry.
It's I think it might be the most divisive novel I've ever encountered. And I part of what has provoked this is that I read I believe it was Guardian article that I think was the dumbest article I've read in a couple of years.
No.
Not the Guardian. How could they betray? How could the Grand betray us like this? That's that was about Konbini. That was about Konbini and hello Risco Plexo. And the core of it, the base point that they started with is like, Japan's a really cool country, but Konbini convenience stores are boring.
Really?
And this is fundamentally like one of the dumbest things I've heard in my entire life, because the core argument of it is that a service that people who live in a country use for their daily life is not a tourist attraction.
Yeah,
that's actually what it was. Like it's like
this is not sufficiently exotic enough.
Why isn't this 7-Eleven employee doing a dance for me?
Yeah, it's
Konbini are also fascinating.
Where's your culture?
Economically and like as structures, because you can go to 2 Konbini from the same fucking like franchise that are like a couple miles apart and they'll have completely different stock.
Which is interesting to me as a New Yorker, where you can go to 2 different stores that are not owned by the same company at all and do not advertise and do not even speak the same language, and they have the same stock.
Exactly.
But the well, it's not actually very different, right? I've been to Konbini quite a lot. The difference between a Konbini and a come and go is pretty thin. The Konbini is cleaner and has food that I like more than the hot dog eternally spinning on the rollers, but it's not really fundamentally different. But what struck me about it was, Konbini Ningen, my summary of Konbini Ningen as a person who has not read it, and has just encountered it in the wild, not in the wild, in online discussions, is that Konbini Ningen is a book about a woman who works at a convenience store, and recognizing that working at a convenience store is acknowledging that it's not really the most exciting or high prestige job. She still decides that it is worth committing to and taking seriously, and she takes a certain amount of comfort in the stability and ritual of being a convenience store worker.
And kind of identify with that, honestly.
So the reason the division I've seen, also hello NKZ120, thank you for the follow, is that the majority of most of the people I've seen who have read it are autistic women who have said, wow, I really relate to this person who wants a life that is like stable and contained and ritualized, and is really fucking annoyed at people asking her about when she's going to get a boyfriend and so on. And the other read of it, which is the other read of it that I have seen from, and it was in this article, right, was, wow, look at this portrait of a woman who just doesn't have a soul.
I was gonna say, so I've read this novel, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I would say that how I would frame this novel is a woman who is either deeply OCD or deeply autistic, attempting to mask and deciding that she doesn't like it.
Okay. Yeah.
It's pretty interesting. It's also, like most of Murata's work, very much about women and the boxes that they put themselves in.
Yep.
And women and family and the boxes that they feel the need to put themselves in because society says so. It's why I like her work. I don't think she is the greatest writer of all time, to be completely honest. But she's
when you're talking about a larger societal issue like that and a woman's experience, I don't think you need to be the best writer.
But I mean, there's also only going to be one the best writer, so you know. It's a high bar.
I would compare her negatively to Han Kang, for example.
Yeah, right? I mean, Han Kang's insane. Han Kang's insane.
Han Kang's like fucking off her shit, right?
Yeah.
That woman is a genius.
But
Murata's very interesting.
I would talk to.
You should read The Vegetarian. It's really, really good.
It's fantastic. Okay. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, send it to me.
It is a book that like I will I remember like when I was moving, I'd already read it before, and I was like moving things, I was taking things off my bookshelf to put in boxes, and I picked up my copy of The Vegetarian and just like opened it up just to see like how much, if I still liked it as much, and like did not notice, and I was on like page 50.
I also really liked We Do Not Part.
Ooh, I haven't read that one.
Which it's I believe her newest novel.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't read White Book. I've read Vegetarian, Human Acts, and Greek Lessons.
Human Acts is quite good as well.
Human Acts is quite good, yeah.
So We Shall Not Part is very interesting because Hong Kong writes a lot about human relationships, but this one is a very particular kind of human relationships that which is the generational relationship between a mother and a daughter.
Okay.
And it's very insightful, I will just say. It's very interrogative, it's very insightful. I very much enjoyed it. It's probably like all of her work is incredibly character driven, but this is the one that feels the most like character study. It's less of a societal commentary than her other work and more of a character study. So I found it very fascinating because this is a thing that I love quite a bit in writing, right? My favorite author is Nabokov. So of course, right? Of course I like character study.
I feel like the general way I would describe this may, I hope this makes her sound like a more interesting author. I think a lot about that last chapter of Human Acts when she just like goes fully autobiographical. Han Kang is a woman who feels very deeply about her convictions and doesn't understand how other people are able to learn bad things and then just function. She is like the whole of Human Acts is just about her being rendered about the Gwangju uprising. Yeah, her being functionally rendered non-functional as a person by just her knowledge of the Gwangju uprising and how bad it was.
Fundamentally, fundamentally, all of Han Kang's work is about living in a society when you have very strong non-religious convictions that put you at odds with that society.
Yes, that's very much what it's about. It's about being a very passionate believer.
To give up your moral beliefs in order to fit in or succeed.
Yeah.
Oh man, that sounds fucking intense.
They are intense.
I want to read that.
They are intense. They are intense works, but I sincerely believe that Han Kang is the greatest living writer.
She's my favorite living writer. I will say that. I have some other writers who I have a lot of affection for, and it is also, I do find it hard to compare different types of writers.
I was about to say, novelist.
For a novelist, yes.
Writer. Yeah.
For a straightforward novelist, yes. I think she's my favorite, undoubtedly.
There are journalists who I might say are better.
Oddly, the funniest one for me is the one where I'm like really hesitating on is there's a humorist who I think within the field of comedy is Han Kang's equal, John Boyce.
Yeah, I thought that.
John Boyce. John Boyce is man. What a guy! This is more lighthearted. I'm just going to talk a little bit about like a much more lighthearted topic. John Boyce is a humorist, and his focus is on sports. And he had a project. This is really one of his more obscure projects, but I think it more illustrates like what his deal is. He worked for Radio Shack for years, and in Radio Shack. What was that? Oh yeah, he hated it. His autopsy of his eulogy for Radio Shack is one of the most scathing things I've read. There was a promotional photo of like 8 people like standing and jumping as like a promotional photo for Radio Shack. And as like there's like stock actors, right? There's like a stock photo. And he made a fiction project, I don't know other word for it, where he wrote in the voices assumed for those 8 people called the Standing and Jumping Forum, where he made an entire something awful ass forum where it was only the 8 of them all posting at each other with him writing all of their parts. And they're all completely insane.
Yes.
One of the bits in it that I thought was particularly good was one of the characters, every single one of her posts is deleted by moderators.
Yeah. I love when people use this sort of format.
Yeah.
In like I read something once where the entire format was done through Google search results. And you could gradually see the character losing their fucking shit as you gradually figure out like what's going on with them.
I don't know if you saw this, Mix.
Searching in the chain of association.
I don't know if you saw this, Mix, but this is one I kind of am interested in your opinion on. You probably are vaguely aware of it. Sarah Zed did an entire mecha fiction formatted as Nextdoor posts.
Yes, I saw that.
Okay, I was wondering what you thought of it.
Funny.
Okay, thought it was pretty funny. Okay. I thought it was funny, but I didn't. I'm not like as much.
Honestly, she's pretty good. She has pretty good ideas.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
She has pretty good ideas. She's, obviously, the issue comes mostly in the fact that she clearly isn't me. I'm sorry. This is the one thing I will be a total elitist about. No. Like, let me put it this way. Like, Al likes bringing this up, so I'll just bring this up. I know literally everything about this genre.
Yeah.
I am actually like the only person who I would say maybe knows more about this than me is like Masami Obari, who has worked on half of these shows and basically invented the animation style that is used today in these shows. So, and then him or maybe the author of Knights and Magic, who is just like the biggest fucking giant robot autist on the planet. Like, unironically, this guy just like knows everything about this and just keeps trying to get comics published that are just him making jokes about extremely obscure mecha shows from the 1970s. That's like all he does. That's like all he's interested in doing. Is just like, yeah, hey, what if I did like a comic about these girls and they really, really, really think this one animation technique from like a 1983 mecha show is like the coolest thing ever, and they just talk about it all the time. What if I just did that? And then he gets fucking syndicated for like 2 years with this. God. Somehow. I still don't understand how he did this, but he did this. The comic is just titled Girls Who Get It. And it's literally just them talking about vernier thruster animation in Gundam 0083. That's the entire comic.
What the fuck?
That's pretty wild. That's.
Like that. These are the people I'm comparing myself to here. Okay.
These are his rivals. These are his rivals.
These are my rivals. Yeah.
And you have to overcome these people.
Myself, but, yeah.
They push you further. I understand.
Yeah, but like Sarah Zed clearly doesn't know the difference between like the 3 versions of like this or that or this or that. Doesn't have my level of, but that's actually valuable in its own way because you don't get trapped in the loop of like trying to do something completely unique that I do, right? So no, it was a really cool format, I will say. The next door post format was really cool. I really appreciated that.
That's what. That's kind of what that was like the big thing I was going for. Was like.
No, I love this sort of like alternative storytelling mechanism. Like it's the House of Leaves school of storytelling, right? It's kind of what this is, right?
I am also a sucker for it. I what I frame it as is I am a sucker for framing gimmicks.
Yeah.
Like framing like weird
structure. Framing and structure.
Yeah, framing and structure gimmicks. I'm a real sucker for.
Yeah. I will tolerate a lot for a cool framing device. Like, you can be way more, like, trite than I would allow you to be in any other way if your framing device is cool enough. Which is, it's impressive that fucking Yick disappointed me so much when literally all it is an attempt. I mean, it's because the framing device is incompetent, but literally the entire thing is just trying to make a cool framing device work as an entire plot.
Yeah.
Right? That's the entire
Did you just say Yick?
Yep.
Yeah, Yick.
You know Yick.
Oh, she is so funny, man.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Sybil.
Sybil.
Yeah.
I have had to play this game like 5 times. Please do not, please understand my suffering, okay? I've had to play through it like 5 times, and I've had to sit through it more times than that.
Yeah, how many people did you take through it? It was like, I think it was Nagi.
3.
Did you help Sui?
3, but I had to play through it twice for Arthur.
I forgot about Arthur struggling through that shit. Fuck me.
That game sucks so much, man.
I really thought that after you said Arthur, you're gonna just go, oh, and then just log out again.
But no. It was like I helped Ran, I helped Nagi, I helped Nagi played most of the game herself, to her credit, and her pain. So you're saying is that I can't. You're not going to allow me to do a stream where I make you play Yick and I just do commentary. We'll talk about
Actually, that's funny as fuck.
See, the thing is, here's the thing, though. I already own the game. And since I already own the game, that means if I play it for other people, they don't give more money to this guy. And like that, you don't understand how tempting it is for me. Also, apparently, got a fucking update. Like the framing is even more interesting now, and it's even more wasted.
Incredible.
Game bad.
Let's give people who might not be familiar a little bit of a catch up. What is Yick?
The most pretentious game ever made. So
in a world with The Witness.
Yes, in a world with The Witness, Yick is Yick is a game that was made by, I do not remember his name. I'm just gonna call him Yick Man. Just like the protagonist of the game, Alex Yickman. Because he was very angry that gamers didn't like or get his previous game, right? His previous game was about him and his brother and their relationship with their mom, who had recently died, right? And people couldn't relate to it. They didn't get it. It was not emotionally meaningful to them because the author is a bad writer who cannot make these things relatable, right? Just complete failure to reach an audience, and he blames the audience for not appreciating that games are real art.
Mm-hmm.
So he makes Yick, a game where the entire point is, fuck you, you're probably a racist and a loser, and you probably jack off in your basement all the time.
How did he know?
Because it's fun.
And the problem with this is that it is the most insufferable, I'm not even adverse to calling gamers losers, okay? I do not self-identify as a gamer,
right? It's real loser shit.
But it's really just whining that making art is hard, and that it's not fair to judge him because he doesn't know what he's doing. And he's just trying really hard, man. You shouldn't judge him.
Well, you gotta put some teeth on that, because at the same time, he was also saying, you're fucking stupid for not understanding. What, don't you get it? This is context. Yes. This is subcontext.
Don't you get it? This is meaningful to me. This is the actual problem with Yick in general. It's that when I say whining, I don't mean like it's angsty. Mm-hmm. I mean, there is a scene in which one of the characters, who is clearly an author insert, whines about how when she was a little kid, people thought she was really good as an art, but then she grew up and her art didn't get better fast enough, and people weren't as impressed anymore, and that was really hurtful.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of the shit that any real artist worth their stripe learns when they're about 15, that they are fucking nothing in the grand scheme of things, and they need to get better. And that there's so much to learn, and that's an opportunity. That's the normal response from an artist who is serious about their art. But somebody who's only seeking external validation to be seen
why
as
be
an
serious
artist,
about it? Or
right?
You could just, yell at other people to call you an artist.
Yeah. You want to be seen as somebody who has created art. I am astounded that the Yick guy is not an AI bro. He hates AI.
I'm astounded that he hasn't hung himself, honestly.
Whoa.
I'm not. He's actually seems to be relatively happy, actually. I think that he's just kind of I think that
Why
he's
does he get to
kind
be?
of dumb. I think he's the other thing is like it's really garbled. Yik is really garbled, right?
That was always my understanding of it, was that
It doesn't really know where it's going.
It was rewritten like 7 times. So, like, not all of this is, like, entirely just the fault of the creative vision, right?
Mhm.
It's the fault of the creative direction being bad, right? There's a lot to this, but at its most essential, Yik is whiny and nostalgic for a time that never existed and doesn't understand why the things that it admires were good.
But it has the Ninja Turtles.
It has a really shitty reference to the Ninja Turtles. It's like, what if Earthbound wasn't absurdist and was just really, really annoying? That's like kind of what's going on with.
That just sounds
with
like me, honestly.
It's also like needlessly difficult, and the combat system is really boring.
Oh god, the combat system is fucking tragic.
Yeah, it's like somebody looked at like Paper Mario and went, "Oh wow, people really like this action combat stuff," and then just did like the most banal version of that imaginable, with no understanding of pacing or structure that makes it work in the game like Paper Mario.
They did at least address some of the worst parts of it with the re-release version, but the original version was so fucking bad.
And then there's the second re-release where they just went, "Oh guys, I have this great idea. Let's just make it Persona instead."
Yeah.
So now it's just Persona, but bad, which is impressive. Persona's already like a pared down version of Shin Megami Tensei. I don't know, Yik is just like, here's what I'll tell you guys. Okay, if anyone in chat has ever been feeling like they aren't good enough to create something, right? That like you aren't able to like be a real creator, to be a real artist, whatever that means, right? To you, play Yik. And you will be dissuaded of your notions that this takes any talent.
Yeah, they did it.
You can make stuff, right? You can make stuff. You can certainly do better than Yik. And you can. The other example that I love to give is Shad M. Brooks' Shadow of the Conqueror, a very, very bad book written by an idiot, right?
Oh boy.
If this man can publish a book, you can do it too. If the Yik guy can make Yik, you can do it too. Right?
I published a book and you can too. Now a New York Times bestseller.
Trying to promote this game to you now?
I am telling you to, if you want an ego boost from like indecipherable decision making in the design process of a video game and the writing process of a video game, Yik will give you that. That is the one thing that is done for humanity. It has created something that I can point to say, listen, no matter how bad you might think you may be, you're not going to be this bad. You're not going to be this bad. You're not going to fuck up this hard. You're not going to drop the ball this hard. It's like, I do not believe
even if you did, at least the bar was already on that floor. You can't be the first, Yik. It's been done.
Exactly, right? You really can't do worse. Like, and it's just a really unfortunate game because the framing device is actually pretty cool and it includes a lot of stuff that I would think is cool. If it wasn't so full of itself.
Almost universally, the near universal response I have seen to Yik is several minutes to hours of going,
what?
Wow, this is actually pretty cool. Followed by a much, much longer period of, like, near sobbing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh my god. I mean, you're not wrong. Just, that's... Damn.
I respect that Nagi got to that point within the first about 20 minutes of the game when there was a joke about gingers and how it's really racist to call gingers gingers. Yeah, that was her response also.
Yeah, except for with Nagi's tone, which is phenomenally better, but yeah.
That's in the prologue.
This feels like you're sinking your fingers into a scar that I have, and you're tearing it back open.
That's basically.
Also, hello, adders. Hello, adders.
Hey! If you can do something worse, you will be doing a service to humanity because I will be able to point to that instead of Yick, and I will stop having to pay attention to Yick or bring.
That's true. Can you please make a worse game than Yick, please?
The thing from my perspective about Yick is that not only is it bad, it's boring. Right?
Yeah.
That's like the thing. And every single time I have to have the same damn conversation about Yick, which is, no, the protagonist of the game, Alex, is not meant to be the author's self-insert. This is not the author's mouthpiece. Alex is you. You're this dumb, racist,
you're the piece of shit
loser who's lazy and doesn't want to get a real job. It's you. You're the one being criticized by this character. You, the prospective player, who is the gamer bro, right? Who is a lazy... It's just like, it's the same shit that somebody would say about somebody who beat them in an online ranked match of Call of Duty. Just as an entire
It's very no you, actually.
Now I have portrayed myself as the Chad narrator and you as the Alex Soyjak.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Also, hello, adders.
But I have portrayed myself as Chad and you as the Soyjak.
Yeah.
Actually, that was your Soul Panda.
I must cast Yick from its throne of shit. It's actually kind of fun. I know Yick entirely by reputation, right? The closest thing I have to any sort of real experience with it is I watched the Jack Saint video essay about it. And I am largely relying on his his abbreviated version of the playthrough of it, where he says, "You know what? I'm gonna say it. I think Yick is good. I think Yick is a masterpiece," and it cuts to him sobbing.
Yeah. And it's really annoying that this seems to have actually been like replicated even more so by the Yick, the recent remake thing that was released, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is like, the framing is actually quite good now. Like, they do this cool thing where all of the obnoxious monologues that were in the original game are framed as like these self-aggrandizing stand-up comedy monologues now.
Mm-hmm.
That's clever, actually.
Yeah.
That's actually really cool. Unfortunately, it's still Yick.
Unfortunately, still Yick.
Still Yicking.
Still Yicking.
Yeah, I'm just really tired of having to explain to people that the protagonist is a criticism of the audience, not the author's self-insert. People always think that the protagonist of any given work, it must be the author's self-insert. It really bothers me. It's so tedious.
The dumbest one to me, because I felt like it was so incredibly obvious, was questionable content.
Yes.
Where people keep thinking
I hate that guy, by the way. But
I know you hate Jeff Jacks, but also...
Yeah.
Just very quickly, Martin is not Jeff Jacks' insert. Dora is.
Yes. It's always the cool, reasonable girl.
Well, she's not supposed to be reasonable. It's like he sees his flaw as that he is like paranoid and anxious. He does not see his flaw as that he is lazy.
Lazy and preachy as fuck. That's his actual flaw.
Yeah, he doesn't understand that because he doesn't like none of the characters who are preachy in the comic are flawed. Like preachiness is a character trait that all the characters possess in varying levels, and it's always virtuous.
Content.
Yeah,
it's the nerd version of like Mallard Fillmore.
Yeah, but he's not self-inserting as the main character. He's self-inserting as a previous major character who is now an extremely peripheral character. And he's obvious about it. He says it outright, like out of text, like he's explicit. And it's kind of obvious if you know like anything about music in particular that like Dora's the one who has his music taste, but also maybe more importantly, has his career. He very much believes that being a small business owner and like very small business owner, like a sole proprietor, tiny business owner, is just like a more virtuous career path than other career paths that more people should take. Like, That's it. No,
Gosh, is it any wonder why I do not like this guy?
Yeah, like I said, this is a minor side point. This is not really what we're trying to talk. This is not like that interesting of a point. It's very small. It just is like a good example to me of like, yeah, this is just not the self-insert, man. Like, it's just, you're just wrong.
I pick up from something that's actually good is, of course, Nabokov's Lolita.
Yeah.
Where people just like think, oh, it's that book written by a pedophile about a pedophile.
Oh my god, insane!
Not what it's about.
Insane,
like, you guys realize that this book was written about how evil this guy is, right? That's the point, you know. Like the point.
It even has an explicit framing device where the actual protagonist calls out everything you are about to read is by a liar who is trying to manipulate you into giving him a lighter prison sentence.
Yes. Because the framing device of Lolita is that you are the jury of who is judging Humbert Humbert's behavior. Mm-hmm. So he tries to seduce you because he's a seducer. It's so fucking clever. This is my favorite novel of all time. I will gush about it for the rest of my life. Really good novel. Everyone should read it. Do not be dissuaded by the subject matter. It is about how evil this manipulative abuser is. That is what this novel is about, right? And it's about how he is also dangerous because he is charismatic and seductive to the point where
that's a classic psychopath right there.
The audience, right? He almost gets you to believe in him, even though you know he is wrong.
I would actually point out that based on the legacy that the book has had, and notably the Lolita film adaptations, he did.
Yes.
He did get the audience. He did get them.
Day, though. Yeah, but not in the day that the book was released. This book did amazing things for the awareness of child abuse. Yeah. Amazing things. Like, incredible things. Because it is actually basically a treatise on the behavior of child abusers. Yeah. Like, actually. Even those who are not sex criminals, right? Mm-hmm. Like, it actually does an amazing job of showcasing just abusive men and abusive male language and behavior in general. Mm-hmm. It does a really good job.
I really want to read it. I've been wanting to bring back my book club series.
Mm-hmm. Yay, do that.
I wanted to bring back Iris, and it's the only book that she's been able to think of, and she's like, I'm not sure I'm willing to do that on stream. And I'm like, no, let's do it. Let's fucking do it. I'm down. It'll be on my channel, not yours, right? Like,
yeah, fair enough.
Like, no, let's do it. I am down. I am down to read and discuss Lolita. Like, fuck them. Let's go.
I think it's a really important novel. Like, also in terms of like the development of the English language, it's a really important novel.
Yeah, that big. Okay.
Yeah. No, it's yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like there are safer Nabokov novels to read, right? Process is very good, I believe. Like Pale Fire is good. Like all of Nabokov's books are good, but like Laughter in the Dark is good. Like Invitation to a Beheading is really interesting. The Defense is really good. Like The Defense is like the one I would suggest to people who are uncomfortable with Lolita's subject matter. It's framed in a similar way, but it's about a less uncomfortable subject.
Uncomfortable.
Yeah, less uncomfortable. No, it's very intense. It's just about it's just about a murder trial. So it's like the premise of the defense is that the protagonist of the defense is a defense lawyer who has been whose daughter has been kidnapped by the Russian mob, who want him to get one of their guys off for murder.
Okay, yeah.
That's the premise. It's a crime thriller.
Yeah.
It's a psychological crime thriller. It's much safer by the standards of like what we consider safe media. It's really well written, and similarly, it is written very much framed in a way that the audience is the jury who has to figure out what's going on, right? Really good novel. Also, this is the premise. You learn about this in like the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Right? This is not a spoiler, right? Nabokov broadcasts what his premise is in like the first page of all of his books.
Which, I'm
it's
generally
impressive that his books are still so fucking engaging, despite that, right? It's very non-fictional in a way, actually.
Yeah,
right?
I was about to say, as a person who mostly writes and reads nonfiction, I am generally down for this, right? Like, this is actually one of my main notes that I edit people with, is you need to get to the fucking point. Like, you are wasting time.
Meandering just loses.
And like people, like particularly with nonfiction, the reader is going to kind of decide what they think your structure is pretty quickly. Like first 10% of the work or less. And that means that if you haven't actually said the thing that you are wanting to say, then they're going to read it in a way that you do not want them to read it. And that is simply a choice that you have made, is if you are trying to make a point about tax rates and you don't actually say what your idea is in some sort of clear way in the first, 2 pages. I would usually say 1 page for the length of essays that I tend to publish, but if you're writing a longer book, you've got a couple more pages. They're going to assume that you are making a completely different point than you are making. Like you've got to get
or that
to
you're
the point,
which is even worse.
or that you don't actually even know.
Yeah,
and here's the thing:
times I've started reading nonfiction and been just like, okay, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
And here's the worst part, right? Here's the worst part is that you can say I don't know.
Yes.
And get away with that. Like, that's the worst part, is like, if you don't...
can.
Yeah, you can say that you don't know and get away with that, but you can't show that you don't know and get away with it.
Exactly. Yeah, you have to make a statement of your intent most of the time. And if you do not do that, you will lose people.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like fiction has been
fiction's very different standard. Yeah, fiction's very different.
It's been very overtaken by the page turn.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right? By this idea that you have to constantly keep them guessing. In a lot of ways, the actual grand winner of the genre wars is mystery.
Yep.
Because... I mean, mystery is one of the most popular genres of all time. I would say that perhaps the only real competitor to mystery is romance, and oftentimes, what have they done? They've synthesized this. How many detective novels, especially detective novels aimed at like a general audience, by which I mean an audience that has a lot of women in it, don't have some sort of romantic story going on, right? Don't have some sort of relationship drama as a major element, whether or not it's like, like the reason why the crime happened was a crime of passion, or, some sort of on again, off again romance between the detective, who's often a woman in these novels, and like their love interest, who is like usually a smart science guy, right? That's like that's the commonality in a lot of genre mystery, right? I call them subject matter mysteries, where there's like a theme for the detective to follow. This is like one of the most popular genres for female like mid-brow literary fiction readers.
Yeah.
And that is just literary fiction readers at this point. It's mostly women.
It's actually been something that's kind of interesting. I would be kind of because there's a lot of statistics about this, right? Around readership, but I haven't ever gotten too deep into the crosstabs of who is reading what. Because I just haven't, right? Because I haven't actually seen the raw data. I've heard the reporting on it. So the headline report, right? A lot of the time, I'm going to stop writing at this point. The headline reporting at this point, and crack my back, is that the headline report is that men don't read very much at all and read very much less fiction, and at a very basic level, this is like almost instantaneously interesting on account of the fact that most fiction is really made for men.
Yes.
Men are getting catered to a lot more, and they're still not picking it up. But I do remember a really interesting point, which is that a pretty large percentage of what is read and sold, because presumably sales and reading are kind of tracking, is romantasy. Is
that is
highly
the most popular genre at the moment. Dark romantasy specifically.
Yeah. And I'm still thinking a lot about the person who pointed out that because this type of fiction is primarily for titillation, and self-gratification, saying that is reading a book is a bit like saying that going to Pornhub is watching a movie.
I could say something really mean about web fiction right now, but I'm not going to.
I already said something incredibly mean. And it's
the thing is, I don't think they'd even be bothered by this, because most of the real diehards of the genre who read it for more than just like, oh yeah, it's porn, right? Are just like really into the fact that it's porn.
Yep.
Right? They just happen to like agree with your statement, but they think that's the best part. Rather than
it would be an interesting thing to like enter into this conversation, right? Because this is actually something I am often in revolt against, even though like I shouldn't be, is the extent to which reading books in particular is a fetishized form of engagement, right? That like being a big reader is a sign of like that by itself, regardless of what you are reading and regardless of how you are reading it, is a sign of enlightenment and self-actualization and wisdom. And this is obviously incredibly easily manipulated. And I'm gonna get to what Adder said, because what Adder said is pretty interesting. I think pretty useful.
I have a particular thought on this that I will share once you get to Europe. I guess I kind of like lost track of my point here. That like it's. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. But I am in general, I've been in revolt against that for much of my life, and then I really have to be confronted with the fact that the alternative to people reading books that we seem to have been confronted with is people watching Mr. Beast.
I do think actually one of the things that plays heavily into this with the modern demographics play is that women are definitely much more likely to buy a book or get it from the library and physically read it. Men are more likely to, like, they also use e-readers and buy books from online publishers, but in general, they're more likely to buy a book. I will tell you that I am pretty certain that the vast majority of readers of web fiction are men.
Okay.
The demographics that I have seen, people who read cultivation or lit RPG, are mostly men. There are a lot of trans women who read these as well, right?
Okay.
These are
trans men too.
These are slightly different genres, right? There's two kinds of genres of like the lit RPG, cultivation, like systems fantasy genre, right? And Koizetsu can talk about this much more deeply than I can.
Oh yeah. This is Koi's bread and butter.
But the basics of it are: there's one version which is very straight male programmer coded.
Yes.
And there's another version which is very young leftist coded. Gen Z leftist. Grew up with video games, wants everybody to be gay because that makes them feel comfortable. That sort of thing. I
am still very amused by a manga that I read, which participates in the same thing of this isekai world. This isekai manga I read, not good, not recommending it. Where they do a type of premise that I thought was that's very common, which is guy who is really into video games dies and gets transported into the video game, and oh no, he's a girl. And he gets over that in about 30 seconds, and it's most of the standard isekai slop stuff, but one of the things that was just like a kind of funny twist that really like made it so apparent what the author was going through was using all the fantasy magic that this person now has access to invent increasingly baroque and potent ways of masturbating.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That is so ace core.
I was mostly really stunned by the fact that the other parts of the story were so bad and so masturbatory that the actual masturbation scenes were like a relief.
I get that, yeah.
Yeah,
I read something kind of similar recently. It was not actually an isekai, but it's a reincarnation story, which basically amounts to the same.
Yeah, same thing, same shit. Yeah.
Where the protagonist is like this master arc wizard who's a member of the hero's party in a world where people of royal bloodlines have just like superhuman abilities, right? Okay, and he's just some normal guy who got really, really good at magic, and he's like the best wizard ever, but he just trained really hard and got really good at magic. And he has no self-esteem because he is not a superhuman, and every other member of his party is. He's just some wizard, right?
Yeah.
And so he dies, right? Yep. And is reincarnated as the princess of a nation, like several generations later. And the thing that I find really interesting about this comic, it's not far enough along for me to know what the fuck is going on, really. But this comic is giving me like massive transcoded vibes. And I don't know whether it's intentional or not. But it really feels like a story about somebody who was deeply, no matter how many accomplishments that they made, was deeply unhappy with their body. And they have a chance to have a different body, and they're very, very pleased about it. And the comic doesn't really like dwell on this all that much, but it does make it very clear that the protagonist is like much happier with their body now. It feels like a story about body dysmorphia, right?
Yeah.
Because like almost all of it is like, oh yeah, see, like in my previous life, I didn't even bother working out or taking care of myself because what was the point? I don't have superpowers, but now I have these superpowers. So there's a good reason for me to like work out and train hard and get physically strong, right? And it's like kind of a comedy in the sense that a lot of the point of the comic is, hey, look at this like dainty little princess picking up a literal pillar and hitting people with it, right? It's like that sort of thing. So I don't know how much of this is just supposed to be part of the joke, but it feels like there's an actual point being made here. And this is the way that like queer authors seem to make points in manga these days. I've noticed. Very weird, right? Very weird. But one of the things that I wanted to say in response to what Adder says, right? About self-help books, right? Because you wanted to say something about that too, I believe.
Yes. Hello, Michan. So the thing was, self-help books wind up in being this really interesting genre, and I think part of the reason why men seem to have such a thing about self-help books is that it feels very comfortably masculine, right? It feels very, very comfortably masculine, and it's the whole masculine domain of I am a serious person who is improving and doing serious things, and that hello Tyron, that is serious masculinity. You can't be doing things that aren't working out or learning a skill, and so self-improvement is a way of engaging with that. Well, you are also ultimately just reading a fun little book, where self-improvement winds up being a interesting genre, right? And I say interesting in the most negative way I can. As a person who's read some self-help and does think the general concept of trying to improve yourself is in fact good. It's not something that I disagree with. Is that a lot of self-help books and self-improvement books, what they tell men is that they just need to double down on their masculinity. That they are affirming the biases the person already had, which is really interesting to me just on the grounds that that is going to be paradoxical. that's going to conduct and convey a paradox wherein the self-improvement isn't actually accomplished because the very matter that makes self-improvement function at a basic level is that you are challenging the person. Not even the person, that you are challenged. That you are challenged as a person, and that is necessary to self-improvement, right? I'm being very Nietzschean here. That is fundamental. That is as necessary as sharpness is to cutting as a concept. And so when you just tell people that like the only challenge that they have is an insufficient commitment to the things they already believed were true,
it's extremely reassuring as gender performance.
Yeah,
right?
You are reassuring their gender performance in a way that is frankly kind of embarrassing. And
yes, I agree.
So that is an interesting thing, right? The self-improvement writers have managed to figure out a hack where they can publish book after book after book, and this is not new at all. This is 19th century stuff.
No.
It's just it's just extremely efficient in a competitive standpoint, and we have not. That has only become more competitive. That it's. Yeah, that they've figured out a way to write self-improvement books that do no self-improvement and thus cause people to keep coming back for more because they are just pure assurance pablum. Anyway.
Well, this is also like part of the inherent sorry, do you mind if I pop off for a second?
Please do.
So we have this entire identitarian movement in the U.S. and I think, quite frankly, across pretty much the entire world right now, of older men bitching out younger men for not acting like older men do.
And it's a factitious version of it. Yeah.
And so we already have like issues where, I'm sure all of us have heard at least once in our life, you're not being a man about this, or you need to man up, or X, Y, or Z. Those books are so fucking harmful from the standpoint of reinforcing like previous trauma in an individual's life. Like we're discussing things that got you hit. We're discussing things that when you needed somebody the most and you turned to your parents, they pretty much gave you the bird and said, "Buck up, son." Shit like that. And it becomes the point where, like, you have the victim of emotional abuse or a victim of assault is returning to the abuse over and over and over again. And the amount of harm in reinforcing that, it's become an entire movement now because the world doesn't exist in that manner. Like, even the people that used to, tell off kids to be more manly and shit like that, it's unsustainable. It's completely unsustainable. It's created the entire movement. The MAGA movement began very much with roots in that shit. That's why they're so against, like, trans rights and everything like that. Is because it's the very antithesis of this entire identitarian men as men, women as women kind of movement. It boggles me that we haven't cracked down on something like this for exactly what it is reinforcement of fucking beating people, frankly. I mean, obviously the book isn't beating them, but it's certainly taking them back to a time where they were. And then that one moment of pride where, I don't know, you hit a fucking baseball or you throw a ball or you fucking win a spelling bee or some shit like that. It's all reinforcement of abuse.
Definitely not an angle that I had thought about, but yeah, that's a definitely... You've definitely got something.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Dang, yeah.
I have a thought that goes in a slightly different direction than both of you, actually, which is surprisingly enough, I say this facetiously, another kind of psychological perspective, right? Because Al has taken a very sociological perspective, and Sybil has taken kind of like the very historical perspective, honestly, I feel, right? Like there's a very strong understanding of abuse going on there, right? And the psychology of abuse. I think one of the major appeals of self-help for men is that it's a way to ask for help without having to ask anybody for help.
Oh, of course. No.
It's a way to seek help without having to admit to anyone you're seeking help, while also simultaneously signaling that you're somebody who is committed to getting help.
Right. No, entirely coherent. Yeah, entirely incredibly coherent. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
It's a lower level. It's a lower level thing, I think.
Yeah. No, I think that's extremely accurate there, right? It's
just something that I always think that, you know, people will go to any fucking lengths not to ask somebody else for help. Men especially, but people in general really don't like asking for help. It's incredibly embarrassing.
I know 100,000 million % on that. I am definitely that makes so much sense. Yeah, it's men. I mean, I'm not outside of this, right? I'm not outside of this. It is definitely a part of the performance of masculinity. Is that you do the people in your life do not get to see your unhappiness.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is.
Or if they do, it's only when it's righteous, right? You're allowed to be unhappy in a way that is righteous.
Yeah, it's very constrained. It's very, very constrained, and so yeah, I that makes an enormous amount of sense to me, and definitely contextualize my own like. I think it's actually just accurate to like when I have occasionally dabbled in reading self-help, which my main take on it as an actual genre of reading is that it is generally less helpful but still the same content. It's generally worse versions of what you get in a Philosophy 101 class.
I was gonna say, yeah. Like, I just read philosophy and psychology for this personally.
Yeah, I read more of it until I got more familiar with, you know, Hume and Nietzsche and Hume is really the big one. Wittgenstein, you've never read it?
No, I had the book and then I had to leave it in Pennsylvania when I ran out here.
Which book?
It was basically a complete work, so it was like a bunch of snippets of his stuff.
No, of whose stuff.
Nietzsche. Sorry.
Nietzsche, yeah. Nietzsche's an interesting writer. Why are you being jump scared by JD Vance? Because Sybil is funny. That's why.
Chef Boy JD.
Extremely funny.
Yeah.
I'm here to make you raviolis.
Because JD Vance really doesn't want you to show this picture, so of course Sybil is showing it everywhere.
You really can't show this picture, but it's a good thing that Chef Boy JD is here just to cook ravioli for you and fuck the couch.
Yeah.
I do find it deeply disturbing that like we've managed to create this this masculine performance that is so intense that they would rather seek a therapist that just talks at them rather than listens to them.
Well, and it's hard to deny that when you are engaging with a video game or a book or a movie, you kind of have like a form of ultimate consent here, which is you can just turn it off, right? You can just close the book. And that is an important safety valve for when something feels unsafe and scary. And I can tell you from experience that fear of masculine asking for help does not go away when you are in therapy, right? It does not actually go away.
No, it doesn't.
No, certainly doesn't.
Definitely something that I had to learn myself, right? It was to, like, disabuse myself of this, specifically in regards to therapy, right?
I still got to crack myself about it, and I have fucking tits now.
It's hard. It's like actually pretty difficult.
Well, it was put there by your parents for the most part. And when it wasn't put there by your parents, it was mostly put there by people in society that you interact with at a young age who are authority figures. So no matter what, there's really no escaping it.
Some of it might just be inclination as well.
Right. Some of it, assuredly. Like there is a point to saying that testosterone does have an outcome on your personality to some degree.
It would be weird if it didn't, right?
It's definitely not to the degree that we witness in today's world, where like the manliest man, you can tell that they reek of insecurity.
Might be a good way to put it, right?
Hello, Spamton. I do like Deltarune, so thank you for the gimmick. I appreciate the gimmick here. But yes,
You, my friend, seem tired.
I am tired. I fell off a cliff. A few minutes ago. I fell off the streamer cliff a few minutes ago. I'm literally looking at my my record of previous raids to make a decision about who I want to raid. But because I completely lost track of what the hell the two of you were talking about for a couple of minutes there. It zoned out very badly.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. You are allowed to be poetic and waxy. These are permitted. These are permitted behaviors. I let me take a look at who's on. At who is on and whomst I might raids. It's kind of down to two people, and I'm feeling one of them a little bit more. Let me just take a quick check here. Okay, then that decided it. It has been less than a week since I last raided Bonnie, so we're going over to Grimmy's. Let me do a quick schedule.
Grimmy's playing a very interesting game.
Yeah, she's playing some cool shit. Grimmy often plays some cool shit. There are my socials. They are nonsense. I should probably include Kofi there because that's more important. Those are my socials. There is my Discord. My guests tonight have been Sybil and MikksUAV. They are fun folks who I hope that you had fun folk time with. If you go over to Sybil's actual channel, you will rarely see JD Vance. So
you will, however, see a very cute and smart moth talking about stuff and playing boomer shooters and occasionally watching crazy public access television.
In some ways, you have actually done more educational content than me in recent memory.
No,
because you have done some reading of academic literature on your stream. I don't know how that compares to me doing article reviews of particularly unhinged academic articles.
Honestly, probably a lot more because people are listening to it.
Yeah. And so I have been. He's an unmanned aerial vehicle. Yes, that is accurate. Humpter. And
he's tall man.
A very tall man. But yes, we are going to. Yeah, with mix.wave, and sometimes it's mix.gov. Depending on where you see Mix at.
Oh, no, I have a different file type extension in every single server I'm in.
It's great. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. But yes, let's go over, say hi to Grimmy. She is lovely, and she always says very nice things about me. So I appreciate that quite a bit.
Let's get Al up.
Let's go over there, and then and raid Grimmy. Grimmy is one of my favorite streamers. I hope you have a nice time with her. She is a horror streamer, but it's usually actually a pretty comfy time. She's intensely well educated on some pretty fucked up topics. and I think has a pretty balanced perspective. I think I like I said, I admire her quite a bit. I wish. Oh my god! I went over to my own stream and it was I had the volume on. Oh no. But Galaxy Wolfstar, you say Silver Fox. There's something to be said about that, but you'll learn later. You'll learn later. You'll learn later. Okay, all right, folks. Say goodbye. Say goodbye to the bird and the bug. Have a good night, everybody.